They arrive barely too late, and they can't get their hands on anybody. Meanwhile, Summit's got the push in mid lane. Akuma with a lovely hook again! Lollipops onto Morteus. He has been drawing a bead on this Lucian today, and i.e. the fight continues, but it's still very, very close. Low targets that could be reset central for Kissy. Miryu looking for a burst target, pops the Nami, and Kissy is in onto Snaker, and Jose gets one kill, jumps out, but Summit TP's in, distracts the Kissy Tristana, and Miryu again, somehow, some way. The low HP, still taking kills left and right. The ace for IE, they clutch it up again.
It felt like Kissy on the Tristana could have tried to finish off the Trundle, but just enough time bought, and ultimately goes down, does a little short hop, tries to deal with Summit's teleport, and it's not going to matter, as now it turns into another good play for IE. Talking about making things happen, utilizing your gold lead to grow your gold lead. They have 3 dragons, they've gotten Otacon, they've gotten 2 grubs, and yes, the kills look close, but it has really just been IE and VKS trying to find what cleanup they can, and mostly only against poor Summit in the top lane.
Yeah, he has been the only one they've been able to stick on, really. Ackerman continuing to nail these super crucial hooks, and VKS, I wanted Disamas to sack his lane for his junglers. He has done that. He invested heavily in trying to get his laners ahead, Morteus and Kissy, but the carries just aren't performing in the critical fights. They're caught by hooks. They're missing target selection. They're getting confused. They're getting split focused. They're not able to clutch up and save the game in the way that IE's carries have been able to. Miryu is 5-0-4. He's got his Medjai's now ready for more stacking, and a hook in from Ackerman once again. Bowl on the front line, but Miryu drops the ult. He's been caught now. There's a shutdown to be picked up here. They're gonna find one, and IE, as I say that, they do overstep their mark. They lose a carry, but they get a turret in bot.
That's a really good play from Trimby, who has been playing magnificently, really, despite the struggles of VKS. I believe Trimby has 100% kill participation.
He's been trying his little heart out today.
Yeah, he was able to hit a fantastic tidal wave into the bubble, and that's, you know, what allowed a big shutdown to go over. Maybe we're looking for more here, as all 5 members of IE, or all 4 remaining members rather of IE, are grouped up in this mid lane river, getting ready for the dragon, and all 5 members of VKS are grouped up here at the bottom of the river.
They can just wait for Miryu. He's going to TP in off the fountain for sure, but VKS don't want to wait for that to happen. Now here he comes. In comes IE Miryu, and the rest of VKS peel back. They don't want to go toe-to-toe with Aurora. It's going to be a flip on the dragon, though, at this rate. Oh my god, Miryu flashes over the wall. Shotgun blast. The Cade Stars frontline into tatters in the wind. The rest of Cade Stars fleeing for their lives. This Aurora has been absolutely sensational. Morteus and Trimby need to get past the gatekeeper of Summit. They turn on him to try and take him down to get themselves a semblance of a chance. The culling comes out, and Morteus cannot even find that. No. Miryu with a killing spree found Trimby on his own, and Morteus left running for his life outside the safety of the base. And who else but Miryu to lock up another kill, another ace, and this might just be the series.
Yeah, it could be the series right here. It's only Disamas up, and now finally Bolt to follow. They have to be very careful, because if they go down, who is going to stop these guys? They are just storming through VKS's base.
They're working on the turrets. Bowl is trying his best, but he's locked up. He can't do enough. The turrets are down. Kissy gets one. If he can find the resets, IE might not be able to win just yet. Miryu hunts for the Cho'Gath, but can't find it. Kissy and Trimby now. You mentioned that Trimby has more than one carry that he can buff to success, and IE are a bunch of resets waiting to happen, so they call the whole thing off. The game continues for now.
I think ultimately a smart play from IE to just peel off. Yes, they could have tried to go after the Nexus, tried to win the game right then and there. But if you fail, if you try that and you just fall over yourselves, you piddle down your leg and it's all over, you give so much gold over to Kissy that it would be really disastrous. So you're very early in the game. It's only 25 minutes in. Just backing off, and sure, those towers might respawn, but you got so much value and will get so much pressure continuing on here.
You can see, again, just on the player cams always for IE, they're they're so comfortable. They're so comfortable in this game. They're laughing, they're smiling, even when the game is going on. Even before they were so close to winning the series, their attitude and their atmosphere has been so positive, and they're playing like it. They're playing very well together. Now they're working on the Baron Ackerman, looking for hooks as always. They've peeled off, in fact. Maybe not wanting to risk a steal or a Baron flip when they don't need it to win this game, as they've got a turret down to get Desamis knocked into a hook. Here comes the fight back from VKS, though. Miryu in with a massive ultimate again. He takes one, and just like that, VKS start to come apart at the seams. IE with a dominant final play. Emphatic is their victory. 3-0 IE. They knock out Loud. They knock out Vivo, Cade Stars. A well-deserved top 3. Just Furia and Pain left. Who can stop the advance of the LLA?
Yeah, and at first it was, okay, well, yeah, IE looked good, but they beat Fluxo, okay? And then it was, wow, IE looked really good, but they beat Loud. Now it's IE looks good, and they beat VKS. This is a team that we talked about, like, should be a strong team, should give up a big performance, and to 3-0 them, not just in like 3 close games, but 2 of these were complete just disassemblings of the Cade Stars. It looks really good for IE right now.
When are they going to start looking bad? Brad is my question, because as you say, they keep stepping up their opponents, and every time it's like you say, well yeah, but it's not Pain, it's not Furia, it's not this, it's not that, but they're so dominant. They absolutely steamrolled Loud and VKS. They beat VKS even harder than Loud. They didn't even give a game over. And you know, Pain and Furia are very, very good, but Isurus, Estral, they're showing great strategy. They're showing variety. They're showing resilience. They're showing good tempo when they need it. We're running out of problems with this team, to be honest.
Yeah, and their test is going to come the next round. Tomorrow's matchup, that best of 5, should be just real spicy. I mean, that is the top 2 teams definitively going against each other. And I think we're going to see, depending on how that series plays out, we'll probably know how well it stands for IE to come in. If that series tomorrow, it goes to 5 because both teams, you know, they look real good and they're just really back and forth and it's lots of high strategy plays, then IE is going to be in trouble.
So then the Riven has a lane against Ferris Nico. So of course Riven's getting 0 CS and the Orange still just chilling against the Smolder farming, right? Like it was definitely looked unplayable. Do you think that Shopify could be pretty competitive against TL?
I think so. If they are not gonna be as scared as they were like last time they faced against each other, because last time when they faced against each other, CoreJJ game 1 just walks into enemy jungle and people decide to not click him, and I was like, why do they not want to click him? He's just inting. But they were just so scared of his aura, I guess, and it just looked very weird. And I think that's why they lost this series. I think after losing game 1 that heavily, they just didn't have enough confidence to play in game 2. But I think if they just play with confidence, I think they can beat them. I think individually they are not worse players than their Team Liquid players. So I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to win.
Is there any single matchup you think between those 2 teams, like any single player matchup that stands out as being very lopsided?
Very lopsided for one side, you mean?
Yeah.
I think bot lane. I think just overall, bot lane. I think CoreJJ is really good, and I think Yon is also really good in lane, especially. So I think the Team Liquid bot lane is the carry factor of their team. I think so. If the game will be even in the bot side, I think Shopify has actually really high chance of winning. But I think it's not going to be that easy to survive lane. But I think the other 3 players, like the top side of Shopify, is pretty even when it comes to Team Liquid side. I think Fudge is playing really well recently, and I think he can stand against Impact. I think Fudge can play carries, he can play tanks as well. And it's most likely going to be just tanks matchups in the top lane. And I think mid jungle is pretty even. I think it doesn't matter if Umti or UG is playing, I think Contracts and Palafox are good enough to beat them. So we'll see.
Yeah. As far as Umpty versus UG, I've been asking like every single jungler, as which one do you prefer? Literally every single person I have asked says they prefer playing against UG. Are
Yeah.
you the same also? Do you think it's easier / you prefer playing against UG? And what is the reason why? Most people have been mentioning like, well, Umpty like creates more
Yeah.
kind of crazy plays.
I think I'm the same idea. I mean, I didn't play that much against Team Liquid with UG yet. I think maybe like few games, and from that few games it felt easier. And I think playing against Umti is like, as you said, I think he just creates more for the team, and he's a bit more unexpected when it comes to like ganking or where he is at the map or what he's gonna do when he's gonna invade and stuff like that. So you always like have to keep your focus and make sure that everyone is aware of possibilities he has. And I think it just makes the game a bit harder. You have to think about more stuff, and I think that's what that's what Team Liquid kind of needs. I think
Yeah.
as from the jungler, I think they just have a strong bot duo that you need to play for to make sure they get ahead and then win the games like that. I don't think they are the team that just farms and slowly win the game.
Yeah, it's always so interesting when people go back and forth on the debate on junglers, because it's always the push that like, well, you need to full clear and you need to be efficient, but then you also need to have this threat like you're talking about that that you can create these plays and to be in the right place at the right time. So sometimes it's really hard to balance that out, but seems like Team Liquid do have a lot of faith in Yuji, and they keep playing him, and they didn't even put in Umpty at all.
For sure, when you play more games, like you're gonna get more comfortable on stage, and you will be able to make like more plays.
Yeah.
So
I was a little curious on the way jungle has been lately, because people talk about how it's like full clear meta and whatnot, and in your opinion, has it was there a change that made that more important? Because over the years it's changed between sometimes you gank a lot, like play exclusively for lanes, sometimes you want to get every camp. What do you think has pushed it in the direction it's in now?
I think at the beginning of the season, it was very important that you are a stronger team to contest grabs. And usually, in order to be the stronger team, you just needed, you could be level 5 or level 6 as a jungler compared to enemy jungler being one level down because he did something on the map. And then on top of that, you might just have a better items because you just farmed a bit more. And then the guy didn't really get a kill. So, he doesn't really have better items. So, the ganking was just very risky because if the guy didn't get a kill, he has to give you the grabs. And if you give the first grabs, the guys get level 6 first. He can invade your buff, or he can just be stronger in the game, get his item faster, and then you can't really contest the second grabs either. But now I think that the objective early game is just Drake. And you can kind of afford to give grabs because they are not as OP anymore. They spawn at 8 minutes, so they don't give you that level 6 power spike anymore. And they are just not that oppressive at hitting towers. And I think how the jungle XP works, even if you fall behind, you can still recover. So I think now the early ganking and being a bit more creative early is actually doable. If you wanna do 3 camps and try to go behind or flash over some wall and be really crazy and do some gank, or flash on enemy laner and trade flashes. And I think that way you are just not gonna fall behind. Even if you fall a little bit behind, the worst that can happen is you lose one Drake. That doesn't really matter because your laners are gonna get ahead and then you will contest second or third one. So I think just because objectives are not a key factor of winning the game, I think now you can actually try to be more creative as a jungler. So now I think it's just good mix of both, and I think you can play however you like playing. So
cool.
I feel like it's way more interesting to watch too, honestly, because I felt when there was double grubs and dragon spawning at the same time, the game was just feeling at a pro level, it's just so scripted. There's so many objective. All you can do is power farm, go to objective, power farm, go to objective, power farm, go to objective, and it's it became kind of very samey to me. Watching every game felt all right, well, I already know exactly what they're going to do, so it's just going to be who team fights or who setups better. There's not going to be much variance. I just think it's way more fun when there is that room for creativity, when there's that room to kind of show differences in how you want to play, right? Some teams are going to focus more on cheesy early ganks, or some teams are going to play the map more, or they're going to try to play towards side lanes more and give up objectives and stuff. I actually really value when that's in the game, especially in combination with, I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel sol lanes have been really interesting to watch this split. Maybe some of the most interesting it's ever been, because it's like when you look at like Bopo's champion pool, but it's not just him, guys like Castle and other people as well have so many random champions that are like not even the same types of champions, right?
Yeah.
You have things that are Yorick, that are like hard split push, you have like Vladimir, you have Ornn, you have Sion, you have Gnar, you have Renekton, you have Mbessa, you have Gwen, you have like so many different styles that there's like a lot of variance, and I just think that's way more fun to watch.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think the variance also comes from the fact that people now like to pick either scaling top laner like Gwen and just pick like a strong bot duo, or they pick like a counter pick to those champs like Vladimir is like counter to Gwen.
Yep.
The Yorick got changed completely during the season and became like actual viable champ, and is really good in pro because like it's a champ that is not really risking himself when he's trading. He can just like farm the minions and then E someone, and that's a trade pattern that like is really hard to punish. Like you can't really do much against him, and he's always like reliable in the game. People play Renekton, people play Gnar because those are the OG champs, and then sometimes in bot lane you pick Smolder or Senna and you scale a bit, or you go for like those lanes with Lucian, Kalista, maybe some different lanes like Kai'Sa, and I think it just everything seems playable and nothing seems like super OP and nothing that doesn't have any counters. So I think the game is in a good balance right now, because usually there were always like champs that were really unbalanced, but right now it doesn't seem like there is any like that. Maybe Azir seems to be that.
Froxon, lead for the balance team, just put out his tweet whenever they're like have a patch coming up, and he said the next 2 are going to be MSI patches, and they are pretty happy with where the meta is right now with all this versatility. Is there any one thing though that you would like to change about the meta? Because people do seem pretty happy with the variety that's gone on.
Yeah, I mean, I think Azir is just annoying to play against because like the champ that is useless, and then he's OP and he's OP for the whole game. So it's like annoying to play with and play against, because like if you play with it, you just don't contest anything, and then you just all have to play for Azir because he's gonna carry. When you play against him, you just need to make sure that you get strong before he gets strong. So it's like annoying type of playing. It's like playing against old Kassadin. Like
that's what I was thinking when you said that.
Yeah,
like,
it's like so annoying to play against that. I think Talia is just annoying to face as a jungler, because when we have Talia mid, she's just pushing, getting vision of you, and then you play mostly melee champs in the jungle, so like it's really hard to get on top of the Talia. She counters you pretty hard with her Q. She can outrange you, and whenever you want to go in, she just EWs you or like just E in front of you. So I think that champ kinda, in my opinion, needs a nerf, because it shouldn't be that she can be pushing the whole early game by tier, keeps pushing. I think her wave clear is just a bit too strong. But other than that, I don't really see any champs that are like super annoying to face.
Mm-hmm. That's good. It was really interesting too this last weekend. Did you see the Annie game that Palfox played? Did you watch that game?
He played Annie against us. What do you mean against 100 Thieves?
Sorry, against it was against 100 Thieves, because he had these 2 games now. It was like the Xerath game that they won into his ear, and then he also had this Annie game, which was that also into his ear. And both games he was down like 100. I think by the end of this he was down like 140 CS or something like that. The Xerath game was something similar.
Fasting Annie.
And both games they won, right? Yeah. Like, and so it's kind of funny. Because it's like, I know in the Xerath game he felt like, oh, he just couldn't go to side lane because he would just get picked off. There was Nocturne and stuff, and he ended up kind of like performing his role. But it just feels like wrong to me that someone could be down over 100 CS and still win. And so I feel like I'm having trouble getting a read on how I feel about Palfox right now, because I felt like he was performing really poorly in a lot of the games earlier in the split. He has had some better games, like obviously got his pentakill in the final game when he won. I thought he played very well in that Victor game against Quid. But still, it's like going down like 140 CS and then winning. It's like, I feel like you should not be able to get away with that against a better team. I don't know if it's just me that's feeling that.
I think you are feeling right.
Yeah. It just seems crazy, right? Like he's to be able to be that far down. But yeah, no, it's been weird watching him, I feel like, because I don't know if we've seen anyone else be that far down individually. Like, as far as CS, obviously Bobo had that 7K Renekton game where he was up, which was ridiculous, but that was kind of a pretty different situation.
Yeah, I was gonna say some top lane can get really crazy, especially like with lane swaps and stuff sometimes. But yeah, and it's still in this game that they still ended up winning. It's like, okay, Fudge was really good on Yorick, and B-Boy I think had his best game all year long actually on the Lucian. he was playing.
He played well.
He was playing Lucian super aggressively and kept on getting chunks, and so then they only ended up really needing the Annie to like throw a big stun, to like throw a stun. And so, that's how they won that one. And then the Xerath one, obviously still got to use his range and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting how both of those ones happened, and how they were both versus Azir.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Azir that you can pick anything you want against him, kind of. Like, you just know that you will not stop him from scaling, but you can pick whatever you want. If you want any to help your team to have engage or, like, strong burst, you can pick any. If you want to pick Xerath to have Xerath later in your comp, you can pick Xerath. I think you can pick whatever you want against Azir, but you need to know that if the Azir player is good, like, he will get to the point where he's actually going to be really scary. So maybe they just said that enemy millionaire is not going to carry with Azir, just pick me any, and that's what ended up happening. So I guess he was right.
What do you guys? How do you guys feel about B-Boy? Because I know he won Player of the Series. I wasn't like, I was a little bit surprised by that. I thought the Senna game, he was getting a lot of credit because, like, by the end he got strong, but I felt like it was
I voted for Fudge.
Yeah, it just felt like more of a product of the game because he didn't actually have that many souls. And then there was one team fight where I can't remember who it was it was Sniper. Sniper was playing Gwen that first game, and Senna got to like 6 items. Is in this position to carry, has GA, all this stuff, and then literally walked in melee range of the Gwen to try to kill the enemy AD. Lost GA, died again. They ended up still winning it. And people were kind of hyping up the Senna, but I felt like he was kind of trolling that game. That was like, it felt like the only way he could actually lose, and he kind of did it. But I don't know. It's last year he was getting a ton of credit, and I feel like this year people are a lot kind of.
I say his Lucian game was
Lucian game was really good.
Yeah. I don't know. I was watching his Senna game, and I wasn't a huge fan of what he was doing for a lot of it. It's funny because if you look at his score, it looks like he hard carried this game.
Yeah.
But
watching him, he was getting no souls. And
his soul count was really low. And a lot of the mid-game fights, too, it felt like he was just playing overly like passive and scared. I actually thought Palafox kind of hard carried this game, team fighting on Rise, which is super rare. But he was just having these like ults directly into the enemy team and like getting 2-3 people on him and like getting a lot of damage off, baiting with Zhonya's. So I thought Palafox was actually like the reason they won that one.
Yeah, he got 2 really early kills off of Rome too, right? And then got like Rise is pretty scary. If you get early Roa and stuff, it gets so friggin' tanky.
Yeah,
Pretty
I mean,
hard to
I think
deal with.
Palafox is just very aggressive player. Like, I think he's good on champs like Rise. He will, like, when he has flash and Zonya up, he will make sure to be in there and like tank. But like sometimes he just ints and it looks really funny. So I think it's a good champ for him. I think he's not that great on champs that need to farm and carry like Azir. But as we guys said, like he played Annie and in his Rise, like same in like when I see him as a player, I feel like that's what he should be playing, like the champs that can actually make plays. Because I feel like he just doesn't like to farm much. He just likes to make plays.
Okay, I have to say, I don't think they won because of his Annie. I think they won in spite of his Annie.
Yeah, but
he was a bot that.
But he was trying.
He was there. He was connected.
He was there.
No, Contracts actually like. Contracts fed his ass off game 1, but game 2 he picked Trundle.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you watched it, but like that was such an insane Trundle game. Like he actually made that champ look OP.
Yeah.
It was just every fight he was like running in, just doing the most damage.
Slapping people up.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I feel like their drafts are actually really good.
Yeah. Trundle's been gaining a decent amount of steam. Some priorities starting to build up, but definitely always the best picks into like Sejuani and stuff like that, right? He felt like he got a lot of super high value ultis.
So Liquid also played Dignitas. They won that series 3-1. I still guess I just don't really know how I feel about Liquid. I kind of have almost the same feeling going into this as I did for the Shopify 100 Thieves series, where I'm just getting like more excited for Shopify, I guess. Liquid beat Dig, but Dig didn't feel like that strong of an opponent, I guess. And I still have some pretty big concerns about how Yuji's going to play in a high pressure situation. Because when I look at like his series against C9, it felt like they were rushing plays a lot, and it feels like TL as a whole is kind of struggling with that. I guess like it doesn't feel like they're looking as like disciplined and as calm, and I don't know if it is a nerves thing or what, but like especially in the C9 series, I just felt like they were over forcing so many times and like trying to make plays where there like wasn't a play, and you're trying to like dive Sven under his tower with no one there, and you know like in a 1v1 on Ari and some of like the over chases and stuff that they're doing, and I feel like that is so tough when it is playoffs. Like if you are getting nervous, if you are overforcing plays, it's almost always gonna get punished.
Yeah, I mean, their series against Dignitas, when it was 1-1 and they were playing game 3, I was like, wow, Dignitas is in a good spot. They will actually win. And then they didn't. So then they just pull off Dignitas. I don't know. I honestly thought that they might surprise them. And when they won game 2, I was like, you see, guys, I actually thought they might surprise them. That there is hope. But they didn't. I don't know. I think Team Liquid didn't really play insanely well. I feel like more Dignitas just dominated them the games and just made very bad mechanical mistakes in so many fights. So
yeah. I don't want to give away too much, but I did talk to Spawn about specifically the game number 3, because when you're talking about these engages, one of the ones that stood out most to me was when they're in the red side jungle. This is where Yuji's on the Vi, and Yuji like immediately Vi ults the Ezreal, and the Ziggs bomb goes up towards the other way, like he engages on a different person, and it was like so like uncoordinated, you know. They're not bursting the actual kill target, the Ezreal, and so I was super curious, like what went wrong there for them. I asked, and Spawn. There's a lot to it, but it wasn't Yuji's fault.
So it was APA's fault.
You're like, I'm not gonna say that much, but APA sucks ass.
well, there's like layers to like, you know, how they wanted to play that, and like and you know there is stuff that they have practice.
Yeah.
And it's like because sometimes when you see stuff on screen, you're like, oh, I want to listen on the comms, or I want to, you know, like know what was the build up, or what's like the thinking and strategy and all the lead up to these types of invades. And a lot of times people will blame the jungler for the engage.
I mean, people that engage, like, is it the
Yeah.
support, the jungler, his inting?
Yeah,
He's engaged.
exactly.
Yeah.
But like Spawn was like, one thing he thinks that he liked that Yuji does is like not hesitate and go for quick engages. So you know, there's something to it. Obviously, some of the plays, especially on the Xin Zhao game, I thought like it did look like Yuji was like feeling really pressured or nervous or something.
The dragon when it's still like 4 or 5k HP.
Yeah.
The team isn't there yet. And
Yeah.
stuff.
So yeah, they're still working on some stuff for sure, but it does seem like they have confidence in him.
Also, that game 4 draft was actually really interesting. Where Dignitas did the thing that I've been kind of waiting for more teams to do, where you get later in Fearless, and it's been a player that doesn't have that many picks. Like, so Impact's kind of known as having a smaller pool, right? And I don't know if you saw game 4, but game 4 going into it, they banned Yorick, Poppy, Shen, Jax, and then all 6 top lane champs were already gone, and then they took away Gnar, and Impact played Silas top. Yeah. And so I feel like, especially in a game 5, it's kind of potentially can be really good. I know everyone, like, anytime you ask a pro, like, oh, like, you know, would you be okay in that situation? Or like, what can you play? I can play everything. You know, but people can't actually play everything, right? Like, there's some players are going to be stronger on certain types of champs. Let's be honest. And that's something that I've been wanting to see more of in Fearless. Like, do you think that is a strong strategy when you get to a game 4, you get to a game 5? Because especially with flex picks, in a game 5, there could be, there's obviously like already 8 champs gone, but there could be like 10 or 12 if some are flexing to other roles. And then you can like 4-ban a role and like take a champ early and stuff. And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, what's your 15th or 16th best top laner?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's for sure a good strat. I think if you find one person on enemy team that doesn't have that many champs, and I think it should work well against Team Liquid. I think it's a good strat. And when we were screaming Dignitas, they were like, game 1 of best of 5, they just pick Ziggs 1-2. And I was like, oh, they're gonna do it against Team Liquid, but they didn't do it for some reason. But I think that could be a decent strat, like pick Ziggs something, and pick like one more mid laner of IPA pool, and like play all of them in game 1.
Talia game 1. Or like
and then
that combo, but
then game 3, I mean, it's not even that bad. You pick like AD jungler, like Jace for 30, and like some bruiser jungle. I think it's a decent comp, and they could maybe try doing something like that. And then game 2 or 3, you just ban out like 3 mid laners, and I think that could maybe be interesting. But I think they decided to just target Impact a bit more in that game 4. Then maybe they just changed their approach. They didn't want to do that for APA. They just rather do it for Impact. I think it's a good strat.
Did you see the game that people did this against Baus, where like game 1 they literally picked
I
5
saw
of his
it,
champs and just like entered the draft, and they're like, now all your champs are gone.
I was wondering about that. Like, is it worth just having a completely grief draft just for the long term? Fearless.
Probably only if you're like certain this person cannot play anything else.
Yeah, but I think that their draft was not even that bad in that game. They just like they did like Sion jungle. I mean, Sion top, Gragas jungle. I don't know what else, but like they did like actual champs in actual roles, and I think they had even the game plan. They late invaded with Sion to dive bot lane, like the Sion strat. So I think that was like a really good prep
cool.
to do. Like if they win that game, what do you do as an enemy team? Like your top laner lost 5 champs and he lost the game. Like that's not looking good now.
Yeah, and it's, of course, if you're in that league, you are always looking at Los Ratones, and you are always like, all right, what do we do to take this team down?
They're the Gen G of the NLC.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely funny. So what do you guys think for predictions? Shopify versus TL.
Hard.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Score.
Who wants that?
We've only gotten one game 4 out of 5 best of 5s in LTA North. Because we had our finals of 3-0.
We're working our way up, okay?
We've had 3 3-0s out of 4 of this.
We're slow starters.
We need some 5-game series.
But
I doubted Shopify last time, and they showed up. So I'll go with Shopify.
nice. How many games?
I'll say 5. 3-2.
5. I don't know.
It's weird because like my head says Team Liquid should win, but the more I'm watching Shopify, the more I'm like, but are they just looking better than TL? I mean, TL when they played them obviously did beat them. There was like the weird Poppy invade thing and all this stuff, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Fudge is playing really really well. I think Contracts has been pretty solid. I think their bot lane is pretty solid. TL feels like their top half is just still kind of a mess, and it's all on like Core and Yon, and I don't know if that'll work in playoffs or not. I mean, if their top side plays well, I think they should win. They're the more experienced team and stuff. But
Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself.
I am, because like I said, my head still says TL, but
I feel like if it doesn't end 3-0 for Team Liquid, I feel like game 4 and 5 should be in Shopify favor, because I feel like they just play more champs, like mid top. I feel like they just play more champs. So if they don't lose 3-0 and it goes to actual game 5, I feel like Shopify should be winning.
another Shopify believer.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it.
It's close, but it's more exciting to go the Shopify side also,
is, yeah.
I feel like, because they also have the, like, they should be the underdog, right? So you get this this excitement. I have to go Shopify.
Wait,
Jake,
we can't all.
I mean, I have to. Jake, Spawn always gets so angry at me when I predict against them. I think it is so funny. But they, like he's saying, even getting to 4 games in Fearless, I was already like, ooh.
I was nervous about that Silas.
TL pools are getting dry
Yeah.
really, really quick here. It does start to feel very nervous. I feel like, but then whenever you pick Shopify, like they have that risk to them, you know, where they could just completely look
It's
terrible.
still Shopify, yeah.
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 And I do think TL's bot lane's way better. I still feel like I have to predict TL.
You have to.
But Shopify, I do think actually could make this a real series.
Yeah.
I think it could be a fun one.
I think this should be super duper exciting,
Yeah.
or at least I hope so. I also hope that they actually end up putting back in. I was kind of disappointed when they didn't actually put him in for any of the games in the previous series.
I know their explanation, their official explanation is that they expected it to be carry versus carry matchup, so they weren't planning on using him for that one. I'm just going to go ahead and say I don't buy the 6-man thing. I think they just want Yuji to be the main player, and that's clearly what they're going to go with. Unless Yuji's playing horrible, then Umti's going to get subbed in. Otherwise, I think it's just going to be Yuji playing. I don't know how you feel, Inspired, but I don't actually feel like there's much of an advantage to having a 6-man for Fearless, because their whole like public pitch, whether or not this is the reality or not, is that, oh, well, Yuji's going to play all the carries, but then when Umti comes in, he'll just play the tanks. But then I'm like, yeah, but then you know exactly what their whole draft strategy is if you do that. And can't you just blind pick Lilia and he's just going to play like Sejuani into it? Like what? Like that just sounds horrible.
I don't really think that Umti can't play carry champs, so like it's a bit weird. I think Umti could easily play carry champs and the tank champs. So I think explanation when it comes to champs, I think it's just fake. I think
they also said like, yeah, he'll do Nocturne and Xin and stuff like that.
APA was like, oh, he'll play like the Maokai and the Sejuani and the
Yeah, but that's like, it's not like Yuji goes on stage and picks Nidalee 1-2 or Listen. So like I think both of them have very similar champion pools. I think the only carry champs you have, or like carry champs, is like Pantheon or Xin Zhao that just deal 80 damage, and the others, are just more tanky, but I think it doesn't really change that much how you should play them. Like as a team, I think it's just a bit fake. It's like explanation just for the public.
That's how I feel too. I mean, I just think it's like they're just not happy with Umti's performance. They think Yuji's going to be better with time, and so you're getting in. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a professional game, right? Like, if you think someone's going to make your team better, you bring in the new player, right? Like that's just how it goes.
It's kind of funny because it feels like public perception or public opinion now is kind of swinging back in Umti's favor.
And
I'm like,
guy. I think people feel bad.
I'm like, this is classic jungle hate. Like everyone just hates whatever jungler you're using. You know? They're like, Umti's
except for the Kia MVP.
Yeah, exactly. But it feels like when Umti was playing, it felt like all the socials were like, this guy is terrible, get him out of here. And then when Yuji had the bad Xin game, everyone was like, bring in Umti. Where is Umti?
There was fans with signs too from literally from game one.
Yeah.
Like, bring back Umti.
Yeah.
Like,
Everyone hates junglers.
And I was like, oh, they just hate us all.
That's funny. Well, I gotta say thank you so much for coming on Inspire. Congratulations again. You are the 2025 Split 2 Kia MVP.
Thank you.
Very, very well deserved.
Thank
Your
you.
third MVP overall. And you are going to be playing against the one. Woo! We have C9 FlyQuest, of course. We're not going to make you preview your own matchup. But that is going to be this weekend as well. It should be an absolute banger. Excited for it. Thank you for joining us. And we are going to go to a break, and then we'll be right back to talk about C9 versus FlyQuest.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80% winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Welcome back to The Dive, driven by Kia. And remember, Riot is partnering with Regal Cinemas to bring finals watch parties to select theaters around the country. Attending fans will get free swag and some skin codes. So go to regmovies.com/live-events to get tickets. We'll drop that link in the description. And you can check that out if you are not going to be in the LA area to attend here. There's also some tickets still remaining for playoffs. So if you want to come see C9 Fly or Shopify TL this weekend, I think there are still a few tickets available for those. So we'll see a lot of you there this weekend. And Inspired obviously was on earlier to talk about the other match, but we're now going to talk about FlyQuest versus C9.
Good. Now that he's gone, we can all predict against him. Is that? I'm just kidding.
There you go.
I think FlyQuest, after kind of dealing with Cloud9, stomping Cloud9, putting Cloud9 in the trash bin.
In the best of three, they absolutely super
last
clapped
time
them.
around.
Yeah.
I feel like it is still probably going to be really, like, people are of the opinion it's really going to be FlyQuest favored. I would not fault them for that opinion, just because that best of three was so convincing from the side of FlyQuest. And then it's like, since then, okay, yeah, Cloud9 did get their 3-0 versus Team Liquid, but TL has also been looking weaker, and even Spawn himself in their coach interview previous to this week was like, yeah, we're not good enough to win the league right now. You know, we're happy to be in the lower bracket, and they feel like they have to like build themselves up and improve. So if I feel like this preview for like the rematch for FlyQuest Cloud9 has to be from the lens of like, how are Cloud9 going to make this one so much more different from the previous matchup? Because they have to. Right? So in the last one, it did end up like, yeah, it only ended up being 2 games because it was a best of 3. But in the second one, when they ended up kind of trying to like maneuver the pick ban to get Thanatos onto the Ornn, people were seeing that as a win because, like we just had Inspired on, and he's like, yeah, Thanatos is the one player in the whole league that he feels like is going to win a game against them. And so, first of all, the strategy of getting Thanatos onto the Ornn pick from FlyQuest, and then Thanatos, he actually was playing the Ornn well in the 1v1, but it was too well that then he started going for flash trades and kill, angles.
His fatal flaw, he just played the matchup too well. That was the only thing he did wrong.
Well, he played the 1v1, but it's not a 1v1 game. There is a jungler. Yeah. See, there is always a jungler. And so it just...
That's why everyone hates them.
That's why everyone hates them.
It's never a fair fight.
True. It's actually logical.
Let the honorable Orin beat the Renekton in peace.
It's actually logical because he then ended up making himself so easy for Bwipo and Inspired to kill.
Yeah.
And that was I believe he was playing Pantheon for Inspired. And it was just like, boom, kills him, boom, goes back. Oh, he's got the ult too.
Yeah.
And it's just like the classic like top laner thing where you're like, man, why is he here now?
That's me. I feel that.
I think anyone who's ever played probably League in general, but top lane for sure knows that. It's just like you die to a gank and you just don't care anymore. It's like, if I die again, it's not much worse.
It's jungle diff, no problem. Yeah, I mean,
it's a jungle diff then.
Yeah, if I get level 3, it's jungle diff. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, right? Like, obviously, FlyQuest did absolutely slap them last time they played, but I don't feel like C9 played to their level that day. I do think that FlyQuest should be favored. Literally every single pro you talk to will tell you that FlyQuest is the best team in the league right now. If you guys watched pros, they had them predicting it, and every single person is predicting Cloud9. There were. Excuse me.
I was nodding. You had me because I was like nodding along. I was like, he's gonna say Fly.
I meant to say against Cloud9. It was like 3-1, 3-1, but then they're like, oh, it could even maybe be a sweep, and then Huhi was like, oh, well, since I was gonna say 3-1, but since everyone's saying 3-1, I'm gonna say it's 3-0. So pretty much everyone was on the side of FlyQuest, and every single pro I've talked to is just like, FlyQuest is the bar right now. They're the best team. They play tempo the best. They play the map the best. They're the hardest team to beat. But I don't expect it to look like the last series. I think that was a complete aberration. Like I don't think that it's
a fluke.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't think it's a fluke that FlyQuest won, but I do think it's a fluke that it looked like that. I think that Cloud9 played way below their level, and in Split 1, Cloud9 won a best of 3 against them. They obviously won the one tiebreaker game in positioning phase against them as well. They clearly are capable of beating them, and that was one of the most one-sided best of 3s like ever. So it's not like you can expect that again.
Yeah. I love Meteos' mischievous smile when he inputs the fluke angle for Cloud.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't know. FlyQuest does look really good, but again, I don't know, man. Like, we've seen teams look really good one week and then not look good the next week. So I think it's gonna. I mean, it has to be much closer than the last series. Like, there's no way.
It has to be.
I mean, it would be an actual speedrun record if it wasn't. Like, that last one was just so messed up. So, I don't know. I think most people, when you after a series like that, I think the psychological advantage is in C9's favor, right? Because it's
wait. You're gonna have to give.
When you get absolutely slammed.
Okay.
Yes, because you're rematching. You're rematching the team that lost, especially I don't think. It's one thing if it's like first versus 8th place team. I'm not gonna be like, 8th place team's got an advantage here, but it's like these teams are close. I'm sure they take games off each other all the time in scrims, and so C9 is like pissed about it. They're like super hungry. They're gonna be trying extra hard. And FlyQuest, it's gonna be hard not to be a little bit complacent because you just stomped them so hard. So I feel like just the natural forces are gonna try to move it back toward an equilibrium.
They're due for a win versus FlyQuest.
Yeah, exactly.
Mercury's in retrograde, so Cloud9.
yeah, it's real.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot closer.
Factor,
yeah, the motivation, and that's how it always is. It's like, you see teams on winning streaks. It's like no one's sitting there actively being complacent, but it's just like you don't have that same hunger. Yeah, and fire and whatever you want to call it.
FlyQuest has lost their passion.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's just like...
No, you'd go that far.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'll go that far. It's hard because, you can't make it up. You can't fake it, right?
Yeah.
It's like you try your best to be disciplined, and I'm sure they are. It sounds like, from what Inspire was saying, like they are pretty disciplined, but it's just, hard to replicate that same drive up because, you don't have that pain of losing. It's been so long since you last felt that that it's, you know, it's like a distant memory
Yeah.
as opposed to the team that like just got burned.
You need to feel pain to know you're still alive.
There you go.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Exactly.
It is interesting because they both had a week off, right? Because they both won their first week matchup. So last week they didn't play. So they have known that this is their opponent for a while. So both these teams are going to be ultra prep. They had like 2 full weeks of only practicing and preparing for this one opponent. So I think it is going to be really interesting to see what the drafts are like. If that is still, because, you know, most people I talk to are all just like, yeah, Cloud9's good, but they're very standard. You know what they're going to do. You know what you're going to get. So it'll be interesting to see if they buck that trend at all and try to get a little bit creative and try to throw some curveballs in draft, or if they are going to play.
You know, Inspire did call Cloud9 a creative team when he was talking about
I know.
them
I
earlier.
thought that was really interesting.
I did too. I was going to
Everyone's
mention
calling them just the meta
Yeah.
team now.
Exactly. And even when I talked to Blabber about it, he said, you know, they're a standard team, and he said FlyQuest is a team that learns really fast. They're like, you know, really good on new patches and whatnot. So I thought it was interesting to hear him kind of credit C9 with a similar thing that people say about them.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if he meant it as like creative in picks or just like creative in the way that they play the game or like engage angles. I wasn't really sure, but I do think it's interesting. And yeah, I think it should be a lot closer. Cloud9 obviously gonna be really motivated, but I know when I predicted before the last best of 3, I was feeling more like, okay, maybe Cloud9 could do this. But I remember talking about before they had the best of 3 against each other, saying how even then, when I had more faith, I think in the C9 side, I felt like if it were a best of 5, I would favor FlyQuest more, because I feel like their champion pools, like if it is a close series, if it is a really good series, and we go game 4, game 5, I just feel like FlyQuest is always going to have more tricks in the bag, so to speak, and more different things that they can go towards. And I am a little bit worried for Cloud9 as far as that goes, as far as like, you know, is Thanatos going to be as comfortable as Bwipo, you know, 12 champions deep on top lane? And maybe he will really have a lot of stuff that I'm just not thinking of. But I do think that's a big concern, because like I know Inspired and Bwipo and these guys are going to have those champions that they're going to be really, really comfortable with. And I'm less confident for Loki and Thanatos, who don't have as much experience in Pro Play, haven't played for, you know, years and years and years and years, where they've built up like that kind of repertoire. So that's been one of my concerns, and that remains one of my concerns for C9.
Well, one of the things I was gonna bring up as being really important this time around too, that needs to be different from the last time, is even in game number 1, FlyQuest just rinsed them in draft. Remember, it was a really creative, like they had early Rumble pick, and then they flexed the Rumble down to support, and they picked Bwipo's counter pick Volley Bear into the Mbessa, and then they had the Nefiri plus Annie mid jungle, which is so good for these like explosive fights. And they prepped a level 1 on top of this draft with the swap, where they level 1 invaded, and so Inspired got this big lead already, like engineered onto the Nefiri, and then he had a really big carry, you know, Nefiri game. Plus, they had the lane swaps counter picks in their favor that worked out really well. And I was just like, oh my goodness, straight out of the gate, from draft into level 1 into like the execution of their in-game plan, it felt like, at least in the best of 3 series, FlyQuest had put in way more work ahead of time than Cloud9. So that's why I think your point about them being beat last time, I think it's very necessary that like this time with 2 weeks of prep, they're going to have that in their mind, and they're like, we cannot let this happen again. Remember that level 1. Remember all the, you know, their tricks in draft in the very beginning. So I think that will be forefront in Cloud9's minds. The question is, will they actually be able to do anything about it? Will they have some good level 1s this time around? Will they have a really good, you know, like first draft? Not even to mention when we get deep into Fearless for them. I think the chances are likely that they will, at the very least, have put a ton more work this time into at least the preparation for game number 1. So as far as like this lens that we're taking of what do Cloud9 have to do differently versus FlyQuest to actually beat them, since everyone thinks FlyQuest is favored, I think they are going to have to way more embrace being creative and coming up with these like special level 1 plans, or like what are we going to do versus FlyQuest level 1, and have that next level.
And I think it's really interesting too, because even just beyond that, and like how are you going to play in game, and where are you going to focus your time on the map and all this stuff? Because Bwipo, I interviewed him before their best of 3, and even before the games, he was like, "Yeah, my job is literally just to neutralize Thanatos. Like that's like what I'm coming in with as the goal today." And he's like, "That's what I'm going to focus on." And so I feel like that clearly worked for them last time. I think he's going to come into this with the exact same mindset of, all right, keep Thanatos, in an uncomfortable position, counterpick him, ban him into weird matchups, like put him in these spots where, he's not going to be having this huge amount of pressure in lane. And I know that from other people I speak to and from kind of what I see in game, it's like Loki and Sven and Vulcan and Blabber, like all these guys are really smart, but their mid and bot aren't usually like dominating the 1v1s and 2v2s and stuff like that. They usually just play smart. They play on good timings. They team fight really well. Like they just play the game well, but they're not this like big, massive amount of pressure on the map. And people feel like Thanatos is that. So it'll be interesting to see how Cloud9 tries to adjust. If Thanatos just is going to come in with different champions that he feels he can like make those kind of advantages and create pressure on the map with anyway, or if they're going to rely more on like Loki and Sven to be kind of the carries that can actually like get them push and get them pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was predicting, it feels weird to not predict FlyQuest because they've looked so good, obviously. But I don't know. I think I would go with C9. Just obviously being part of C9, I'm just super biased. But also, I feel like when we saw FlyQuest after Bwipo got his like Player of the Week against Shopify that one week, they looked a lot worse than normal, and I feel like FlyQuest right now they're riding too high. I think they're gonna lack that fire.
You're feeling the crash.
Yeah, I think they're due for a loss because they got like all first team Kia All Pro, like 5 people, and Spire just got MVP. They beat Cloud9, like they're riding way too high. So I think the universe is going to have to check them here.
Inspired did say both the other times he won MVP, he lost the split.
That's very funny.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's going to happen.
That's totally fair to feel the upset. I'm going to still go FlyQuest for sure. I think that...
How bold of you.
I think they'll be able to keep it under wraps. And like, it's just that, so...
Especially because only one team goes to MSI. It's actually like, this is your big competitor.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, you're saying.
Yeah.
So that'll keep them focused.
Yeah.
Like they won't get complacent.
I would think so. Because if you're like, we just have to get top 2 to get to MSI, I feel like both these teams would be very confident. But the fact that you have to win the whole split.
Yeah.
This is still upper bracket, right? So neither team's eliminated. So they could meet again
of course.
after this. Okay.
I think there's probably a pretty good chance, being honest.
Yeah.
I feel like these two teams have looked better than the other.
Yeah, they're not going to be hungry enough in the upper bracket. There's no way. They can't pull it out.
Cloud9 are starving though. I don't. It's just because also with it being a best of 5 this time around, like you're saying, there's also more. If Cloud9, I'm going to credit Cloud9 and say that they are going to have at least one really good, like hard prepped, big change this time around. And so I do think it's going to go. I'm going to go 5 games. I think that even seeing that, because it is a best of 5, FlyQuest will be able to drop that game to whatever Cloud9 came up with, and then still be able to recover in the series overall using Fearless and going deeper. Just because so many players also always still credit FlyQuest with kind of like actually both of you have mentioned with being able to adapt very quickly, whether it is to a new patch, whether it is within a best of 5 to like changing win conditions or playing very different strategies. They've been able to execute, split push. They've been able to execute straight up team fight. So I do think it's just really hard to predict against them in a full best of 5, plus with the evidence of the previous best of 3 that they had. But for Cloud9, since we're taking this lens of like the underdog and how can they do it, I think they do need to play into making Inspired feel more uncomfortable, like playing off of Blabber's strength of wanting to do a lot of skirmishes I think they should like draft strong, mid jungle, strong skirmishing, and try and turn it into like their style of game, even if they are being kind of standard, how everyone shows them to be, and going from objective to objective after that. If they draft in that favor to that strength, maybe that is their road to actually winning the best of 5 versus FlyQuest.
And I also don't think we should be like too overreactive to the one best of 3. Yeah, FlyQuest slammed them. Yeah, like I think that FlyQuest is favored, but I don't think it's some like massive thing. And I mean, if you want to look at the last best of 5s that they played, FlyQuest is actually a lot closer, I felt like, to losing to Shopify than C9 was to TL. I felt like that was a more one-sided series, right?
Yeah.
So I do think that it should be a pretty close series. I'm still gonna like believe that, even though the last best of 3, I think, obviously was an absolute stomp. I just feel like C9 played really poorly that day and got super gapped in draft, and I don't feel like
I agree. Huge fluke.
I don't feel like you can expect both those to happen.
Huge fluke.
But I'm still on FlyQuest side. I am praying for like, please give us the 5-game banger. It would just be so much fun to watch both these teams really performing their best and actually get our first 5-game fearless draft.
So some more fuel for these arguments though is we go back. That was 2 games in Cloud9's favor, of course. They won the best of 3, but then also the single game in this split, Cloud9 won. So that's already 1 game back in their favor. And then the previous time they played back in split 1,
2-1.
Cloud9 also won. So
it's 3-3 on the year.
Perfect. We're dead even. It's literally 50-50. Has to go 5 games.
Guaranteed.
Has to be a banger
There you go.
weekend for LTA.
Perfect. It's guaranteed. And it's going to be really exciting. I'm looking forward to this weekend. I do think we are going to be, fingers crossed, into the competitive matchups. Please no more 3-0s.
I think both series have could go 5. Like this weekend, I think is definitely going to be our best weekend.
This is going to be the weekend for sure, guys. For sure this time. But thank you for watching the dive driven by Kia. Thanks again to Inspire for joining us earlier, and congratulations to him for winning the Kia MVP award. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of the dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and everywhere else. The LTA returns Saturday, June 7th at 1 p.m. PST as FlyQuest takes on Cloud9 for the American Final. See you there.
You're like a higher pitched Captain Flowers. That was good.
I go lower pitch.
Welcome back to the LTA North. We got Licorice today. We got Fly versus C9. We got upper bracket final in the playoffs. But before we get into things, we have to give our congratulations to the first North American player to qualify for MSI. Jojo!
That man right there!
All right, let's go!
The eagle is giving me flashbacks to that giant metal eagle that we had to run around 2022 World.
I mean, North America, I mean, it makes sense how they'd want to rely on a North American import to beat KC.
Of course,
because it works so well at first stand.
It does.
Yeah, Jan already did it in, you know, best of series, and now we got JoJo.
I just noticed that the moose and the eagle were both wearing Crocs.
That's nice, actually.
Shout out to our graphics team for that detail.
They should put all the decal too that he has on that thing.
So I'm looking forward to seeing JoJo at MSI.
That'll be fun.
In Vancouver, that'll be really cool.
Show us a Cassidon.
2 more series if these teams want to go to MSI. So FlyQuest, they've arrived in the studio. They win this, then that would qualify from the finals. They'd win that, then they would make it to MSI. Same would be true for Cloud9 as they arrive.
What's in that
They're
thing?
not in a rush.
I just want to see the clown car that's inside. How many people are getting out of there?
I mean, hopefully the whole team. Well, there's a car behind him too.
Oh, there is. That is
Very suspicious.
That is the personal Escalade.
That's the C9 muscle, just in case someone messes with their car.
Wait a minute.
That's FlyQuest. That's FlyQuest.
That's FlyQuest.
Interesting note. Look at the sky.
Yes.
It's mostly cloudy today in Santa Monica. And our great statistician has confirmed that C9 is the best North American team on mostly cloudy days with a 69.6% win rate. All-time LCS LTA North stat.
How are they on sunny days? It was supposed to get sunny today.
Well, currently it's cloudy. They're also very good on sunny days.
Get on the stats, man.
I don't get the stats, but we know mostly cloudy. Here's the bracket.
I think they just have a really good win rate. But as you said, FlyQuest taking on C9, and then tomorrow TL will take on Shopify in our elimination match.
We got a big day. Well, a big weekend. We're going to figure out who's going to be on the finals weekend. That's already fun enough for me.
Yeah. Licorice, who's going to win the whole split right now?
Right now.
Right now?
10 seconds.
C9.
Whoa! Okay, well, I mean, that means...
It's a little bit spoilery for prediction.
I made them.
I
put them on the spot.
I mean, I have to, you know.
Spice things up a little bit. So it's a rematch, though, from the last game of the regular season when FlyQuest made it look not even close. In terms of, like, kill to death ratio, it was 36 kills to 4 in this series. This is one of the most one-sided series we've ever seen.
Yeah, I know that it was almost like I know K-Drill talks about like the 20K gold lead, and it was like really close to the 20K gold lead at the end of game 2. So that was like a really rough day.
What is the 20K gold lead?
Well, it's like never happened before that a team's been up 20K gold. Or was it 10? No, I think it's 20.
Yeah,
I think it's 20.
Yeah.
It's like impossible.
Yes.
And no one's ever quite broken that, but it was like
they were
really,
super close.
Yeah,
right
like
here.
18.
Has really. It had bigger implications than just this series. The all-pro voting ended up being wildly in favor of FlyQuest, even though they were both 12-2 coming into the series. But we're going to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
Historically, and Licorice, you've been a part of this. C9 versus FlyQuest. Since the FlyQuest merger, they're even. These organizations are actually even. 12 games to 12, 4 series to 4. Technically, Cloud9 will be ahead in titles because they've won 2 to FlyQuest 1. But even within this year, if you looked at games, it's 3 games to 3. So maybe it's closer than it seems.
I mean, I certainly think so. I feel like I feel like the community perception is that like FlyQuest is a way stronger team, but I think in terms of strength, they're actually really close. And so we'll just have to wait and see how the series goes.
I think they're closer than people think, but I do want to zoom in on one of the things that I think is a FlyQuest like specific strength that we've seen that C9 are going to have to adapt to. So I'm going to return to this giant draft board over here. Thank you, Jet.
They ran away without us.
Yep.
Look, it used to be it used to be small, and now it's like really large because FlyQuest play a lot of champions. And the thing I wanted to point out with this is not just that like, oh, you have, as we've already covered, like Dwippo with a whole bunch of really interesting counter picks on the top side. We talked about how bot lane was going to open up, and we've definitely seen that, especially out of Masu. The big thing to me is not just that they have a plethora of picks that every single one of their players can pull out. I know Inspired has more picks than this, it's just they haven't even really needed to flex him onto anything like super weird. So I think the big thing for me is how in a lot of like fearless drafts, when we get to the 4-5, sometimes you end up with a 1-2-3 that's great, and then the 4-5 you like lose the plot pretty quickly or like belongs to a different draft. So like, let's say I'm drafting for FlyQuest, right? So I'm gonna go like Rumble, and then the Fury, and then Annie. It's a good start, right? Like, we got a good start. A little AP heavy, but you know, like, yeah. But then, we're actually gonna go Volibear, which means that Rumble is gonna be in the bot lane. And then we're gonna pick, where is he? Jhin. This was actually the draft against C9, where they used the flex picks. They also prepped a really good level 1 for this draft. But my thing with FlyQuest is that their drafts are really cohesive for the players they have, right? Yeah. And they use flex picks very, very well.
And the thing that I think is interesting as we hopefully get multiple games is you lose a lot of champions. I'm just going to randomly remove like 5 champions.
Why are you doing that? I have to
I'm just getting rid of a bunch of champions, right?
You're making a mess.
I am. And this is what happens late in Fearless. You just have a mess of champions.
That took me so long to put together.
But hold on, I've removed so many.
You're cleaning that up after.
But listen, even after you just created chaos in a series, you could still take a very strong team comp. You could say, okay, Renekton, Ivern, Azir.
Well, that's the classic.
And then you could still have like an MF Alistair, an Ezreal Alistair, Braum Alistair, or Braum Ezreal, and have like a very good team comp after basically yeeting the entire board. Because it's one thing to play a lot of champions, it's another thing to play a lot of champions all of different themes. Because they play tanks and carries and split pushes in the top lane. And they play enchanters and roamers and tanks all in the support positions. So almost no matter how starved they get, they can still create cohesive, flexible team compositions. I'll pick this up later.
Okay. All right. I'll challenge you to that.
Just leave it on
I'll challenge you to that. And it's nice that we have you here, Licorice, because something that is the biggest threat to dealing with a FlyQuest in terms of their champion pool, he's going straight to it. Maybe you're cleaning it up too.
I'm cleaning it up.
Okay.
I'm getting this out of the way.
You got it?
The biggest thing to them is their top lane counter pick rate. Like Whippo has the highest counter pick rate of any top laner, of course, regular season and playoffs combined. And the biggest thing for him is, like you mentioned, the Volibear being picked with the Rumble being flex bot, but it's also like the Swain, the Vladimir, the like constant picks that you'll be seeing, the Yorick that he picked up and then suddenly cast. Like, I mean, everyone's been playing it, but just in general, he is going to pick something that you probably don't have a lot of experience playing. And you've done that where you've gone like Aurora top, Nefiri top. Like, it is probably the worst thing if you're playing on stage and you have to deal with a player like that.
Yeah, no, it makes it really hard when you don't know how the matchup goes and like you don't really want to mess around and find out. Because like if you're like, oh, I think I could win this trade, and then you lose, and then you die, and then you like lose the game, it's like, well, that sucks. You know?
Let's pull up the C9 champion pool as well. Because we've seen the entire FlyQuest champion pool. My one smaller criticism towards the C9 champion pool is that the champions they play well, they play a lot of. So we haven't seen pretty much any series go deep, but I do wonder how well C9 would do in a series that goes deep, because I look at Thanatos, who's dominated most people in top lane, but that's mostly been on Gnar, Ambessa, Gwen, and we know his Renekton is incredible. But those 4 champions could be gone within the first 2 games of a Fearless series.
Yeah, I mean, they could be gone, but I think the thing about playing against Whippo is that he's probably going to pick something weird. So I feel like the chances are that Thanatos might be able to just go through his prio list from like his first best top laner to his 5th. And then that's like 5 games of top lane.
And then Thanatos can just pick
because he's playing against like Sett and Volibear and Yorick and like, you know. So then like Whippo is not actually like taking away the shared champion pool.
Yeah.
So if it plays out that way, then he's just going to get to play whatever he wants anyways. So I think like they'll both be happy.
Yeah. This is a very exciting series. We still have 18 more minutes to talk about it, but I want to talk a little bit differently about failed expectations for Cloud9.
Okay.
And I see this conversation happen online, so I wanted to look into the stats of like, this team, I've had a feeling they've been really strong, but they haven't been deep in playoffs for a while. So are they playoff chokers? The last 2 years, their regular season has been the same or better than where they've ended in the playoffs. So starting from the bottom up, 2023 summer, 1st to 2nd, 3rd to 3rd, 2nd to 4th, and 2nd to 3rd and 4th. This playoffs, they're going in as 2nd. So they'd have to do better than their regular season to finish in order to win. And I guess I just want to start the conversation off. Do you think there's anything to this? Is it just random chance? Or is it some type of, they are very good in best of ones or shorter series, but as soon as the game slows down, the series is slowed down, that they fall short?
I was going to ask you if you were sourcing your questions from Reddit again. But,
I could.
I think the big thing for me over the past few years has been they have really good players, right? Like consistently C9 end up on all pro lists. I feel like they put together really, really good rosters. But some of these rosters have not necessarily clicked to take it to the next level, which is why I actually really love the roster they've put together now. If you talk to the players about their impetus behind building this specific roster, how Blabber and Loki have learned to communicate and kind of just go all in together on a lot of plays. Like, I've really liked a lot of the discussion that C9 themselves have had. And I think if this team is going to succeed and be our MSI team, it's going to be because not only have they picked good players, but because this roster seems to work really well together.
I think they do work fairly well together. I'd say my biggest criticism of C9 and why I think they've fallen a bit short in the past couple years is they have such good players and laners, but the overall vision of how they win the game happens because they have a gold lead, and then when they're up against stronger teams in playoffs, they're not generating the same gold leads and they fall a little flat. Like, they don't pull off great tower dives, they don't have extremely diverse team compositions. They just pick the Gnar and the Maokai and the Azir and they just beat you in lane, and therefore you lose because of the wallets.
Yeah, I think that has been the case in the past for sure. The reason why I say in the past is because, for instance, yes, when they went up against 100 Thieves and they couldn't get the third place, and a lot of that was based off of them being able to garner leads, but then the teams that were suffering in lane definitely was able to play team fights much better. And in that case, it was 100 Thieves that were able to take them on when they had a lot more games during the playoffs. That happened, and I think it's not the case this time around just because I think their team fighting has gotten so much better. So that's where I take the challenge, and I think this time is different.
This will be very interesting. Here's some shots of when current MSI participant Jojo Pune was on the team. Unfortunately, also last place LCK AD Carry Berserker was on the team. But aside from that, earlier this week, Inspired, he won his second MVP. But before that announcement, he did go on a drive with Mithy. Let's take a look at that.
Ready?
Yeah, of course.
What's up? It's Mithy and Inspired here from FlyQuest, and we're headed to our weekly football game. But, we're both American now, so we call it soccer.
Let's go.
So how does soccer help you? What does that day mean to you?
Just nice. Very refreshing to get out of your PC and play some football.
You become Lewandowski for one day?
I can accomplish my childhood dream for 1 hour. I'm very flexible. I can play what the team needs.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yes,
I don't think so. He's a striker, old school striker.
No, I'm
old
not.
school.
Yeah, I like to play behind with back turned into the goal because I like to assist a lot. I actually don't enjoy scoring that much, but throwing that perfect ball for my teammate to just score the goal, it's the best feeling.
That's cap.
No, it's not cap. Doesn't matter what game we play, we treat it very seriously. Even if it's a for fun soccer game, we treat it as the LTA final. I think we are just very competitive like that.
Kia MVP award. Why should you get it? Talk to me about it.
Honestly, I think MVP is someone that should be hard to replace.
Yeah.
I don't really see anyone that would be able to play the way I play, even though sometimes maybe it's not the best, sometimes it is the best, but it seems to work, especially this split, so I think I could be a good contender for the award.
One of your best qualities is how cutthroat and outspoken you are when you want something different. We all look up to you, and you make our lives very easy as coaches. When stuff goes down in the team, sometimes we just have to sit back in our chairs and let you start calling people out.
I treat the game like everyone needs to be on the same page in order to win, and I just hate it when someone is not following the plan. So I'm not really thinking to myself that I want to be a leader, but I just am because I just want people to play together.
So you radiate this confidence about you, and to be fair, you won 2 MVPs already. Where do you get that confidence from?
Honestly, I just view myself as the best player in the league since, I mean, I'm already committing my whole life, like all my time to play this game. I think any player I face, I can easily see myself being better than them, or even if I lose against them, I know that I can be better than them and I can beat them. So yeah, I just think it just comes with experience and with the knowledge I'm getting. I just feel like people are not on my level.
There's a lot of work you guys put in. I don't think people realize how exhausting it can be.
So I think our whole life is just all about playing league, all about getting better as a team and competing. I live here, far away from home, far away from family, from everyone. I think it's already like a big task on its own.
It's a lot of sacrifice.
And yeah, I think you don't even have to count hours. I think we are basically living with League of Legends here, and we are doing everything in all our free time to improve. So winning Kia MVP would just confirm to me that the work I'm putting in is actually paying off. I'm trying my best and trying to be the best player in the league, and if people can actually see it from the outside, I think it will just say that the stuff that I'm doing is working.
I guess your ego is not as high in football as it is in league. I do think you believe you can do everything in football as well.
Yeah. I believe, but like I know my limits.
You see them, you feel them, right?
I can feel the limits. Yeah.
Okay, Casper. Okay, that's MVP right there.
Really no goalkeeper.
Really well deserved. I mean, there's also no traffic. I don't know when they went there. That's incredible.
Empty field instead of Monaco.
Amazing. I mean, really well deserved MVP for Inspired. I feel like very close to unanimous. We do also need to clarify something, though. So after the release of the ballots, there was a mistake found in the formula calculating some of the votes for MVP, affecting the results of the top three. So it wasn't Inspired Bwipo Busio. It's actually Inspired Bwipo Thanatos, who was far ahead of Busio in terms of third place for MVP. I think that would actually change the conversation that ended up happening, which is about how Thanatos should have at least been in the top three.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone was arguing that it should have been ahead of Inspired. So I just take a second to, re-congratulate Inspired on that well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, that makes sense within that context. I was, at least the way the voting has gone, because like you have to choose your three prospects, right?
Yeah.
First, second, and third. For me, I had Sven for the C9 part because I usually at least think of it as you have to be the best in your field. And I thought that Sven was the first team All-Pro AD carry.
Sure.
I thought the difference between him and second and third was actually pretty good, and he had a great split. But anyways, I thought the conversation around Thanatos is real.
Yeah.
Thanatos has had a very, very, very good split individually.
And Licorice, I want to get your thoughts a little bit on the All-Pro conversation in general, because I know the All-Pro was announced last week, where the entire first team was all FlyQuest, and then almost the entire second team was C9, aside from Quid jumping into second team and Loki going to third team. Is that something that you feel like the best teams pay attention to? Will it anger them? Will it make them complacent? How do you feel like this is going to impact the series?
I don't know that it's going to impact the series. I feel like it's just something that, it happens. Like the last few weeks of the season are weighted really heavily. So as soon as FlyQuest beats C9, then it's FlyQuest is going to be most of first team All-Pro. And in this case, they were all of it. And then, but it doesn't really matter. I feel like for me, you go into playoffs and then whoever wins playoffs wins. They're not going to be oh, but I was first team All-Pro, and you might have won playoffs and gone to MSI.
Do you think there's some motivation from C9 though? I just feel like if they're as good as they are, and they're okay, there's no way that FlyQuest has the 5 best players in the league. That's how, if I'm coaching C9, that's how I'm trying to motivate them. Really? Does that not anger you a little bit?
Actually, I'm gonna turn it on you because you got first team All-Pro when you were on Golden Guardians. That had to have felt great.
Yeah, I mean,
ego boost. Yeah. Wait a second.
I mean, it feels really good, but I'm just saying especially for the players that have been around longer, I think they're gonna be oh yeah, I was second team All-Pro, whatever.
Sure.
And maybe for some of the newer players like Thanatos, maybe Thanatos is super hungry to be first team All-Pro. He thinks he's better than Bwipo, and today he's gonna come out and try to prove it. So hopefully that is good for them. But I feel the players that have been around longer, you've been around so many votes, and it's just
interesting.
Yeah.
For first team All-Pro top, this has been the biggest discussion. I'm the only Thanatos #1 voter here, I think. I was going to ask Licorice really quick, who is more difficult to play against, or who would you put in first? I forget whether you had your team's ballot or not.
I think I didn't have my team's ballot.
It was Saint, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would I mean, Bwipo's just really hard to play against. Like, it's like Thanatos is like a really solid, really consistent player. He's going to get a CS lead. He's going to be winning lane. He's going to like do well in team fights, but Bwipo is just like hard to play against because he just does weird things. Like, it's just like, you play against other players and it's not, it's just like playing against Bwipo is like totally different, whereas Thanatos is just like a better version of like an LTA top.
I am curious to come back to this conversation because right now we have Kobe standing by with Thanatos on stage for an interview.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Now, Thanatos, I gotta be honest, you guys got clapped last time you played FlyQuest. What are you gonna do as a team to make sure that this series is different from your best of 3?
Actually, we got feasted that time, but after that week, we improved a lot. We got feasted in Scream versus FlyQuest again, but we learned from that, so we are so back now. We are feasting them today. Don't worry, guys.
All right, there you go. From the fisted to the fisters. You are playing versus Bwipo, and it's actually fairly contentious. I personally voted for you for First Team All-Pro, but Bwipo won First Team All-Pro over you. As far as the individual matchup, there's a lot of talk about his champion pool, and he himself said that his job in the series when they play you is to just neutralize you. What is your job when you play against Bwipo?
I actually agree that he got first team this series, but I think we will see today who is the first top laner today. That's all my job.
All right, there you go. There's the word from Thanatos. Send it back to the lounge.
Woo, Thanatos!
Yeah. You gotta fight.
I know.
Doing something with it.
Really, really fun interview. I have my like little Thanatos defense board, which no one's gonna be able to read because no one reads cursive anymore. But basically, here are some of the reasons why, or a few facts that I wanted to bring up about his performance. His consistency, I actually really like that you said that, Licorice, because that's like most of my argument is kind of eye test and consistency, right? Like, I thought he was the more consistent top laner. His laning, as we already knew, even when he was having struggles previously, has always been incredibly good. But now he is really good in team fights. He is really good at syncing up with his team. He has the lowest of all tops in death percentage, which I thought was also really interesting. And he's never someone who I think of as a KDA player, right? He's not afraid to get into fights. If anything, previously when he was having trouble, it was because he was a little too hungry to get into fights. But yeah, I just thought he was really, really solid in all aspects of the game. Super, super consistent.
Yeah, and for me, when I look at Thanatos versus Bwipo, I feel like if we talk about ballots, I think it's justifiable to vote either player. It just depends on what your value system is. And for me, Thanatos as an individual might be the best individual top laner in the league because of his proficiency on the champions that he's mastered. Yeah. But I'd say with Bwipo, the difference with these two players is that Bwipo is so in tune with the game plan of his own team and with the uniqueness that he brings in terms of what you need to prep for when they're an opponent, which to me put him a little bit over Thanatos. But I actually do feel like today, I don't know who's going to win that matchup, whether it's going to be Bwipo's quirky picks and ability to play with his team and be very vocal, or Thanatos' like raw ability as a strong top laner.
Yeah, and even if I just like, because top lane, you can go on forever about that one, because even off the individual level of play, I thought Bwipo's had such a great split. That's why I had him as first team. Actually, Saint not only voted him as the #1 top laner, but Saint had him as the MVP. Like, he voted him as an MVP in the league, and then had Inspired second. So it's like, that is honestly a great conversation to see, like, because of how close they are, and that is a highlight matchup. For me, what was interesting when it came to the All-Pro voting was the fact that, yes, FlyQuest they swept the board on first team All-Pro.
Yes.
C9 almost swept the board on second team All-Pro.
Right.
And the one person that was left off was Loki in third team All-Pro. And if you talk to the players and just people in general in the league, you get vastly different answers about them overall.
Yeah, and I loved this conversation because essentially they both had the same reason for ranking him best or worst. It was that he does his job.
Yeah.
And whether or not you feel like his job is hard or easy dictated where you put him, because everyone agrees that this guy is very good at mid lane. It's just C9 doesn't ask that much of him in terms of their ways to win.
And there's a lot to talk about this, but I hear we have a clip from FlyQuest, so let's take a listen in from this one.
Oppa Gangnam Style. Hey,
sexy lady. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oppa Gangnam Style.
Bro, the reach that song had is like unrepeatable. And he had made an iconic dance. It's just, I mean, he was completely smurfing. Too meta.
Oppa Gangnam Style.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, production.
So there's the wild card team.
Yeah.
What are you guys saying?
Oh,
we have to talk predictions right now. I think this is going to be a bit of a weird prediction because I know what my prediction is and I know what Licorice's prediction is. Most people would predict C9. Or sorry, FlyQuest.
Yeah,
most people would predict FlyQuest. But this desk actually ends up being split. So let's go with the FlyQuest first.
Okay.
Emily Raz?
Okay, I'll just start by saying the last time they faced off, it was very clear that FlyQuest was better. Even though it will be a closer series, I think FlyQuest is just a better team fighting team. They're a lot more creative in the draft. It goes to game 5, they have a lot more in the bag.
Mine has to do with the drafting stuff I pointed out before, but then also it's not just cohesion in draft, but like cohesion as a team. We talked about how Bwipo is a top laner who really understands like the way his team wants to play and brings that as a facet of FlyQuest's overall gameplay. And I think that's a microcosm for the team as a whole.
For me, I think the C9 victory is just going to ride on Thanatos and in the top lane because I feel like FlyQuest plays so heavily around Bwipo, and Bwipo is kind of like the one that they play around. So if Thanatos is able to like do a good job in top lane, and especially if the top lane picks work out in a way that he just gets to play comfort, then I think C9 will be able to take the win.
I have a slightly different reason for why I'm predicting C9, and I think you'll be able to relate to this, Licorice. If you think back to when 2020 C9 was super dominant, you totally dominated spring, you dominated most of summer, and then you ended up finishing 4th. I feel like what's happened with FlyQuest here is things have been so easy for them in this split 2. They've dominated everyone. We know last week they were at least 10-0 against Shopify in scrims, but for FlyQuest, they have had everything work for them. So I feel like it's hard for them to know what is actually good when they're up against a top opponent, because I don't feel like they've been able to get any scrims against C9 in the last 2 weeks, knowing that this matchup was coming. So if they haven't been pushed, I don't necessarily feel like they're going to be able to know good from bad in terms of the meta, and that can lead to struggle when you're that far ahead of other teams. So I feel like because C9 is actually so good individually, they can take advantage of FlyQuest's kind of complacency, but it's partially just, you know, the spoils of being so good, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. I mean, I think like for C9, like they're probably just playing standard meta for the 2 weeks anyway, so they're just going to go on and play standard, and then, you know, who knows what FlyQuest has been cooking up the last 2 weeks and we're going to see on stage today. So I buy it.
Okay.
You know what time it is, Licorice? I want you to read what's on the prompter right now.
Start the game.
Start the game! Start the game!
Welcome back to the LTA. It's the upper bracket finals today at the Riot Games Arena, and our 2 best teams are gearing up for a battle for a guaranteed spot in the Split 2 finals next weekend. FlyQuest has had a dominant split so far with their deep champion pools, giving them the edge in fearless play, as the whole roster secured first team All-Pro, and Inspired was voted MVP. C9 has been their toughest competition though, with the head-to-head between the two being dead even over the past few years. Will FlyQuest prove they're worthy of all these praises and continue their winning ways? Or have C9 figured out the key to taking down the top dogs? The LTA starts right now. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael for this one. Not a single one of our analysts predicted a 3-0. Hell, 3 out of 4 of them predicted a full best of 5, and I'm hoping they're right.
Definitely agree with you, Flowers. We need that full 5-game series. This one, I'm going to say, will deliver because these two teams so hyped up. Despite last matchup between the two teams, you'll remember it was a best of 3, and it was a record-setting best of 3 in FlyQuest's favor, where they were able to get the fastest LTA 2-0 record over Cloud9. But throughout the year, if we count up the individual games, it is even tied 3-3 for this year. So very excited to see how Cloud9 will bounce back with a lot of the extra prep time leading into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm not going to read too much into that series. FlyQuest definitely dominated C9, but like you're saying, you know, in the positioning phase, it was C9 that won last split. It was C9 that won in the best of 3 as well. And first pick for the series going to be the Varus. Not a massive surprise at all.
And let's remember, too, the beginning of the last series that these two teams played, FlyQuest came in cooking. They were the ones where they early picked the Rumble, then they flexed the Rumble down to support, then they had the level 1 plan to get Inspired ahead, and they were able to do that. So let's see. Some split push already opening up here. Rise for split push and Pantheon for the global. Nice 1-2 from Cloud9.
Absolutely, and I kind of want to track, you know, how FlyQuest is going to play around top lane because there's a lot of talk about Thanatos versus Bwipo. Last time we had this series, I got to actually interview Bwipo before the series, and he was saying, basically, my whole job is just to neutralize Thanatos. He was seeing Thanatos as the only real win condition for Cloud9, so he said, you know what, my job is to just shut him down.
And I mean, that's a similar story to what Licorice was talking about on the lounge, right? He's saying if C9 is going to win this, it's using Thanatos and it's shutting down the Bwipo win con since FlyQuest want to play around him. But let's see what we've got here as FlyQuest lock in that Cassiopeia for quad. This is a quad special, very often banned against him, and the Alistar for Busio.
Exactly, and it does make me wonder, you know, is there a chance of flexing this away from the Cassio? Because it is not only a quad special, but it's also, you know, that old school counter pick into the Rise. So you're giving someone his ultimate comfort champ who gets banned against him all the time, even though it's not meta, and you're giving it to him in a matchup that is very favorable for him. It feels almost too obvious, so it does make me wonder, you know, if Thanatos maybe is going to take that Rise and they're going to do something different like that to try to, you know, surprise them a bit.
I love all the memes that the fans can make signs for and get in on this rivalry too, but I completely agree. With
don't hide that, be proud.
with the Senna lock in here, you're getting another global ultimate from Cloud9, so they are tripling down on this strategy already. It also does mean that your early lane phase is going to be a bit weak though. Senna pretty weak early on, has to scale up with the souls, and you're playing into a Varus.
I'm expecting to see Nautilus banned is the #1 pairing definitely with that Senna unless they really want to cook. And the more that they're showing this early 3, I am thinking it's not going to be anything surprising with the Rise. I think it is just going to be a 5th pick, potential counter pick here in top lane for Thanatos. You know, give him something that can split push, give him something that can really take advantage of that side lane pressure that they're going to be putting on here. You have the Pantheon ult, you have that Senna ult for the 1v1s. I'd really love to see them give Thanatos something a bit spicy in that 1v1.
Well, we will go ahead and see some melee fighters taken off the table here with Renekton and Trundle removed by C9 in the second half of the ban phase. Rumble is the 4th ban for FlyQuest, and their final ban of this draft will be the Bard, focusing towards Vulcan on that one.
Yeah, they're like, okay, so if Vulcan, who already is really good on Bard, also gets a roaming champ in a game where you 1, 2, 3 picks split push champs.
Yorick.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 picks split push map wide play. Like Cloud9 are gonna make this map as wide as possible.
I just think Yorick blind is always so risky. There's a lot of good answers into it. You know, even if you don't want to go something that's split pushy as well, like you obviously have things like Camille, like Fiora, like Aurelia, but Cho'Gath is great, Sion is great. There's a lot of really strong answers that it's kind of crazy to me to, you know, be putting all this emphasis towards split push, and then you're just going to blind Yorick for that. And so it is going to be Cho. Cho'Gath can literally one-shot feast the Maiden at level 6 when you summon it. And it is an over 2-minute cooldown. So it is really tough. Like, you pop the Maiden out, that is so much of your power, he just feasts that, instantly gets a stack, and it's dead.
And I would have to say, because I 100% agree, this 5th pick better be a banger, because they didn't have to blind pick this.
No.
They are red side. they could red side 5 pick if they wanted to, and they're leaving it for surprise. Let's
LS
see.
in the house here.
LS joining us for the co-stream across the studio there, as we do have the Xin Zhao locked in here for FlyQuest. Final pick of their draft is their jungler, and it's a pretty standard deal. As C9, we still got to see what is locked in for that support position for Vulcan.
If it's Nautilus, it's just like the most obvious pairing with Senna. You know, I called it out even as soon as they pick Senna on 3. That is the most common pairing there. And it's looking like they've been sitting on it for a long time. Okay, so it's Rel, but nothing that's going to really like warp the game whatsoever. It's just an engaged champion, so I don't get why you blinded Yorick there at all, unless they were worried that Whippo was going to blind it and take it away. But like,
also, to make it even funnier, it's into an Alistar, which is usually the counter to Rel anyway, and so you're
they'll never expect me to counterpick myself on 5.
Am I counterpicking myself on red 5 here in order to blind pick? Okay. Anyways, we'll see how it plays out, boys.
I like FlyQuest draft way more. I feel like they're on blue side and they have counterpick in both the solo lanes and the support role.
Okay, so what I'm picking up here is you guys are saying FlyQuest won the draft.
I feel like FlyQuest hard won the draft. I mean, I do think that you obviously have a lot of power to play through side lanes, and you know the draft is not going to guarantee the win by any means. If Blabber can get these solo lanes ahead, then advantages in those 1v1s don't necessarily matter, and maybe you can really take over in the side lanes, get that pressure rolling. But I think if they don't get the pressure rolling early here for the Rise or for that Yorick, I think they really are going to struggle later on into the game.
Yeah, I will say the cohesive plan is very clearly for Cloud9.
Split push.
We are going to split push from
that
the
fails. Split push some more.
Yeah, from the first pick of the draft all the way through here. So they are going to hard commit to this, and we'll see. Especially like you're saying, if Blabber does get ahead, you know, Pantheon definitely can snowball. The point and click stun is very good for a lot of skirmishes, particularly towards the top side of the map, maybe. And then he gets to use his ultimate to move around. Maybe Cloud9 can draw this map out.
And Cho'Gath is super easy to gank. This champion is so slow, has no dashes. It is very easy to gank. It is very easy to get that setup, you know, with the Yorick cage. So I do think there really are opportunities for them to try to punish Bwipo here early. And if you can put the Cho'Gath down early, this champion can become really worthless. He's going to just become food. But if you don't, he's going to sustain off the ghouls. He can kill them very easily with all his abilities being AoE. He just gets extra HP and mana back constantly from killing off these ghouls. He's going to be feasting the Maiden every time that thing is summoned up.
Yeah.
It's tough for Yorick.
I mean, it's just the nature of Cho'Gath kind of being, he is very much a Season 1 type of champion, right? Yep. Like, if he doesn't have access to the wave, all of the sustain from the character completely disappears, and that 1v1 is not going to be super pleasant. So let's see what we get here at the start of things. Doesn't look like anybody's going to go for any crazy creative level 1s here.
Yeah, they did. Cloud9, though, has so much information. So Cloud9, I do really like what they're starting out with. They got super deep wards on blue buff and on the Raptors here, and they're actually starting with a steal away for Blabber on the Raptor camp. So Inspired starting his Wolves on the opposite side, assuming he does go over to blue and Gromp right after, is going to get seen by that ward. And Cloud9 have decided we are splitting this map. They want to split it for bottom side, and the defensive ward on your red does see the Pantheon, so here comes Inspired.
Yeah, so Inspired just went Wolves, and now he's going down. He's going to get the bad news here of the Raptors are gone, and obviously we'll be able to push him out as Busio comes over, so they will be able to defend the red, which is quite nice.
Oh, but now there's already a problem. Quad just gets caught here in the river, or does he? Flashing forward for the Twin Fang. It's first blood over to FlyQuest mid laner. He sets the bait and reels it in himself.
The defensive ward on their red buff sees it all unfold, and Blabber goes down for first blood already. FlyQuest with an early lead in the game.
I mean, it was looking dicey for a moment there for Busio, you know, rather for Quad, but Busio arrives with the heal, is able to keep him alive, give him that extra HP to be able to flash forward and finish off Blabber, and that is fantastic. Now he gets a super early tier off of that kill. Here he was spotted out one more time. Inspire just quickly moves over to intercept. In comes Quad, and this is where you're thinking, all right, well, he's going to get pincered by Loki. He could be in some trouble, but because Busio had the roam, he has the summoner heal. It's enough for Quad to stay alive and go in to finish him off.
Yeah, and, you know, Blabber throws an extra couple autos into the Cassio instead of just straight booking it after stunning the Cassio. And so they do get that kill. Both flashes blown, so Usually, junglers will want revenge for stuff like that.
Yep, that's what happens to me.
Yeah, so Blabber, you know, if you're sitting in Blabber's shoes,
gameplay.
you're usually like, you know what? I'm going to go gank that, Cassio.
So this is actually predictions. We got predictions from 3 players from every single team in the league. You will note only one player outside of Cloud9 predicted Cloud9. It is Licorice. Obviously, Cloud9 members predicted themselves. But every other team, all 3 players, did predict FlyQuest to win. So very clearly from scrims, people heavily favoring them. I do think it's going to be a good series. I kind of have that feeling that's going to be a lot closer because it does feel like the pendulum has swung too far the other way. People are underestimating Cloud9.
Well, there was also very few 3-2s in those predictions. 1 or maybe 2. So a lot of players not expecting this one to go the full distance, but I gotta argue against that perspective in this one. I would love to get the full 5, really see the fearless drafts be pushed to their limit in this series for the upper bracket finals as Vulcan just takes a little bit of damage here with Busio and Masu trying to get the wave shoved in. Sven up to 11 stacks on the Senna, so everything pretty standard here. We'll check back in on that as the game goes forward at a couple of different breakpoints to see how well he's doing because he is going to need to get strong.
I mean, you can see this right here is one of the reasons that this is a pretty good matchup. You summon those ghouls, Bwipo healed off the ghouls, right? Like, you're just going to be able to sustain. Obviously, as you do scale up on the Yorick, it gets harder to kill those ghouls. It starts to take multiple hits. But because all of your damage is AoE, it's very easy to just kind of cleave it down. And is Emax kind of as expected now with some of these changes? Bwipo's just going to be going full tank. And is going to be level 6 here, you know, on the next wave after he TP's back. And that's where I'm interested to see, like, has Thanatos actually played this matchup? Does he realize that his maiden is literally one-shot if he summons it right at 6? Or is he going to hold on to it? Because sometimes players in these kind of matchups, you just don't actually use your maiden unless a gank comes or something like that to then be able to force the pressure. Plus, if you just don't summon your maiden for a long time and you just keep farming, is he just going to sit on his feast the whole time and not get feast stacks? You know, it can become this a little bit of a weird mind game. But if you haven't played the matchup and you don't know, you're going to summon that thing, and it's just going to get instantly eaten.
And so far, pre-6, Thanatos has been doing quite well in the matchup, so we'll see if that does continue. Of course, after the early jungle skirmish, both junglers just back into the full clears right after all that action. And they both have their first recalls, but they will be slightly delayed for Blabber.
Okay, so interestingly enough, I mean, no huge gold leads in this game. The biggest one actually being tied for Thanatos versus Bwipo up there in the top side, along with the support head-to-head, as once more it's Busio and Masu looking to trade with Vulcan and Sven, but not having a great time with that back and forth.
And I will say it's pretty surprising that it's actually, you know, almost no gold lead for Quad in the mid lane. He did get that kill, but he did get chunked out, right? So it did mean he had to base after. Loki has really done well in that 1v1 as a result. And there you see it, and now you don't. So I don't think Thanatos is a knower, unfortunately. I do not think he has played this matchup because
now you know.
I've played a lot of Yorick, and I've played this matchup, and you don't think that it's going to work that way, and then you realize, huh.
You summon it, and all of a sudden you're looking at the 2.5-minute cooldown on your maiden icon.
Your ultimate tooltip just says, gives Cho'Gath 1 stack of Feast.
It also makes me extra salty as a jungler because they turbo nerfed Smite. I used to be able to smite Tibbers and, you know, all the, you know, Yorick maiden and stuff like that.
You're like, I want to do that.
It would annihilate them. And now it's pitiful. Smite just barely does anything to them.
All right, Inspired moving through his own jungle here. Level 5 on the Xin Zhao is slightly behind Blabber in terms of EXP, so Cloud9's jungler not being set too far behind there with that first death that he unfortunately incurred going for the early invade on the enemy red. Thanatos left to just try to farm up, and you've already talked about how everything in Cho'Gath's kit is AoE. It pretty much guarantees that unless Blabber or Loki is making their way up here to try to do something, it's so easy for Bwipo to have priority.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup actually just gets worse for Yorick, and the fact that he early summoned and wasted the maiden like that means Feast is going to be back up immediately off cooldown, and he's just going to be able to continue feasting things off CD. Because I don't think we're going to see too much here.
Vulcan wants to keep going for it, though. Masu having to spend both summoner spells as now Blabber ready to try to flash forward to grab the kill. And there it is, the point-blank spear to seal the deal. Loki's making his way into the fight as C9 now have a 4-man squad ready to go after Bwipo as he arrives with the teleport. Bwipo caught up in the rune prison now. The chain CC is extreme, but bodyguard Busio bails him out.
That is actually so bad for Bwipo and so good for Thanatos as well, because Thanatos now gets a free push the wave. We do see quads moving up, but Yorick just blasts towers, and he does have Demolish, so he's probably going to get a plate.
It's 2 of them moving up, see if they can actually force Thanatos' flash.
All right, Quad's going to lead the way, sidesteps out of the cage. Inspired, ready to back him up here. Thanatos just trying to walk it off. Inspired saving the audacious charge. No way out of that miasma. A little bit more damage will do it, and Quad gets the kill.
And there can go right over to the Grubs after this as well for Inspired. So 2 kills now onto the Cassiopeia. And this is one of Quad's signature picks, as we mentioned in Champion Select. So getting a little bit dicey there in the aftermath. Cloud9, though, good move on the bomb side of the map. You know, good proactive Pantheon ultimate down there for a gank. They already have spread out into their split push, so they left Loki on the bottom side to push in that wave at the tower.
Yep, and you're going to see Bwipo's going back down towards bot. They have Quad TB back out towards top to cover the grub take. They will get all 3 grubs here for FlyQuest. Going to be feeling really good about that. Obviously beneficial for your team, but also important when you're playing against Yorick to just deny it from Yorick. You do not want to enable his split push even more. He is going to spend an abnormal amount of time in those side lanes.
Well, we will go ahead and get that extra little bit of plate money up there for Quad's Cassiopeia as well. Looking back over here at the mid lane, Masu and Busio both level 6. Only Sven also level 6 on the C9 side, though, as Vulcan still needs a little bit more EXP to get there. Bwipo unafraid of trading with Loki down here in this bottom side head-to-head, as the Rupture doesn't find the target, so pretty difficult for Bwipo to do anything else at that point. First Drake is still alive. No attention paid towards that one in the first 9.5 minutes.
And one of the kind of easy tells on if the Cho'Gath thinks he's actually going to have any sort of pressure or, in the 1v1 is if he's holding his feast. And right now he's not using the feast on a minion. He is going to keep that cooldown up and available to potentially look for a fight.
Ooh, Blabber finding Inspired here. The Xin Zhao has secured the Scuttle Crab already, and now Inspired's ready to try to turn this back around. A nice Rupture coming in from Bwipo. Blabber throws up the shield. He's trying to escape in time. A little bit more damage is still required, and the Feat of Warfare is going to be claimed by FlyQuest. Now Bwipo, stuck in a 1v3, will end up being an even trade.
Bwipo does get the kill, but just barely missed out on the feast stack. Took Blabber down to maybe 5% or even less health with that. So going to be a bit sad that he doesn't actually get that feast stack. Still going to be feeling pretty good about it, though.
Yeah, because the ramifications are in the minion waves that happen afterwards, and the Rise got to push bottom after the skirmish, but here's another look at how it actually happened, them going super far in on it. Blabber then puts up the shield for Pantheon. Bwipo holds his feast till it is off, tries to go for it, but just barely didn't have enough. Then he can finish it off with an auto, though, and it is a 1-4-1.
Ooh, Masu in some trouble as he gets caught up in Sven's lockdown. Blabber's there to back him up, and it's an easy pick for C9 to make it a 3-3 game.
That's Blabber's ult. As soon as it came back up, it was up before the cleanse, before the flash that he forced last time onto Masu, so just goes right for him and is able to get that first kill, and now a second just repeating onto Masu.
And getting a dragon is quite huge for them. Here's a look at the replay in the picture-in-picture and how it just happened. Nice little slow there from Sven to start it out. And they're able to lock him down. Let's take another look, though. Bwipo back up with the Maiden, and the Maiden says goodbye.
That Maiden is just lunch, man.
It's one of the dangers because Bwipo was the first player in the LTA to popularize Yorick after the rework. He was one of the first players to put a lot of time into it. And then you pick it versus him, he's got the knowledge of the counter picks to use against you.
And it's weird because I feel like people at first just weren't putting enough priority on the Yorick, but blind picking it, I feel like people are getting baited by playing against just the normal meta champs in scrims, because I think Yorick is really good against some of the most common champions in pro, but it does have a lot of counters, so it's surprising to me to see that it is now just getting blinded. We'll see if they can make it work, though.
Yeah, this is Vulcan committing a lot towards Bwipo's Cho'Gath up here at the top side and not really getting a whole lot back for it. That was the Magnet Storm, and Bwipo's still at 3/4 HP, just walks it off.
He's chilling, and as this goes further and further, he is really going to be very hard to actually punch through for Thanatos. He will be kind of glued to the side lanes, and I will say, as you start getting more ranks into the Maiden, it gets past this point where you can just one-shot, but look at Inspired trying to zone Loki off with Busio.
He's not just zoning, he's going in even further forward, but Loki gets his phase rush proc. He's going to continue taking this defensive stance as Inspired and Busio keep him further and further away, just allowing Quad more and more time to mine money through these turret plates as the third plate falls on the bottom lane tier 1 turret for C9.
And the reason it's such a smart play for FlyQuest to overload bottom side is to continue funneling money onto this Cassiopeia. Quad is critical to this team composition, and as you can see,
that is the biggest gold lead in the game. Continue to focus on that lane, funnel as much money as they can off of turret plates while they are still up. You know, as the Rod of Ages stacking, then the Seraphs is going to be stacking, and Cassio really does scale like a monster for the team fights.
And I think right there we got to see an example, the opposite of what you were talking about earlier, Isaac. Whippo knows he's got to take a recall anyway. He's got half health, he's got no mana, so he just munches the 3 HP ghoul for the free stack since the cooldown's up to get that one cycling back again. He returns back to the base. He gets his first purchase there with a Heartsteel, and considering these two have been scrapping back and forth so consistently, you'd think he should be able to get quite a few procs off of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just kind of how Yorick works, right? Like you queue the enemy to get Graves. You obviously can do that with last hits as well, but you're going to be trading. Thanatos also did go grass, so he went more the early game, kind of build here instead of going Conqueror, where you're going to scale a little bit better in those 1v1s. But really interested to see how he's going to be able to play this out. If he's going to be able to get pressure in the side lane, or if he'll just have to basically show up to team fights and just try to play it out as a Yorick in a 5v5.
All right, Thanatos clearing some distance away from Busio down here in the bottom lane. Yet again, 1 minute until the Rift Herald spawns. That'll be our next neutral objective we fight over, with the Infernal Drake still 2 minutes out.
Yeah, you can see on the minimap as well that play for the brush attempt, walking straight over the ward into top lane.
Still there, by the way. He's wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, he's channeling his recall right now, so he is getting out of there, but it is a decent commitment up to the top side. But then again, with Inspired, you always look at what was he giving up during that, and all his camps were fully cleared. The Raptors just spawning now, and Vulcan is actually there first on that spawn of Raptors to get the ward. So we'll see if this extra vision that Inspired does not know about ends up punishing him.
Yeah, Blabber immediately moving forward to join back up with Vulcan. They know that Inspired's here. They're looking to at least try to contest this chicken camp, but Inspired has already secured the big one, and most of the small ones, these last couple, just going to be left on their loan. So those are just the Cinesouls, never mind. Instead, those look like snowflakes. I don't know why I thought they were chickens, but C9 not really going to get a whole lot off of the vision that they placed down, as Inspired can just keep the farm going.
The souls of chickens.
Yeah, the souls of chickens were snowflakes all along. League of Legends.
The bodies are already gone.
Yeah, yeah exactly. The poor little chickens are nothing but bones. A little bit. FlyQuest, though, with control over this top side river. You can see the control ward down in the line brush to the top side of mid. Scuttlecrab just now spawns as Masu, Busio, and Inspired will take care of that one first, and then continue trying to lock up these neutral objectives going after the Herald itself.
And I'm expecting Bobo to come down, get a feast stack there, because these neutral objectives do give you the unlimited cap feast stacks. It doesn't count towards minions. They will be able to take down this tower on bot side, though, as they are overloading this side, and Quad may have trouble actually defending here. They can keep pushing.
Yeah, here comes Blabber immediately arriving with the Grand Starfall, but now C9, they know they probably won't be able to get a whole lot more here. A couple little Krugs randomly wandering into the lane as well.
Yeah, they consciously used the teleport from Loki because they wanted to trade that Rift Herald for bottom side. The Dragon, though, is still 20 seconds away, so they will leave behind a bunch of this vision through the red quadrant in the jungle leading up to the Dragon. Maybe that will be very beneficial if there's any sort of contest from FlyQuest, but FlyQuest actually get not only the Herald, but a lot of damage on the top tower too.
Yeah, not the biggest deal, but Bobo actually used his feast on the Herald and missed it. So he didn't actually get the last hit there, and he was really close on the one on Blabber earlier. So those are the two uncapped ones that he went for and didn't actually get those feast stacks. So is a little bit behind where he would want to be with that. And he is going more for this aggressive build. So you can see he is picking up the Haunting Guys, and he is going to build a little bit of AP.
Okay, we've got the Herald summoned up mid by FlyQuest to immediately force down the tier 1 turret, so they'll take that one, get a very slight gold lead off of it. Important to note here as well, it's the kills feat for FlyQuest, it's the turret feat for C9. It's all going to come down to these neutral objectives. FlyQuest is already at 2 with the Grubs and then the Herald that they secured, while C9 has the first Drake. So if FlyQuest can get this next Drake, it's also going to give them the boot reward as Whippo just continues trading with Thanatos up here. The Maiden now with 2,000 HP, going to get knocked up into the air. Whippo gets put in a cage, but he doesn't care about it a whole lot just yet. The Maiden still doing some good damage, though, back onto the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, it is getting low, though, now, so it's getting close to feast range, so he's probably going to feast it again. You can't just one-shot anymore, but we're fighting on bot side.
Yeah, bottom side, we've already got the fight over the Drake, as immediately it's going to be claimed by C9 and Blabber, but now he's got to be careful. The Realm Warp, Loki trying to get the rest of the team out of here, as now Blabber's going to be caught over the wall, and a beautiful shot from Masu to finish him off. That's 2 kills going for FlyQuest. C9 might have got the objective, but it's FlyQuest with the punish.
Yeah, let's see what FlyQuest can do on the map in the aftermath. It's at least going to be some blue and Gromp steal away there for Inspired. You have to imagine Cassio will will be given solo tower gold on the bottom tower that is down there as well to funnel more money into Quad. Again, this is 3-kill Cassio. 7 stacks on the Rod of Ages so far. Seraphs is fully transformed. Extra gold being funneled in. I will say for Cloud9, like, they wanted to get some dragons so that they wouldn't have to get pulled over there later so they could actually do their split push, but they do get caught here trying to exit.
Yeah, and the Miasma just barely tagged Loki as he was trying to dodge back and forth on that Realm Warp, and that is what canceled it. They both had to flash over the wall, but even with the double flash over the wall, they both die anyway, so that is a costly exit there for Cloud9. At the very least, lucky the Blabber was able to secure that Q Smite on Pantheon. Obviously a very good Smite secure. So he was able to claim it, but that would have been a disaster otherwise.
I mean, man, we always talk about Quad with this pocket pick Cassiopeia. Teams always ban it against him. It gets through in game 1 here in this upper bracket final. He's off to a 3-0 start. He's got all the tools he needs to carry this game. As now the top lane tier 1 turret about to fall. Bwipo crashing the wave into that one. Brings the gold lead for FlyQuest up to about 3,000, not even 20 minutes into the game. I'd say they got to be really happy about the state of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Quad, big early advantage here, over 1K ahead at 14. Really looking good on this Cassio. And Riftmaker second, I touched on that for Bwipo. He is going more of kind of that aggressive build, that dueling build. He does like to do this a lot on a lot of tanks he plays. Obviously on Sign, you always see him going for Titanic and for Overload's Bloodmail and Sterix rather than the pure tank. He wants to be able to put out some threat. This does allow you to do that, has that little bit of extra threat. If you're just trying to ignore this guy and fight past him to get in onto Quad, you can definitely punish someone when you go a bit more of these kind of AP bruisery builds.
See how well that works out for him, as there probably is going to be another bigger fight coming up here soon. We do have the Otacon spawning in less than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, the Dragon going to spawn in about 2.5 minutes here. So if nobody has the confidence to go after the Otacon, considering both teams are now at 2 neutral objectives each, I do expect this next Dragon to be a guaranteed battlefield.
Big thing, too, for Cloud9 is they're the team that wants to try and play open map with Realm Warps and Pantheon ults and, split pushing.
Yeah.
However, they're the team that's down in outer turrets because of the success of FlyQuest with this gold lead you're talking about early on. So it has become a little bit of a difficult situation. That being said, if they can even up those turrets, like there is a decent amount of standing gold in those towers.
They're just starting Otacon.
That will cut down on it very quickly. But Bwipo will start it out himself, and you still have Thanatos on the top side.
Although for this, they're going to go.
Yeah, Cassiopeia is very fast at taking neutral objectives because of the high DPS nature of her kit. So Quad and Bwipo, they've already got this down to about half HP. C9 not moving towards it. Busio still just hanging out over the wall in case somebody tries to approach from the Tri-Brush. Yeah, this one's already done. They want to give the feast over to Bwipo, and it looks like he secures that one. Thornbound Otacon goes FlyQuest's way alongside the boot reward, not even 21 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and you definitely... you agree with that call, right, for Cloud9. You don't want to actually fight right now. The Cassio had the tick over with the 10 for the extra level on the Rod of Ages. Plus, after getting the Otacon with all the extra experience of the flowers, got up to a 2-level lead here. It is level 15 for him over Loki. So definitely would be dangerous, like walking into a small corridor versus a team that is better set up for team fighting.
You can see these are the average Senna stacks at 14 at 20. So we just passed the 20-minute mark. We're at 21 now, and Sven has 61, where the average at 20 is 72 stacks. So a bit behind the curve as far as that goes. Hasn't really been involved in a lot of scrapping. He's mostly just been kind of catching waves, which means he is not getting an incredible amount of souls. But this game does feel like it is heading along. And because Cloud9 got 2 early dragons, that's likely to extend it if they want to turtle up. Right. It'll take a long time for Soul and Elder and all this stuff to be able to be out there. So he has a lot of time to continue getting those souls, and we have seen a number of Senna games where it just gets to a certain point where they're hitting 120, 140 stacks, and they're on the other side of your screen, and they are killing you.
Yeah, and that the real test of this game is going to be how the mid game goes and how Cloud9 can spread it out and use a lot of their range. They were able to, of course, take the top side tower, so now at least both the side lanes are open for play for them. Mid lane for FlyQuest, though, they've done a good job of defending that one, so they still have that defense. But now we get to start to see the fun stuff that Cloud9 had in mind with their draft, where it is trailing split push from Loki here on the rise with his Realm Warp ready.
And once you hit 16, especially for the Yorick, the Maiden just has so much health that then it actually becomes really annoying to actually kill it off as the Cho'Gath. You have to really work it down before you can feast it. Yes, your feast damage goes up, but it doesn't scale nearly as much as the Maiden's health does.
All right, important to note, you talked about the Rod of Ages for Quad's Cassiopeia proccing, giving that extra level. He is more than 2 full levels ahead of Loki in terms of EXP, has now inspired, has stepped into the enemy jungle, takes a little bit of damage. Blabber with a nice secure there onto the blue buff, but now he's in danger himself. Whippo ready to join up here in the fight as Vulcan tries to go for an engage, but Inspired doing a good job staying alive there with the ulti. Quad with the flash back over the wall, but Quad is shut down. Big movement there for C9, but FlyQuest are not yet finished. They're going in after Sven. Inspired, but the wind becomes lightning, but a nice shutdown back over to Loki as he picks up the kill onto Whippo's Cho'Gath. Now FlyQuest have to try to exfiltrate the hot zone and do it without losing anybody else. C9 trying to cut him off. Thanatos gets another heal from Sven. Masu, Inspired, and Busio, or just Masu and Busio trying to walk out through the bottom lane now as Inspired is grabbing himself a Gromp. Blabber rejoins with a Grand Starfall. It's a 4v2. FlyQuest turn away. This one's about to get ugly. Masu wants to bring somebody with him. He flashes back out. Blabber stays alive. A double kill for Sven Senna. C9 take the lead.
That was so well played by Cloud9 on multiple levels. So the early skirmish does look like there's going to be a big wombo from FlyQuest, but then they have really, really good kiting here back towards the pit. Teleport comes in from Whippo, so he tries to move over from the other side. Then they get this big amount of pressure onto Quad, forcing his flash, and Blabber actually taking him down. Here's where it got dicey though, because Sven had to kite for his life on the top side. You see these 3 people, he flashes away, he's able to slow Inspired. All the while, Loki that left him with the Realm Warp got to circle back around, get the kill onto Whippo, and then buy time for Blabber's ult to rejoin.
And honestly, I just think such a big mistake in this fight was Whippo just taking this extended 1v1 against Thanatos that he was losing. Like, he spent the entire fight just autoing Thanatos in a losing fight instead of joining with the rest of his team. I think his thought process was he's just marking them and his team would win the 4v4 without him, but it is not what happened. He gives up his flash, he gives up his life for free on the other side, but he could have just guaranteed some kills with the feast.
FlyQuest thought they had it all figured out, but C9 play the fight like absolute cinema. Problem is, Blabber's got to try to get away now from Whippo. If you want to watch some cinema, reminder that you can also join a Regal watch party when finals come around to enjoy the show with some other like-minded fans. Maybe get some free stuff the same way C9 got some free bags of gold when FlyQuest walked into the jungle.
And we said, this is going to be the exciting part of this game, where the two strategies really get to clash. And because Cloud9, like we were pointing out, got those early dragons, they don't have to be drawn to a certain point of the map by FlyQuest. So we really get to see if they can flex their mobility here. But very important, keep that vision on the Baron. Both teams actually do have very decent Baron damage, especially the team with the Cassiopeia. So always have to keep your positioning on the map as well as your vision of the Baron in mind. Cho'Gath, of course, lending that feast just makes smite securing super duper 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 easy.
Super duper duper duper. 3 dupers on that super.
And Bubos only has 1 non-guaranteed feast stack, though, because he wasn't able to get any from champions. He only got that 1 later. Now he's looking for Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos about to meet a whole lot of FlyQuest pressure as Loki Realm Warps up into the lane, but it's still pretty hard to do anything here. You're still vastly outnumbered for the time being. Sven's ulti is not nearly enough to save Thanatos. Whippo loses half HP in the fight, but that doesn't matter too much. 45 seconds with the C9 top laner dead.
Yeah, they do actually get that kill again. Not able to get the feast stack, unfortunately, at first. Oh, they're just going to start this. They're just going to start the Baron right now.
Okay, C9 on the approach. They got themselves in a 4v5. They've got to try to stop FlyQuest from being able to secure this objective. Right now, Inspired and Quad just 2-manning the DPS as Masu and Busio try to interfere on the C9 approach. Busio immediately jumping in for the headbutt pulverize onto Blabber. Quad moves up to throw the miasma down, and Blabber's out of the picture. Enemy jungler taken care of. FlyQuest never even dropped aggro on the Baron. They're going right back into the pit to finish what they started. It's Baron for Fly, 27 minutes in.
And it's all because they got that super easy pick onto one of the Cloud9 split pushers. Thanatos was up here pushing on this side of the map, but they had no pressure in the other lanes. And so they were unable to get anything. Let's see, we have a little malfunction here. There we go.
Yeah, we're back.
They were unable to get anything for themselves while he got picked off. And so FlyQuest returned the Baron. Really good from them. Now let's see how much can they get with this Baron empowered pushing for them. The Siege will be very easy. The Dragon will be very easy as well.
Well, we're kind of seeing the reality of what we talked about a little bit earlier with C9 at least being able to buy themselves time to not have to contest these dragons with the early ones they secured. This would be a whole lot scarier if you didn't have those first couple, if FlyQuest was now on Soul Point, or even worse, the Soul itself. But still, just tied up 2-2 in the Drake count. Whippo going to move right back up here into the defensive position to neutralize Thanatos' split push. You've got a 3-man squad of the bot lane duo plus jungler there in the mid lane for Fly, while Quad is also moving to join up with everybody else. No real strong pushes in any one direction, though.
Yeah, not at all. They haven't really been able to get too much pressure going. It seems like it was just they're going to take the gold from the Red Bull Baron. They're going to see what they can get with it, but not really aggressively committing to anything. Inspire was still just doing his camps. Now it looks like they want to move forward here a little bit, get some vision on the top side, and I think they want to bounce between the mid lane and the top lane tier 2, try to take at least one, if not both of those, and they've cleared out so much of this vision now in the C9 jungle that this top lane tier 2 is going to be very difficult to defend. This one looks like it's pretty much guaranteed to go down, and it's going to be a nice injection of gold.
Yeah, I don't think Thanatos or the Maiden or the Ghouls or anybody is walking up to save that one, as Busio is launched by the Blast Cone further forward to see if maybe there's a wraparound angle to go ahead and assist Whippo, but now Busio has already lost almost all of his life. The Senna ulti flies out. Busio survives and does not spend the Unbreakable Will to do it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Loki was pushing the whole time. He claims a tier 2. Now, FlyQuest is going to trade 1-for-1 on those as they take one in mid lane. Ultimately ends up being a 2-for-1 alongside that tier 2 top that got claimed, but C9 at least fighting back, trading something for what FlyQuest is bringing.
Yeah, they have to stick to their strategy. They are fully all in on this, and it works out quite nicely, given the situation that they were in. To be able to get a tier 2 down there is a bunch of gold for Loki for the Rise here, so that's going to be important because you see he's got double needlessly large rods in inventory, and since he has not broken the arm guard yet, he can use both of those to make a death cap. Does not need to upgrade to the Zonias just now.
You can see Quad already level 18 now, so no more room for him to grow. And he does have the components of the Zonias, but he can do the same thing that you're talking about for Loki. You know, if he doesn't actually have to use that Seekers, he can just go towards the death cap, get that Zonias later on. Of course, one of the nice things about Cassio, it's rare that you get to these super late games, but you can go, 6 true items because you don't need boots. So it is always beneficial if you have a super late game on Cassio because you don't have to give up move speed to actually go for a true 6-item build.
Well, the Baron has now expired. 2.5 minutes until the next one's alive. About the exact same timer, almost there on the Drake as well. We'll see how that ends up shaking out once we get a little further along. You can see 3-item power spikes coming along up here in the top side as Whippo now has the Unending Despair next to that Riftmaker and Heartsteel from earlier. 3 fully completed items for Masu's Varus as well. But the same thing for Sven's Senna, which is now also up to 90 stacks.
Yeah, that thing's going to keep on scaling. And Cloud9, since they do have so much threat of picks with the Realm Warp, with the Pantheon Ultimate Heal, Ultimate available, it's going to be very interesting how they play the next 5 minutes of this game. If they can continue to extend it, continue to get more souls there for Sven, and get that range to an untenable situation, people have become very accustomed to what Senna looks like now with the soul generation buffs that were given to her in the late game.
26-15 in regards to the flower petals as well. Honestly, that's not as much of a gap as I might expect, considering the fact that FlyQuest claimed the Otacon so super early. Cloud9 have at least been able to keep that relatively close overall. 2,000 gold lead for Fly feels pretty good, but again, it's less than the highest gold lead that they had in the game more than 10 minutes ago. Yeah. So C9 hasn't really allowed themselves to be bled out further.
I don't think the gold lead is super relevant, but at the same time, obviously, we do have this super tanky front line for Whippo here. He hits level 18 now. He does have 2 Mountain Dragons. If they're allowed to continue stacking towards Soul, like if you get a 4 Mountain Dragon Soul with a Cho'Gath in the front line, it is going to be so hard to actually punch through this guy. I keep harping on it, but he is very behind the curve as far as his fee stacks as well. So you would expect him to have, a number of extra fee stacks, even just from neutrals, not even from kills. And that does mean it's harder to get every subsequent one because you're missing the health, you're missing the extra damage.
And the thing about the front line is very critical because they also have Guardian Angel on the Xin Zhao. That plus the ultimate buys a lot of time, plus then the Alistar ultimate. So here we go. We got the zoom in
Okay.
on the big Cho.
He only has one non-guaranteed. The one epic was the Rift Herald, I believe he got.
Yeah.
He hasn't got a single one off of the champions. He missed. No, it wasn't the Rift Herald. I think it was it was the Otacon. He got the Otacon one. He missed the one on Rift Herald, even though he was there. Hasn't been there to feast any of the dragons. Wasn't there to feast the grubs. Hasn't gotten any last hits on the champions. So definitely is a lot of a slower game for him. But he's obviously comfortable. He's doing his job. And Thanatos is the one that I think has more pressure to get something done.
And I want to see Cloud9 continue to pressure side lanes here because Dragon is up, and so FlyQuest want to go get it. But it is only number 3. They were making the move to try and pick Bwipo and try to play to this Baron side of the map. But FlyQuest are just pushing up mid to get mid prow first.
Okay, Busio going to clear out some vision here. Blabber and Loki are lying in wait, ready to back up Thanatos if they need to. C9 has to have it in their minds how the last Baron went over to FlyQuest with Thanatos getting picked.
Quad is just going to solo the Dragon. They spot everyone over here. They know that they can't do Baron in their face. So Quad just goes down. They have vision of everything. He'll be able to grab this Dragon uncontested. And it should be Fly moving to Soul Point here. Triple Mountain Dragon is going to make them so incredibly tanky.
And as Quad gets it low, Inspired is going to make his way over just in case there's no chance for Blabber to do a crazy entry into the pit like what you're seeing right there. Blabber makes his way over as Inspired and Quad are ready to fight back. Busio and Masu off to the side of the fight as Bwipo is ready to teleport in right on top of everybody else. Tons of damage here on Vulcan as Masu is firing straight through his heart. Blabber's already down to the snake bite venom. FlyQuest have already claimed 2. Loki's trying to run away. He has to flash just to not be caught as the 3rd casualty. FlyQuest will take the objective, they will take the gifted kills, and they will take their leave as they head over to Baron.
Yeah, they can go and start that thing up, and you still have a very dangerous turn. Blabber is down, so no smite steal. It would have to be a miracle steal if Cloud9 wanted to say anything about this. I have to say, though, that play, really, really good. Wait a second.
Okay, Bwipo might have walked into some trouble because Loki's ready to TP in and join Thanatos here for the 2v1 against the FlyQuest top laner. But now Bwipo's got a little bit of backup as well. Quad makes his way down to the fight with his own TP to try to keep Bwipo alive. Now he's got the miasma out. Thanatos trying to catch up. Sven looking for the damage, but Bwipo stays alive. Saving Private Bwipo is the name of the movie, and Quad is the star actor. A double kill for the FlyQuest mid laner, and Busio is ready to line it up for number 3. Bwipo gets his shield and walks right back away. Quad grabs another one, and FlyQuest just dance around him.
In Bwipo's time of need, Quad is there on his signature pick. That Fan Cassio comes up huge with the teleport. He defends his teammate, and FlyQuest with the Baron are going to take C9 buildings.
Yeah, Quad is already up over 3K. I mean, Loki TP'd in way earlier, but anything you could do, I can do better. Quad shows up. Even with the Senna there, it just didn't even matter. They're cracking the base, and there's still some time on these death timers here. They could potentially just go to try to end it.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds on Thanatos, 10 on Loki, 15 on Sven. They're going to go for double inhib at least. They've still got the Baron for another 2 minutes almost. FlyQuest continuing their push, continuing their pressure. The waves will be forced down. They've got 2 waves ready to crash into the Nexus turrets at the same time. A ton of damage onto that first Nexus turret already killed as the Vulcan goes in for a big 2-man Magnet Storm. They need more damage to kill Quad. Blabber makes his way towards the FlyQuest mid laner, but where is the damage? Where is the threat? Quad with a flash away to stay alive as Inspired kills Sven in a 1v2 with the backline at the same time. He's got the Guardian Angel. He will resurrect as Masu goes on a killing spree and Loki goes down. C9 melts as FlyQuest have made their way onto the Nexus itself. They will take game 1 of this series.
Well played to FlyQuest there. Quad, the big star in this one, got fed early and showed us just why that Cassio is so frequently banned against him.
Really huge stuff from FlyQuest. Like the positioning on the map versus a team that did have more globals, did have more mobility than them too. The ability to get that key pick onto the split pushing Yorick, turn that into a Baron, everybody defending at Dragon as well. Very, very good responses from them. Cohesive look from FlyQuest in game number 1.
It was close for a good long while. I mean, Cloud9 even had that, what looked like may have been a comeback fight in their own jungle where they punished FlyQuest, but Fly's coordination, the pick on Thanatos that led to the first Baron, it felt like they just had it figured out as the game went on. They seemed to be the team that knows how to play their strategies better, more effectively, and they earned themselves their first win in this best of 5. Now we're going to head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
FlyQuest.
Thank you so much, Flowers. Welcome back. FlyQuest win. We are first going to break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring Quads TP and rescue of Bwipo. Okay, it's not ready yet. So I'm gonna slap Cho'Gath up here.
Spoiler alert!
I know.
Oh, you messed up!
I had it before the break. There we go.
Okay, that was decent. That was decent. That was decent.
I talked about FlyQuest being able to pick out a lot of really interesting things, specifically with Bwipo in the top lane, and brought out the Cho.
Yeah, I mean, this game was interesting because we talked about the drafts beforehand. FlyQuest completely goes to the full FlyQuest script. They have no interest in denying C9's champion pools. They play Cassio, Cho'Gath in their solo lanes. And it did look dicey for a little while, but when we look back, Licorice, it almost looks dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Cho'Gath looked like a really smart pick because it felt like C9 tried to put a lot of resources. Oh.
You're getting your
Raz is erasing the Thanatos board.
That percentage is going up. It's we need to update this one. We need to update this one.
So the Pagoda moment is now ready. So let's check out this week's Pagoda moment featuring Quads TP rescue of Bwipo. You're breaking that board.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
So, man, this play itself was ridiculous. We thought maybe C9 would be able to just get a kill while the other team's getting Baron, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I like the confidence from Quad where it's just like he sees Bwipo's in trouble, he TPs in immediately to a 2v3, and then, you know, they just somehow win it, kill everyone. Like,
I even thought Senna coming in was going to make the kill guaranteed. I did not anticipate how much damage Quad was going to pour in, especially with Thanatos flashing over. I thought it was like, okay, surely it's not much HP to hit through to get the kill on Cho'Gath.
Yeah. Also, a reminder, if you see a Pagoda-worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote in chat.
Yeah. That man right there, they have a lot of confidence in his Cassiopeia. I also really appreciate that, right? It feels like when FlyQuest players have something that they feel like they're really good at, it was his original like solo queue pick. Brings it out.
That's on Leo. That's on stat man Leo.
Why?
Fill that stat in. We need to know what the updated stat for stat percentage was.
It's for regular season.
Oh, well, now we need to change it. Now you're giving out false information.
It is a regular season vote.
I mean, really quick though, this is FlyQuest looking confident. I honestly, my pre-prediction of maybe everything has been working and that will harm them didn't work because everything worked for them and it is continuing to work. Licorice, they're just dominated.
Yeah, they had that one fight where it looked like, I think it looked like Quad stepped a little too far forward and died, and Loki had a really nice Rise ult behind them. But apart from that, like one little oopsie, they just had control the whole game and kind of just ran the whole time.
Yeah.
So.
Also, a reminder for the fans out there that the LTA, they are headed for Texas. So the 2025 LTA Championship driven by Kia, it's going to be held just north of Dallas the weekend of September 27th, and tickets are going on sale soon. The MasterCard pre-sale goes live next Saturday while the general sale begins Sunday. Visit Ticketmaster to get yours once tickets go live. That'll be the split 3 finals. The LTA Championship is going to be going on sale soon. That is it from the lounge for Game 1. Game 2 will be up, and we'll be covering the draft after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%.
Boom! 80% winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I can ult, I can ult.
Yeah, kill them. I think
Don't flash both, don't flash both. Combo and 5.
Take it slow, just kill them.
Oh, well played. Look at you, look at you, look at you.
Look at you. Yeah. I'm on the shield. 1 HP. Casio no flash.
Catch you dead, catch you dead.
I'm looking ulti.
I'm okay.
Oh, it's not bad. We can chase Baron. We can chase Baron.
Why is he eating grab? Or is he eating grab?
Push. Slowly, he can X flash, okay?
Yeah,
Don't be surprised.
but Ivy.
Yeah. Alisa dead. They're giving bars, no plans. First, no collins.
Hinjao mid. Don't let me die.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Great fight. I will stop the rail engage.
I'm TPing, just play in the middle here, okay? You guys can walk through. Kite up. Yorick from bot, okay? Kite up.
Winkle Pantheon. Rel has no follow-up. Rel will die.
Yeah.
I'm running through the whole map. I'm gonna base and run there too. I'm coming quad.
He's dead. Rupture.
No flash rise. Has flash.
No flash.
Senna has flash?
No,
she just flashed.
Yeah.
But don't let it press, no? Yeah, she's dead.
Playoffs is my time to lock in. When it comes to playoffs, I'm fueled by the fact that if you lose, you go on vacation, and that's it. You're going home.
What fuels me going into playoffs is the fact that the stakes are high and games matter a lot, and even the small mistakes can change the outcomes of the whole split.
A memory of playoffs that fuels me is 2022 with EG, when we had a pretty whatever regular season. I think we finished 9-9. We were either like 4th or 5th seed, and we lost, I think, our first series against TL in the upper bracket, and then we went into the lower bracket, and we kind of ran every series.
I mean, every playoff that I won, I remember the best, because every time I win, it's always some crazy highlight happening.
Gonna stop the Baron, but you might get a team fight. He's gonna shoot. You're kidding me! Centaurus fights early. Kill number 1. Here comes kill number 2. And he's in for number 3. First the king of Pentakill. Oh my God! You gotta be kidding me!
We were very much not expected to win that playoffs. You know, in the end, we crushed everyone, so.
Those type of plays are what makes playoffs special. Those type of crazy plays that decide the outcome of the whole year.
That memory just reminds me that regardless of what happened in the regular season, regardless of how you're perceived, any team can always win in the playoffs. What matters is how you show up on the day, how you prepare for that match.
Those moments in playoffs are the ones that motivate you to keep playing and keep grinding and trying to make the playoffs in the first point, and then once you are there, you know that the magic would happen, and that fuels me. What fuels you?
Welcome back for Game 2 also. Reminder, it is Pride Month and the Rel emote is available immediately for free in the client. Check that out. But we're here for FlyQuest versus C9. Game 2 champion select. What are we expecting from C9 as a rebuttal? Licorice?
I think pretty standard stuff. Maybe some Vi, little Azir. Maybe some Rumble or Renection in the top lane. Those are my guesses.
Yeah. The Azir one makes a lot of sense because I feel like these games, they're getting pretty hectic, but they're going to go late. And it feels like FlyQuest will consistently go towards more scaling picks. And I think Quad and Loki are both great Azir players in particular. So that one has to be contested in my eyes. Wait a minute, I see from the screens. They're starting that thing. Let's go!
We're in there. All right, Nico ban. I think we might be seeing that for a lot of the series. Busio is one of the best at manipulating the clone to get vision of all players in the league, so not surprised that C9 banned that out early. Is the Nico thing super annoying, Licorice? I feel like it's very annoying.
It's really, I mean, Nico's just such an annoying champ to play against. I mean, like, it just does so much. Like, it has the AoE engage, it wins lane, you can like become a minion and gank people. Like, it's just too much. So I definitely understand the ban there. And then the Vi banned out on the other side. I know C9 prioritizes that really highly, just like the consistent engage. So this looks pretty standard so far.
It was like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. I was just watching Kana get killed by a Nico walking through the lane. I was like, bro, it's 2025. It was like not being hidden either. It was like significantly faster than the other minions. It's like, how did Mickey X get you for that? But yeah, it makes sense. Looking at this though, I'm still leaning on the Azir, but I have to figure out if there's anything else that has higher priority, especially with Thalia being banned on blue side.
Oh,
there it is.
Azir's
okay,
out.
well, rest in peace.
Yeah, Gwen is open this draft, so I think maybe we'll see like a Gwen pick come through. I'm not sure if he wants to first pick it though, but I don't know that there's a lot of other prio picks left besides maybe something like the Nefiri.
No.
Yes.
And
there we go.
There's the Gwen.
Yeah.
Just get your top laner a comfortable pick right off the bat. I think that's one of the, it's like sometimes you can criticize having a smaller champion pool, but it can also be a strength. Because when you have a top laner who's just so good at a small set of top laners, you can just pick it any time. Because they're so comfortable in any of the matchups, and I feel like that's what C9 is trying to leverage here.
And Gwen is so interesting because at the beginning of the split, it was permanently first pick, right? And every other top laner kind of had a different take on how to deal with it. I mean, you had the Nefiri pick when you were flexing alongside Audi, but also like Nidalee probably is going to be that for Blippo.
Would be top.
Earlier we saw Kana pick like the Akali, and you did really well into the Gwen pick for that one. So there's a lot of different types of picks that people are quite happy.
Whipple may have a big champion pool. He's not going to play Akali.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He's not going to do that, but everyone's going to have their own answer.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen was something, it's gotten nerfed a lot, but I feel like especially the changes to unflinching helped bring it back, where a lot of the matchups that were good, like I played a lot of Jax into it. It's like all of a sudden Gwen is like tankier and outscaling you, and it just made the matchup much worse. So I think has been a really strong pick this whole time. And then now we're seeing the Lucian Melio as the answer to Kalista Renata. It's a pretty even, close-ish lane.
Yeah.
Lucian Melio does.
There is a interesting thing happening right here, because I would say that I love Lucian Melio into hard engaged comps, but FlyQuest doesn't yet have hard engaged comps. So you want to get the Lucian Melio in the first part of the draft phase before the 4-5, but it's not like as valuable of a Melio angle as it would otherwise be.
Oh.
Yep.
There we go.
That's his answer. Everyone has their own answer, and it's going to be set for Whippo.
Interestingly, a pick that we had talked about previously, but he has not played yet. It's just something that we all know. I'm sure you know, having had to go up against it. The Whippo set pick coming through. What do you think of that matchup, Licorice?
I mean, kind of what I was saying earlier. I feel like unflinching made the matchup a lot easier for Gwen to navigate. I think that like if Thanatos does a really good job of the lane, then he's going to be able to just survive early. And then I think once you get to like, I don't even know if you need an item. Like once you get around to like level 9, then you're going to be able to win those 1v1s as long as you're not too far behind. But I imagine that FlyQuest is going to try to play really aggressive into topside, and like the top dives early are going to be really nasty.
What is so funny about this, by the way, is like earlier on in the split, Sven was on pros, and he was talking about how psychotic Blippo versus Thanatos was in scrims, and he literally mentioned this exact matchup at like the Gwen versus Set, both of them just like fist fighting in the top lane, and then you just see some crazy like Thanatos going Doran's blade, exhaust like ignite.
Right.
So it's just insane level 1, level 2 fighting. Obviously on stage in a playoffs moment, that is not going to happen. No coach will see that as acceptable.
Do you know?
But
I know you're hyping us up, Rez. You're hyping us up. Now I want to see it.
I'm just reminding us of what has been said in scrims. Now it's not going to happen, Licorice. Would you be doing that?
If I'd played it 1v1 and I knew it worked, then yeah, I'm gonna go for it, right? Like if I just right click him and I win, then like absolutely yes, I'm gonna right click him and win. You know, there's not a lot more to that.
Just ward the jungle early, make sure you're not getting cheesed. And
there you go.
Yeah. But I do think probably the strength of this FlyQuest draft so far is that their early game dive is so strong both in bot and top lane. So Inspired's gonna have kind of his choice. I assume he's gonna try to pick like a strong jungler on 4, and then he'll have his choice of where he wants to go, and they can start snowballing from there.
Now, I love the Trundle ban. It works really good for C9's composition. And also, we've just been seeing a lot of people been popularizing it, playing it globally. I saw it from Monkey when he was on WE, taking down JDG. Like, I think it looks so good, and taking that away is going to be a lot.
Trundle absolutely decimates Set as well. Like
yeah.
Any team fight with a pillar, it's over.
Yeah. So that one's really smart, speaking of Monkey. Maybe you go for something like a Skarner. I think C9 needs some level of front line that can allow them to enter fights easily. Maokai is the easy pick. Maokai is a very good pick here.
Maokai Corki, the classic combo.
I mean, pretty standard C9 composition once again. They have the front line with Maokai, they'll have the Enchanter, a scaling, do your job type mid laner for Loki, and a lot of the eggs will be on Thanatos being able to win that matchup up against Set. Now, what do we go mid lane here? Because you definitely need AP into Corki.
Annie?
Corki's ears is not possible with the Azir ban.
Yeah, Annie is a pick that has been getting stronger. It will be slightly weaker because of Emilio.
Yeah, I don't love it in Emilio, but that's what they got.
Yep.
I gotta ask you, Licorice, which comp do you like most between C9 and Flies?
I mean, C9's comp, I would say I like better. I feel like FlyQuest's comp depends a lot on like the early game execution. Like you really need a lead in that top lane, or else you're gonna like get outscaled and fall behind in the game. And then also in the bot lane, like Lucian Melia will eventually start winning and get that mid prio.
Yeah.
So I would definitely give the edge to C9 in this draft, but it really depends. Like FlyQuest just has to like make some good things happen early, and then go from there.
Emily?
I agree. I think the big thing for me for FlyQuest is that they really do want to be making early plays, keep things kind of volatile enough, but by contrast, C9 actually has a really nice composition to be able to sit back and wait to scale and be able to take over in 5v5 team fighting.
That sounds great to us. I want to hear from the casters now. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Lounge, and welcome back, everybody. Let's see what this Game 2 is going to shape up as non-subscribers. We'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, FlyQuest is packing some real AoE punch in this second game team comp.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty spicy draft. Kobe and I were both just having our complaint session about Set. This champion does ridiculous amounts of damage. Also with the new buff Overlord's Bloodmail from a couple patches ago, it is a very strong item as well. I have seen Set hit some ridiculous true damage Ws late game. The highest I've seen was over 5,000. So it is pretty insane, the numbers you can pump out. The early game definitely going to be heavily favored towards him. He didn't go anything super crazy, like he's not playing Ignite or anything, but if you watch his stream, this is one of the picks he really likes, and you can brawl very heavily with it early on. It is really tough to win trades against Set.
Yeah, the lane phase is just insane, because he has the passive regen afterwards. He can always go for these W trades, use the shield. He can chase you down, and any sort of fist fight, it is just not advised early on. And he's got a big fist. he has big fists. Thanatos was talking about that in the pregame interview, actually.
Yeah,
just quite a lot. But Gwen is one of his favorite champions for Thanatos, so we'll see how he does play this one. He will, of course, be cautious when appropriate.
Okay, with no action happening at level 1, let's go ahead and toss things down to Jat, who's standing by for an interview with FlyQuest coach Nuke Duck.
I gotta ask, how did Game 1 align with your expectations for the series? The Cho'Gath Cassio seemed quite interesting to me.
Yeah, I think first game they try to play in a way where they like take away our champs a little bit. I think they're just trying to like, it was a sacrificed game almost looked like from my point of view. So yeah, I think they had an interesting like you know, draft like fearless strategy. So that's what we're looking out for now.
And it looked pretty interesting as well. We've heard tales from Gwen versus Set in scrims between Thanatos and Bwipo. But what needs to happen in this early game for you to feel good about game 2?
We don't have to do too much in the early game. We just need to like fight for objectives. So I guess making sure we don't give any random kills. We should be just stronger early game. So we're just playing early game comp basically. So we can't afford mistakes in lane, and we need to, you know, stack objectives.
All right, what's the confidence level like to win the series at this point?
I'm pretty confident. I think this game I think we can do a good job this game, and then yeah, I'm pretty confident.
All right, appreciate it, Nutuck. Have a good series.
All right, well, let's see how this one does go with that top lane head-to-head. With the state of all of these lanes right now being pretty standard stuff as we get our tri-lane camera even over in mid lane, as Bwipo does have control, does have push up there in the top side, and Masu and Busio doing the same thing down here in bot lane.
Yeah, looks like as well, junglers on regular full clears, both from top side to bottom side. Of course, they're level 6s for both of them, extremely potent. And Blabber here on the Maokai with the phase rush plus the blue smite start for all of the extra speed. I expect him to go full tank in this to be the big front line, you know, for Cloud9 as they do approach the team fights. And Nukeduck was kind of talking about it from a FlyQuest perspective of trying to utilize some of these early advantages to snowball.
Yeah, and they have double AD carry, right, with the Corki in mid lane, but you've still got a massive AP threat in the Gwen, so it's not like Maokai feels the extra pressure to have to build Leandries or something.
And they have no tank, right? They have no front line besides him, so it's like he's got to, I think, really build some front line. You can see Set just on top side, just running past the tower. He's going to proxy a wave. He's going to be able to get that faster recall out. Well, the Gwen will have to stay around and collect the wave as it crashes, so Bwipo going to be able to get a nice early reset here, not have to actually spend the teleport. Always going to be feeling like a good position for him. Whereas if Thanatos does not TP back, he's going to lose some minions here. And so Bwipo using that early prio that we heard the coach Nutuck talking about, you know, just saying that they really want to be able to use that early game power, play for these objectives. And you can see Thanatos is giving that respect over, going early Bramble here, which honestly, I don't love. I don't think that the self-healing is really that important at all for Bwipo. And if you just want to go armor, you could just go towards like early tabbies, or you could even just sit on some cloth armor, something like that. It's probably just he had 800 gold and he's like, okay, this is a good buy, but I just feel like Bramble is not really very effective whatsoever unless you're getting a ton out of the anti-healing, and Set does not give you much there. So it's just not really a super efficient buy, and it is going to put him way down because Bwipo is going to have a much earlier one-item power spike now.
Thanatos did a good job there using the Hallowed Mist to make it so he didn't take any damage from the Haymaker. Stepped just far enough away that even if you're not all the way out of the range of the thing, you can still manage to keep him on the outer edge of that ring so that you don't take the damage. As now the wave's just going to continue once again to be crashed into the tier 1 turret of the C9 top laner as Bwipo maintains control over this wave. And there's that damage potential that you're talking about. This guy hurts, man.
Yeah, Bwipo as well with keeping up all the pressure has almost earned his own first turret plate by himself. And he didn't have to take Demolish to do this. Of course, he is the shield, bash, and bone plating combo for these big trades that he goes for.
And this matchup between these two teams has been pretty close. You know, we talked about it, 3-3 this year. Over the last couple years has been pretty close as well. Historically, though, you know, it is pretty favored towards Cloud9. You can see, you know, as FlyQuest came in 2020, and definitely in the early years, Cloud9 was, you know, the stronger team, absolutely. And it has just gotten closer more recently. I would say a large part of that is because of how strong this new Fly roster is and how good Inspired has been for this team. You know, since he joined, he really made such a big difference. We talk about multi-time MVPs. Inspired won Kia MVP for Split 2 here. That puts him in some pretty prestigious company. You know, only 3 players have actually won 2, and then Bjergsen has 4. And he is going up against one of those players that does have 2, Blabber over on the other side. So he's in some rare air now with that second MVP that he won here. Plus he won 1 in Europe, so if you want to count that as well, that will put him, you know, second just behind Bjergsen.
And I mean, both of those jungle, the only role that has 2 of those multi-time MVPs in it, and they're head-to-head in this game as Blabber and C9 are going to go ahead and start up this first Drake.
Look at this flank around by Quad. They don't want to let them have the Dragon. Quad is level 6 on the Annie.
Oh boy, Blabber's walking right into the rush there, immediately gets stunned up. Busio hits him with a follow-up handshake. Blabber trying to create some space, but it won't matter. Fire beats the tree, and FlyQuest is on the board first.
That's 2-time MVP down.
They got him. He's out of the picture.
Inspired, though.
You get bonus gold for that kill?
Yeah, you should.
Trophy pops out or
Based
something?
on awards. Inspired, the other 2-time MVP that we have here, is going to actually claim the Dragon. And that is just another good play by Quad. And we were talking about Quad a lot in the previous game for his Cassiopeia, but there on the Annie makes the roam count. And that's what you really want to see from the best Annies when they get out of lane, when they roam around to make these plays early on.
Man, and if you didn't like the Bramble buy like me, you're not going to like the second buy here from Thanatos, which was a glowing moat and a refillable potion. Not the best buy, but yeah, the early game against Set, is very hard. He's done a great job to keep pretty even here in farm. He's only down that 1 plate and a couple CS. So Thanatos, if you are not dying and you are getting XP and you're getting minions, you are feeling really good about how you're performing in this matchup because you are going to outscale the Set. It is going to be harder for the Set on average in team fights to actually, really make a big difference. And there is going to hit a point where you get to that late game where you can win in the 1v1, you can win in the side lane. So Thanatos just needs to survive.
Yeah, but right now, Bwipo has already gone in with the showstopper, trying to beat Thanatos down here. Big haymaker comes out, but Blabber has already made his way into the fight, and that means Thanatos is coming out on top.
And Jack kind of mentioned it, but we had heard the stories of these 2 teams scrimming against each other, and of those 2 top laners, going at it in a lot of to-the-death fights. This one was just a very good move from jungler. Top laners are always complaining about junglers, but they completely chain matchups like that. And as you say, the Gwen getting the kill really feeds into that scaling advantage that he wants to get later.
And if you hadn't heard some of these stories, some of the stories that I'd heard about this matchup were pretty funny. Is that Bwipo would come in, bringing the Set into the Gwen, and then he's playing Ignite. So then the next game, Thanatos is playing Exhaust. Then they're playing double combat summoners, and it apparently evolved to the point where Thanatos was playing lethal tempo, Doran's Blade start with Ignite Exhaust top lane against Bwipo's Set, and they just were fighting to the death level 1 before minions spawned in the brush.
I mean, hey man, it's an arms race up there in top lane. You've just got to keep escalating the deal.
It paid off.
Yeah, I mean, you talk to any top laner, if he hits me, I got to hit him back. That's just the way it goes.
It's the rules. If he's on my screen, his health bar is a different color. Like, only one of us should be in this lane right now.
I just am going to let him disrespect me like that? He just autoed me. I need to kill myself and fight back.
We've got to go in.
Well, after the last kill, he decided, I'm not going to be on his screen. So now it is the swap. And of course, Masu and Busio are going to try and work away as many turret plates as they can as quickly as possible in their 2v1. Already made quick work of the first one and then bounced the wave.
I think C9 is doing great, though. They're up a slight amount of gold here. They are the ones playing this more heavy scaling type of composition. You're playing double AD carry with Emilio. At some point, I assume he's going to get an Ardent Sensor in there. You have the Cozy Campfire. You're giving extra range. You're giving the healing. You're giving the Ardent. You're giving all these buffs to these double AD carries. And then you have a great split pusher who's scaling. You have Blabber, who we now know is going towards tank. And over on the other side, they did get the early objective, as Nuke Duck talked about. And we'll see if they can continue to stack that, because I feel like since they haven't been able to pick up a lot of kills or anything, there is really a lot of pressure on them to get every single dragon and to be able to put on some pressure in that way, right? To threaten Soul, to kind of wipe out the scaling advantages that Cloud9 has.
Bwipo is just going to continue mining more money from these turret plates because they got the 3 grubs. That true damage over time will keep ticking. Let's see these last couple of minion autos. Nicely calculated there to guarantee the second plate goes over his way, but not overstaying and committing more time than was necessary. Blabber sitting around here over the wall in mid lane, as FlyQuest does have a control ward in the line brush off to the side, so they'll have vision control over this area. As Blabber's still just kind of keeping an eye on what's going on with these brushes. We've still got over a minute until the next Drake spawns, so nothing to immediately fight over in this bot side river just yet.
Yeah, and even though there isn't a dragon up, since both junglers have flashes and their ultimates ready, and their first item in the case of Blabber here with his Unending Despair, he's sniffing around for a possible play here. Maokai ultimate, he actually walks over a lot of vision, so not going to get too much down here with the Scuttle Crab plus all of the wards for FlyQuest. And here comes Inspired on his Wukong. who is a champion notorious for having to power level until he gets to this point to try and look for something more aggressive.
And you can see Bwipo has his stride breaker done. Obviously going to complete that item faster than Gwen because she made that pit stop for the Bramble. And I want to see what he can get done with this. You know, if he can put some pressure on, as Thanatos potentially in trouble, but does have that Shroud.
Okay, Thanatos with the flash out. Nice handshake, though, from Busio. Pulls him right back in for a little bit more damage. Thanatos still going to lose half HP. Decides to take the reset.
And these are always, calculated plays when they're full sending on that side of the map before Dragon. It's 20 seconds ahead. And so they got the flash out of Thanatos. They got the ultimate out of Thanatos. They're going to get, the teleport as well out of Thanatos. And so those types of plays, even though you're not going to be able to kill him, now there's so much less threat from the Gwen if they decide to fight the Dragon fight. Plus, they're actually just going to keep up the pressure, push it into the turret, and they're going to have bot prio first. Meanwhile, look at the Annie 2 quad up there, trying to deal with the remnants of those minions, and he's got his stun charged, he's got his flash ready as well.
Okay, FlyQuest have started to up the Drake with a 3-man squad of Busio, Masu, and Inspired, putting the DPS into it. You can see that C9 was around the area, thinking about a potential fight, but now thinking better of it. As with FlyQuest being first to the Drake, there's so many of those Callista spears in the objective, it's so very easy to secure it. C9 are not going to take the fight for that.
And I think barring any sort of major mistake from Fly, as soon as they got that pressure onto Thanatos and they got his flash ult, you're just not going to fight, right? C9 want to scale, want to play this slowly. I do think this is the kind of pace of game that they want to play. The question is going to become, when do they fight? Are they going to feel prepared at this third Dragon here, or are they going to have to risk it and wait till fourth? It is going to be Hextech. As far as pro play goes, that is the one that people prize generally the highest, and especially when you do have teams that are pretty easy to apply that.
Okay, Bwipo dealing with Loki up here. That stride breaker that you mentioned, Isaac, I think is especially important when you're up against a comp like this with plenty of range with the double AD carries, making it so you can have that greater efficacy in the big fights. Like you already said, it's by default easier for Gwen to accomplish her mission in a larger fight than it is for Set. So Bwipo giving himself some extra tools to accomplish that is always going to feel good. Blabber with the Unending Despair completed on the Maokai. Tank items cheaper than damage or carry items by default. So considering Inspired is going for more damage-oriented stuff here on the Wukong, it's not going to work out the same, but now Thanatos once again going to be in some danger. Showstopper right back away from the turret. Thanatos keeping himself alive for now, but a flash over the wall from Inspired for one last smack upside the head. FlyQuest grabbing their second kill.
Good kill, but it does cost them teleport, double flash, and double ultimate. So there was a lot invested there. So now Blabber immediately going to go in on the other side. They're going to push pretty aggressively here in mid lane, and Quad getting really low from that culling means this tower mid is probably going to go down. They're going to be able to likely at least steal away this red buff, so they will try to get something down. And Loki's trying to defend that bot lane tier 1.
Okay, so this tier 1 turret in mid lane, about to fall, but not quite there just yet. Remember that the first turret is still up as one of the claimable feats. FlyQuest got themselves the first 3 neutral objectives by controlling everything in the early part of the game. Still only 2-1 in terms of kills, so that feat of warfare still up for grabs as well. And sometimes the turret hanging on by just a sliver of HP is enough. FlyQuest are going to hold on to it in mid.
Yeah, we'll see if there is any sort of counterplay as far as these flashes that are down, though. Want to see if there's going to be Cloud9 just continue to try and farm up and try and keep this early game steady, or if we're going to actually go for that big play on the side, because FlyQuest, they are here. Rift Herald has spawned. Okay. They are going to immediately go for it. Again, this is the team with all the early game focus, so they are going to keep on going towards these objectives first. They've got the Callista.
And now Blabber, though, walks right into the brush, immediately gets handshook as he tries to make his entry, but now Inspired in some danger, has to use the clone to get back over the wall, but C9 is in hot pursuit. The rocket doesn't hit Inspired, and Loki is still chasing. Busio trying to dodge away from the rockets and projectiles flying forward as Quad. It looked like if he wanted to, he could have full sent it there, but the rest of the team couldn't have backed him up. It wouldn't have worked out the way they wanted. C9, they might not have got a kill, but they earned themselves control over the topside river and the Rift Herald pit.
Exactly. I mean, Blabber walks in, but he's pretty tanky. Already has the tier 2 boots, already has his first item completed. They will grab feats of strength off of this, though, as Bwipo is going to take that first tower down on bot side, so FlyQuest will get something there, but they are able to win out on the fight on the other side, as Blabber, too tanky to take down, has that support of the team behind him. Loki insta-TP'd in and is able to turn that fight.
And it just shows how important holding this mid lane turret was earlier, because it does give you that extra edge of that first turret bottom, allowing you to secure the feats for yourself, gives you the extra boots. Feels less bad that you lost the Herald as the objective there from the FlyQuest side, who are still up over 1,500 gold. You can see we are at the point of the game now where the Trinity Force builders have built their Trinity Forces. We've got the Wukong and Corki both locked and loaded with those. Quad versus Thanatos up here in the top side. Thanatos just trying to hop, skip, and jump away from this one, but Quad immediately chunks him for a massive amount of HP, forces the Gwen back, takes the tier 1 turret. In the meantime, now Bwipo's moving through the enemy jungle, seeing if maybe he can catch Thanatos here on a lazy recall. Thanatos going to get all the way back behind that tier 2 turret, though. But yeah, here comes Bwipo. Quad's still here. Tibbers is still angry, knocking the minions over. Loki's working on the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane at the same time. But a tier 1 from a tier 2, I might not be a mathematician, gentlemen, but I think the tier 2's worth more.
Yeah, I always love ultis like that. You know, he's playing for pressure. He has the early malignance, so Quad here just unloads the ante, and they get very, very quick 2 turrets. It is over 2,000 individual gold there for Bwipo's set.
Yeah, and he's got he's gonna head back to base, and he's gonna be close to a second item. Already had the tunneler. Now is able to grab another ruby, another longsword there. So we'll see where he wants to go second. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sterek second. It does feel pretty standard for Bwipo. He plays so well around that spike. When he's playing Renekton, whatever he is playing, he really utilizes that shield to the maximum here.
And with Dragon coming up, they have an easy place on the map to go. So teleport for Cloud9. They want to fight it.
C9 are already going to be over there, though. They're there first, and it looks like FlyQuest going to be maybe too late.
FlyQuest still thinking about the approach here as Inspired jumps in after Loki, but does not want to commit the ulti here just yet. Quad goes in for the play on Sven, but he's not going to find the engage he looks for. Quad instead shut down by Thanatos, who's made his way into the back lines of FlyQuest. Now Sven is in danger, but he won't die to the Haymaker here just yet. And Loki is still DPSing and messing up everybody on the FlyQuest side. Inspired falling all the way back now, needs to continue the retreat because FlyQuest has already lost 3 men. Thanatos flashes forward to force the flash out defensively from Inspired, and C9 wipes the gold lead off the map.
Yeah, the only thing that saves that from being an entirely disastrous is Bwipo actually ulting Blabber away from the Dragon so that Inspired could secure it. So they do move towards Soul Point, but look at Thanatos here early on. As Quad goes in, Quad does not hit anything. He's just a straight up whiff with the Flash W, and then Thanatos on the side is able to get in behind him and shut him down immediately. Quad got nothing in that fight.
Vulcan value there really big too with the Melio. I mean, this is so big for Cloud9. It is going to be, that dragon for FlyQuest. So they did get their 3rd dragon, but the cost was substantial here. Let's see if they can continue on that focus and actually march towards the early soul.
And now it's just like they just need soul, right? Like I said, they're getting slammed in that fight, and the only thing that saves it is Bwipo ulting Blabber away to guarantee the smite, because Blabber didn't have flash. He couldn't actually get back to the dragon in time to really get in and secure it. But now we're clearly starting to get this point where C9 is likely to win the 5v5s. You can talk about execution, of course, as well. Fly did not play that fight that well. But if C9 do keep winning these fights from here on out, you might not get access to actually a 50-50 or a potential smite steal.
Okay, C9, very, very small gold lead, but a lead is a lead nonetheless. Loki going to work to expand that one a little bit further, putting in the auto attacks on the tier 1 turret. And nobody from FlyQuest is really concerned about keeping this thing alive at this point in the game. They'll let that one fall. Loki will pick up the payday on that. Nearly has the tier stacked up to 360 now, too. So as soon as he finishes buying all of the components there for the Manamune, we'll evolve it into that Muramana, and that's another big power spike.
And it was really important that Thanatos actually got quite a bit of gold here, because he was down 2k in that individual matchup, picked up a couple kills, has closed that gap, but Otacon has been started here. FlyQuest just want to keep the pressure on. They know it's not going to get better for them.
Yeah, FlyQuest rushed the Otacon at 20 minutes in game number 1. Now they're doing the same thing here again in game number 2. Bwipo's going to be your target here at the very start of the fight, but Set is very tanky, wants to find a little bit more damage right on back, and Vulcan is nearly killed instantly by the Haymaker. Now Blabber's here on the front line as Inspired goes into the back line of C9, but it ain't going to be enough as Sven has already got the kill, but a nice hostile takeover. Sven executes his own teammates as Masu keeps jumping forward and takes Sven down. Loki wants to get one, and he will, but it comes at the cost of an ace. FlyQuest slam that fight.
They have to keep it turned up to 11, and they do. They force the fight. Bwipo goes right in there, forces it for them, and then they can chase through. FlyQuest, no, they have to keep fighting. Here's another look at the entry.
And Bwipo looks like he kind of gets caught, but he just ends up drawing so much pressure. He ults to buy space to go away from those carries. And then look at this haymaker. That is what I'm talking about. Almost insta-kills Vulcan through his heal, through his ultimate, through his shield. It just didn't even matter. Then is able to flash out to safety. And yes, Inspired goes down, but look at the space that is created. And the hostile takeover gets 3.
It catches them. Sven got chased down by Masu, and Loki had to flash just to go for that kill, which ends up costing him his life too anyway. So now there's gonna be no flash on the Corki. I mean, basically everybody flashed in that fight, or even prior to that fight. So there's not gonna be a lot left. And we'll see FlyQuest here continue to push the aggression.
Look at the damage from Bwipo, by the way, and all of that white, that is the true damage from the haymaker. So just play safe.
Very, very powerful tank here with the set.
Is worth noting that they got the secondary tower after that play. They did not go back for the Otacon. The tower, easier gold, and again, these secondary ones on the side lanes, huge chunks of gold for the team, and so FlyQuest really investing in that one to get themselves back into this very good position.
So Bwipo not going Sterix here. He actually did go for the Overlord's Bloodmail, which was, buffed a couple patches ago. You get, a percentage of AD based on your missing health. So that is why it's so powerful with set, because you get super low, you pop the Haymaker at like 5% health for this massive fully bar, and you're getting tons of AD. Additionally, even at full health, he's getting a bonus of 37 AD plus the 30 AD on it, just from the HP that he has.
Yeah.
So this thing can give you like 100 plus AD when you are really low and you press W, and that is where it can turn into straight up one-shots on carries. It can be really, really crazy.
And he has teleport, so you have to watch out for your teleport flank wards that are on the map right now when FlyQuest go over to this Otacon. Thankfully for Cloud9, most of the teleport wards are pretty shallow, so it won't be too big of a surprise.
It's Soul up and available for the side of FlyQuest. The Otacon is right next door, and Inspired goes in after Sven. The Cloud9 AD carry manages to disengage here as Inspired drops his clone. You're going to see Masu go for an early Fates call there on the Bootsio, looking to keep him alive as well, but Bwipo has made his way into the fight, and now Loki's going to be killed as things just barely start. Thanatos tries to run as Inspired makes his way into the mix, and Bwipo is still alive here too. Sven tries to approach the Tribe Rush. Blabber wants to try to steal away this Otacon. FlyQuest, they may have picked off one of the Cloud9 players, but they don't have a lot of health to work with. Bwipo is going back to the base. He'll be able to TP to try to rejoin the fight, but now Otacon is losing his patience, and his health has already regenerated back to 100%. Busio, still very low on HP. Bwipo's going to teleport and rejoin the fight now. C9 trying to slow this down, trying to stop this, but try as they might, there's simply not an angle to do it. There are too many spears in the Otacon, and that objective is secured by FlyQuest.
Yeah, calm call there from FlyQuest to buy time for Bwipo to go back and teleport in. Instead of risking the Rend plus Smite combo, they reset, they wait for it now for the Soul.
They're trying to buy time for Loki. Loki almost has teleport, but he's gating out. It's all about this Soul now.
Okay, FlyQuest going after the Soul. Loki on the long approach, making his way back up here. Inspired still doesn't have his Smite back up, ready to go here just yet. Blabber ready to Smite on the Maokai. Inspired makes his way back over towards the objective, as now Blabber's going to be in some danger. Uses Twisted Advance, trying to get away from the damage on the Haymaker as Inspired has found the enemy mid laner. Bwipo's on a killing spree, and Thanatos is already dead. The Hex does go over to C9, so they'll stop the Soul for now, but Blabber's got to be careful. He nearly dies, but he baits them in instead. C9 end up getting an absolutely massive fight with 4 kills, and they're marching their way up to Baron. It's spawning in 5 seconds.
Yeah, Blabber gets the Dragon, and what a fight from Loki. He flanks on the Corki. He's eviscerating FlyQuest from behind. They couldn't actually get and turn around onto him to be able to engage onto Loki. Loki is just destroying them in the backline. Even Valk's into the pit onto Masu's head. They get the Dragon. They should be able to get the Baron. Bwipo trying to make it happen.
Yeah, Bwipo's going in, wants to try to get that last shot there onto Loki, but the Haymaker doesn't hit. It's an ace for C9. Baron, the prize.
FlyQuest are going to regret that one so hard. In the face of a Dragon Soul and a Baron, Otacon is nothing. And Otacon takes a long time. They could have chose to just go for the Dragon first instead, but they go for Otacon first, and then by that time, Loki is back out.
And just watch Loki in the back of this fight. He is just constantly hitting Inspired and Bwipo. He got a big one onto Busio and Quad as well, got them chunked down, and no one can actually turn onto him. They can't actually get anything down onto him. Again, another rocket onto Busio, finishes off Inspired, Valks over the wall, and even before this replay started, he was harassing them and hitting them with rockets from the Tri-Brush. Loki played this fight incredibly well, very risky positioning coming in from behind without a front line by him, but he made it happen, and that is the kind of play you want to see from the C9 mid laner.
C9 now up over 2,000 gold. The game has been turned on its head here. Blabber also saving his team from having to suffer that Hex Soul. Inspired was off to the side fighting Loki like you were talking about. He wasn't even close enough to try to smite fight for the Drake. Yeah. So C9 really just setting up the battlefield exactly how they needed to guarantee a big win there, as now they're going to force their way into the FlyQuest base. That bottom lane inhibitor is already destroyed. Bwipo is set up defensively here with the Nexus turrets. Finally, Quad and Busio making it back to the base to try to continue defending. Bwipo flashing forward, wants the engage. Blabber jumping in with a twisted advance. Bwipo losing a ton of health. Quad wanted to grab the burst, but there's no damage. Bwipo with a huge haymaker to kill 2. FlyQuest hold the line as the true damage is just way too much. One last hit from Masu takes down Sven, as Inspired as the sacrificial Wukong. It does not matter. It's a 5 for 2. It's a full ace. It's Baron wiped off the map as FlyQuest hold the line.
What a game from Cloud9 and FlyQuest. Here is the siege with the Baron buff, and it gets so dicey for FlyQuest, but Bwipo goes for the huge dunk.
Yeah, we got to see how much damage this Haymaker did, because the bar gets filled up, and then he catches up with that Berserk from the hostile takeover. Watch this Haymaker right here. Wasn't even a full bar. Oh my God! Plus 1,200 gold. And that was maybe 2/3 of his bar. Wasn't even fully filled up because it had decayed from the earlier damage he takes. Now he has a Warmog, so even more bonus health there. That is a punch that they will not be forgetting anytime soon.
And afterwards, they also ended up finally getting the mid tower. So FlyQuest got even more gold off that, getting another objective after pushing back out of damage.
That's like a 3K one. His bar wasn't even full, and he wasn't even that low. That could have been one of those like 5K haymakers.
That's rookie numbers right there. Yeah. You could definitely pump those up.
That's is crazy, man. That is just not right. Bwipo takes away the enemy red buff now. And fellas, we are once again back to this situation where now if you're C9, there's less than 90 seconds on the clock, and you've got to defend against a potential Hex Soul again.
He's teleporting up here. They want to flank.
Okay, C9's on the run. Nice engage coming out from Masu and Busio. Sven tries to get away over the wall, but he's already been killed as Bwipo makes his way onto Loki's Corki. A double kill for Masu. Thanatos should be next to fall. Quad trying to stay alive here with a bailout, but they don't do it in time. That'll be a 1-for-1, but a 4-for-1 overall as C9 gets completely mopped up at only the cost of Quad.
Well, the question is, can they actually just like end the game? There's 40 seconds on some of these respawns. How aggressive do they want to go? Will they just go for the inhibitor and back to the soul, or are they really going to try to push for a ton?
Well, Bwipo is tanking the turret to guarantee that the wave stays in a good a shape as it possibly can. It's only Vulcan around to try to clear things out. Melio has very few offensive tools to do anything at all. Sven is going to be alive in 5 seconds. FlyQuest still going to continue their push for now. You can see the Void Grublings showing their way up here, moving towards the Nexus turrets. FlyQuest are going all the way for the throat on this one. Sven's going to try to defend, but he doesn't have the firepower. 18-14, FlyQuest end it. They're going to match point.
Yeah, and they get another kill for the road. The Haymaker nearly one-shots Vulcan just to put their stamp on it. This one, Cloud9 looked like they were in a good spot. They had the scaling comp. They got to a good position. They got the Baron. They denied the soul. But then FlyQuest just find the angles to force fights, to not allow them to get set up, and just wipe them off the map back to back, know their limits, end the game.
That engage was just too good. While Cloud9 were split in the 4-1, they get the earlier teleport from Bwipo, and the Kalista ultimate starts it out. Flowers, banger 2 games here, but I'm getting worried already. It might be a short day.
C9 is too, buddy.
That was a wide haymaker from Bwipo. Let's head back over to the LTA Lounge now to break it all down.
I mean, those are great games, but now it's one game away from a sweep.
Oh my God. Do something!
What do you want?
Suit up, Licorice, get in there.
Yeah, get in there.
Got the jersey under here.
Let's hear the winning team comms for the end of the game. Oh my goodness.
Okay, go.
We can just kill him, guys. If he
Okay,
tries to clear,
go.
hit, and if he tries to clear, we can hit.
Yes. Just keep
IW
hitting.
from Masu only.
Keep hitting, and I will E on him when he comes.
Yeah, IB as well. He can't hit.
Keep hitting.
We can end.
Keep hitting.
I have a big bomba though. Bomba!
Nice.
Well played, guys.
Nice.
Oh, my bad.
Bomba!
Also my bad, at the end.
He actually just went the set arena build. I know you mentioned actually before we were on it, he builds this on stream. This is what he does. But it's like, this is my horror when you're in arena and you're going up against a health stacking set that's just going to nuke you.
Boom! I mean,
it's my horror as an AD carry player. Just got stuck in my head.
Let's experience it. Let's watch it in full speed. So this one, guess what? It's a jungler alert. Licorice, you probably experienced this a few times.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Thanatos did a good job of playing the early game out, but then, like, you see the next replay, he's down so much gold, and then just going into this team fight, like...
Down 30 CS before this team fight. This was interesting. This is where I thought the Melio was going to start turning on because the full combo flies out from Annie. It just gets, basically feels like immune by the Melio ult.
Yes.
And C9 is able to win these fights. And I kept thinking that the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to be for FlyQuest to play into double AD carry with Melio and a front line. But that wasn't the case.
That was not the case. And so, like, these fights are really tough. I would say right here, oh my God, the murder! The fact that the Renata ulti basically helped FlyQuest take 2 kills away, where C9 just executed 2 of their own teammates. So that was tough. That was tough in and of itself.
This fight right here was super interesting. Kobe talked about it in the cast. The fact that FlyQuest didn't take the soul could have been game deciding because they took Otacon instead. And then Inspired is off fighting on the bottom side with Loki while Blabber gets a free smite on the Drake. And this fight just went heavily in the favor of C9 because Loki cleans up on the back end.
Flank, you're right, because the fact that he did not choose to go for Dragon immediately, like he just had the flank when he came off from Death Timer. So Loki had an amazing moment. I thought this was going to be C9 winning the series.
All right, Licorice, walk us through this set fight.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, it's really hard for FlyQuest at this point, so Bwipo just needs to make something happen. So in a second here, he's just going to look to like flash in and start a fight on Loki. I think the Melio ult and the counter engage was a little too early. Like they just like panicked a little bit because and then the set combo and just everything is just
another thing.
a disaster.
I don't know if we have time to go back, but another important thing on that was, okay, keep going. We're gonna wait until, quad going in onto Sven, so play it through. Because the other big thing is just watch quad here, because when Bwipo goes in, he immediately goes onto Sven and removes Sven from the fight, right? So there are kind of 2 fronts, and even though Thanatos ends up going onto him and he gets shut down, that was a really crucial play by quad 2 to take Sven out of the fight.
Yeah, no, I feel like these games, it's like FlyQuest is in control for most of it, and then C9 makes these comeback plays, and then they look good, and then they lose.
I mean, this was the weird. This is what ended up the game. I think C9's really going to regret that they were caught in this position. They had Gwen split pushing a wave up top. They were on mid wave, but they didn't have Baron. So this is a time where they just needed to wait for the next objective because I feel like they actually were stronger, and FlyQuest just made like a really fast play and was able to win the game.
Yeah, it just feels like even when they get into the winning positions, then FlyQuest just has like some engage or some fight that turns it back, and then they're in the driver's seat again, and then they win the game.
Wow, 19 kills to 14. FlyQuest up 2-0. That game just under 30 minutes. Awesome game. During LTA North Split 2, you could also win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues. You can use your MasterCard to purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win. You can see FlyQuest thinking about some stuff before we head to break. Last week, Kangas, he set out to answer a very important question. How many normal players does it take to beat a single pro? Take a look.
We have a Busio, notable pro player, and we got a couple of Joes here ready to challenge him to see how many of us it takes to take him down.
I don't know what champ to play, guys. I play support.
Aurelia,
No, don't give him top lane. On my life, they win this.
No!
Check it out. No!
you guys fighting back? I also was lying. Okay. Just commit.
Guys, I haven't even gotten to play yet.
I'm Kangas low, man. I'm Kangas. I fear that this is not going well.
Production? That was grief. Now you're gonna have the super stun.
I will run it down right now.
Oh, guys.
How is he alive, you guys?
I even you guys hard.
Bro,
I would drop you for a Wendy's 444. I would get rid of you for a burger and fries.
Wait, what is happening?
Let's go! No, man!
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Send no flash. Look at me, guys. She's strong. Look at me. I'm getting pissed by tippers. Okay, guys. I'm close, guys. Kalista. Leta. Set no ulti. I'm one of you guys. Run it. Don't wait, Nathan. Lumigas. Chase. Go chase him.
They have no ults, okay? They have no ults.
Keep fighting. Lucian, no flash. Go in.
I double quad. I have no double.
Flash forward. Nice.
Okay, guys. It's good. Looks good. We need to find Drake. I have ulti. Got no flashers in the pit. Look on North. I got Drake. Okay. I can win this though. Yeah. Double in 10. Yeah. I have ult in 18, okay? Yeah. I need no stun. Yeah. She gets it. It's good. I need it. Go.
I will go in soon.
Corky. He's dead. Double kill.
I double quad.
Keep fighting. I'm chasing with second ult.
Nice job.
I'm helping quad.
Go mid.
No W, Martin. No W. Yeah. No worries. Can we go?
No. It's fine. We killed them both. Can we end mid? I think so. We have a wave. It's just Milio.
No place Emilio. Only no place Emilio.
The minions can end, right?
Yeah, we can end.
The minions.
We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top. Gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge. Born to be champions. We can touch the sky. We are flying high. Right eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators. World dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky. We can make the sky. We'll make the rise. Through the ring of fire. In the darkest times. We are gladiators. World dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators. You can come and hate us. Yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena. Wild animals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA for the upper bracket finals. Here for game number 3, we have a very special guest for the draft. Please welcome LS joining us on this one to break down some of what we've been seeing in the picks and the bans and how this series is going so far.
I am curious to see what's going to end up happening in game number 3 because I felt like C9 were set up for success in game number 2, and then they failed to close that. Game 1 was a complete disaster. I don't know what
they were not set up for
they're even
success,
trying to do
sure.
in that. That's a very difficult game to play pretty much across the board and just poor utilization, right, of the draft. So now as we move into game 3, especially with where their mentals are at, what are they even going to attempt to go for? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I mean, that game number 2 ending, you're pushing in the enemy base. It looks like you should have all the tools that you need to win the game. You're at the Nexus turrets. The clock says 27 minutes. Right. Before the clock hits 30, you've lost the game. That is a really rough situation to bounce back from just 15 minutes later.
Especially for top lane. I really liked how Bwipo has approached it so far in game number 1 and game number 2. So let's get right into the draft, because this should be a fun one. Even though we are only 3 games into Fearless, there will be some interesting changes. You can't see it on screen quite yet, but you did see there FlyQuest going over some spreadsheets they've got for themselves for these drafts, and here we go. There's all the Fearless bans.
And for me, Fly ending up on red, this is what they want to be on anyway, typically, right? So this is, I mean, C9 also likely want to be on blue themselves, but I think that Fly are just going to utilize now the remaining games of Fearless a lot better on red side for the counter picks and everything. So
yeah,
let's see what they open.
I mean, both games so far, we've seen Bwipo take very specific counter picks into the top lane matchups that he's playing. And then in game number 1, when C9 is on red side, they counter pick themselves, and it doesn't work out. You already talked about how the draft just felt like a bit of a mess from C9 in that one.
Azir is looking up, though.
So yeah, we are already through the first half of the bans. It's Nico, Rumble, and Ahri banned out by C9. FlyQuest getting rid of Yone and Vi and Misfortune. What does C9 want to go with first? I want to see a really solid, coherent draft from them this game.
And just like you mentioned, Azir being hovered right now. Now, Fly, one of the teams that does have Azir counter picks inside of their pool. Obviously, one of the lesser common ones that's fallen off, like Xerath, is something that could be available for them to go with. Obviously, I have the Kai'Sa hover by Bwipo. Nothing too surprising there.
That's just a given.
Yep.
So many players have all of their hover shoutouts. But what are you really thinking from the FlyQuest side? Because generally, when the players talk about Cloud9, they're like, Cloud9, they're fairly standard, and so they do come a bit easier to predict. And there we go. I guess not a lot of thought into it, but the Taliyah has always been a prominent pick into the Azir.
So I wonder if the Taliyah into the Azir here, again, it's a vacuum answer historically. It's also potentially good in team fights. Azir, very prone and weak to artillery, long-range team compositions. There's the Ezreal to complement that. We did have the Nidalee hovers. I wonder if Bwipo is actually pondering just trying to neutralize Thanatos in laning phase, because really, the way the series is looking, he might kind of be their only hope if he really turns up in a game, but I don't know if that's going to be the direction, as Renekton stolen away from Bwipo.
Yeah, we've got the Renekton locked in for the top lane. How do we feel about the Trundle, second pick overall in the draft for C9 here?
Trundle really odd to me because it doesn't really match that well up into Ezreal, and I don't think it's really doing that much inside of the draft. You're going to give counterpick jungle over to Inspired, which does just surprise me. The one thing the Trundle does do is it prevents things like Malphite or these other big tanks from coming in to try to just respond to the Renekton and then play like a longer controlled game with the Ezreal Taliyah.
Yeah, it is a little like risky doing it before there's a tank showing. And like you said, with the Renekton very early too, we already got the answers here. Bwipo was an early adopter of the Nidalee top.
Right. The Nidalee, for me, it just seems like the clear pick here. The Trundle thing, it does now being removed in this game 3. If Fearless does go to game 4 and 5, tanks become a little bit more potent. Nidalee just seems like the obvious answer because she's not as vulnerable to Trundle as other top lane picks. And now Thanatos will be neutralized and he will be bullied in this matchup. Things are looking a little rough, and if you're C9 as we move into the second ban phase, what can you even really hope to do at this point? Because jungle pool is so wide open still, and then support pool, you're just going to get counterpicked.
Yeah, and like, did you throw protection bans, you know, for jungle? I feel like that's just throwing stuff into a bottomless pit here versus Inspired.
I don't really know what C9 can hope to do. The Karma ban comes in pretty standard against the Ezreal, but the thing is, the artillery is there even with the Nidalee, right? You have the Taliyah, you have the Ezreal, you have the Nidalee. C9, they're very short range right now. They're going to be playing like a a ball comp, right? They're going to hold their phalanx and stuff, but that doesn't matter when you're getting hit by a rain of arrows. So C9, in their remaining picks, they need something really big to turn up that can match these types of champions. And I don't think that they're going to go for things like Jinx or these other types of hyper carries. I just don't expect to find that for them.
They're going to have to dig deep here. First, a couple of extra support bands, though, to come out. Anything else here they're super worried about? I guess the Braum, so they can open up some of those melee supports.
The Braum ban does make me think that they are worried about the thing that we were just talking about, where they can't really get the engage off because they're just so bally. And so that ban is nice. I'd like to see a jungler here for Inspired, because you do just want to get the counter pick in the support to guarantee. And the support counter pick pinches what options C9 would have for any hypers. The Poppy's really interesting because it's a dual flex.
Dual flex and very good into the Azir, plus can block Renekton.
Exactly. The ability of the Steadfast Presence to really shut down some of the playmaking for both of these solo laners that we're seeing so far from C9, also really kind of putting a chokehold on what could still be picked for that support position to try to deal with it, to be that engage that C9 needs. Since what you've already been talking about, LS, FlyQuest is happy to just hang back, fling projectiles all day. C9 needs some way to get in there and stop them.
Right, and the other really cool thing about Poppy, if she does elect to go into the jungle here, she's not as punished as a traditional top lane Poppy because she's not getting as much as a top lane Poppy would in terms of resists. So Trundle doesn't get as much value, but Poppy's turning up big here. Azir, Renekton, both here, pinches support picks that are potentially possible. And now you just get Kai'Sa Nautilus, and it's like, what are these two champions doing together? Because you're trying to run into things that don't really create windows or opportunities for you. And it looks like Leona is going to be the hover Bard now.
So it sounds like you're pretty FlyQuest sided on the evaluation of who's winning these drafts.
This is a very sinful draft.
How do you lay it out as far as early game steps into the mid game here?
So the really confusing thing is you just have three really good lanes right now for Fly. You have Renekton, who's going to be suffering by himself. Trundle has to play really sinful this game. He has to take risks, has to do variance-based things, because Talia vacuum answers the Azir, Nidalee vacuum answers the Renekton. But then you have the theme of the artillery from FlyQuest, which just scales really well. And now Bard, he's been getting a lot of popularity all over the world, solo queue and competitive. And this champion just plays magnificently here. I don't know what the Kai'Sa and Not is even here for. I actually just think they're panicked and they just locked in two random things.
Okay, well, chatters for Cloud9, get to pray in here for them because these are must-win games from here on out.
Yes, sir. Now, remember, they won't be eliminated if they lose here today. They will, however, move into the lower bracket. Today's winner guarantees you a spot in those finals for all of Split 2 next weekend and a shot at some international competition after that. We'll see the coaches go in for one last fist bump here. LS, as we're just about to wrap up draft, if you are C9, what is the game plan in this one? What do you think is most imperative for them to bring us to a game 4?
A lot of things have to go well for Blabber early on. He needs to create high variance situations. They need to come out on top.
All right, LS, thank you so much for all of your knowledge, all of your insight into the draft here. We appreciate you lending that brain power to us. Non-subscribers, we'll see you guys in 30 seconds. For everybody else, C9's backs are against the wall. These guys have got to figure out how to deal with a FlyQuest team that it looks like they should have beat in Game 2, but FlyQuest, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
All right, thank you, LS. We'll let you get back to your co-stream that you got going on and dive into this game number 3. Yeah, let's see, because people have been wanting at least Game 4s here.
I have.
For some of these series to go longer. We'll welcome back Azale as FlyQuest. Give a little welcome to Thanatos into the jungle. Bwipo already being the annoying Nidalee getting up in there.
The only thing I had to add, it was fun listening to you guys talk about the draft. I just always love the Poppy Talia combo because you can just tackle people into the Unraveled Earth, right? You don't actually have to have a wall then to get a stun. You can kind of guarantee that. And it is a really nice setup there. You tackle them into the Unraveled Earth, and then they get seismic shoves right after that. It is really tough to deal with.
All right, well, as nothing is really going crazy here at level 1 once more, we're going to toss things down to Licorice, who's standing by for an interview with C9 coach Anero.
Yeah, so I'm here with Anero. So LS seemed to think that FlyQuest won the draft pretty hard, so I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that?
That's chill. I think some people would say that's like a good thing that he said that. It's kind of like lucky. He's pretty good at like jinxing things when he says the draft is good, like a team just completely runs it down. It's chill. It's whatever.
Okay, cool. And then just in the series, it feels like FlyQuest has been mostly in the driver's seat, but C9 has a few moments where you like get ahead and you should be in like a winning position. So like, what do you think is happening, and what do you want to see out of the players this game?
I mean, I really just want to see us playing with confidence in these moments. Like, Fly is a really good team, so when we slip up, they punish it pretty well. So it's really just like pushing it harder when we have the advantage and making sure we're abusing it. So, I mean, I just want to see our team playing with confidence and not backing down just because we're 0-2.
How confident are you in the reverse sweep?
I feel good. I feel really good always. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Thanks so much. Let's send it back to the game.
He's feeling real good always. It might look a little bit rough, but Anero's he's chill, you know? Having a good time. Not sweating.
I'm a little
Not
suspicious
concerned.
with the smirk that came up, but we'll see if they can rally. Inspired here does go over the remnants of this ward. It's just going to Inspire after it did see him come in, so Blabber's going to know that there's a Poppy on the way.
Yeah, Inspired jumped over the wall there, but as soon as his feet hit the ground from the blast cone, Blabber smites the big wolf, also secures both of the smaller ones, so Blabber does not get anything taken away on that single camp. But now it's the blue buff that's in danger. This is the priority of the Nidalee top lane, as Bwipo can guarantee that Inspired can just steal the buff away.
Exactly, and Blabber actually gets spotted by that ward over by the Raptors that he just walked past. So this ward right here did spot him as he ran by. So now Inspired takes the blue, and he's going to cross back over to defend his quadrant over on that side. As Ahri may not be in game, but is in the crowd.
Yep, the Ahri unfortunately banned out again. That is a pretty popular pick, but now Thanatos versus Bwipo just continuing to scrap up here in this 1v1. Bwipo misses the spear right there on the back end of the trade, and now he's got to be careful a little bit, as Thanatos will take him down to 150 HP there with that last call of the week.
My biggest thing is, where is the Trundle going to go now? Because Blabber really is in a desperate situation when you've been counter-jungled like this. Bwipo pretty desperate too.
Yeah, Bwipo stays healthy enough to add the extra grass proc at the very end, but he has to go back to base.
I mean, that was insanely close to Thanatos just being able to actually finish him off with the flash. And yeah, we are going to see Bwipo going back to base there. So definitely gets a little bit dicey. It's a good start for Thanatos. Honestly, credit to him. Being able to get the advantage in this. He's able to have the wave. You know, it's going to be slowly grouping, pushing towards him. Bwipo immediately TPs, and I think we're going to see Thanatos go right down to bot.
Vulcan getting chunked out there as Busio and Masu find the better of his health bar. Thanatos teleporting now down to the bottom lane as Sven walks his way up towards topside. The Kaisa now assigned to Nidalee duty.
This draft and this level, well, this time it was a level 3 invade, but it reminds me of the first series that these two teams played, and Inspired on the Nefiri went for the level 1 invade and got a super big jungle lead for himself there too. Having a really nice start on this Poppy, we'll see, because he can be a huge playmaker in this game. You know, you mentioned, you know, playing with Talia, but he actually has a lot of areas he can go for on this map too. And Cloud9 already make their rotation of Vulcan and Sven up to the top side of the map after those first recalls from the top laners.
Yep, was really nice just to try to put that pressure on the Nidalee. But MSI is going to be in Canada this year. First time ever to have an international tournament there. Masu, Vulcan, both Canadians. Jojo actually qualified, first Canadian to qualify for the event. And Dylan Falco, shout out to him. So EU carried by Canada. So we'll be claiming their wins in Vancouver. But it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, if either of these guys do qualify. Obviously, both playing in this match here, and it just feels that much more special. I think when you're playing a big event like that, and it is at home, you have the home crowd behind you.
I mean, statistically, it feels very likely that one of these two teams will be the ones who earn themselves the right to go and be a part of that international competition with how strong they've both been so far this split. Inspired is taking down the first dragon of the game. This is by far the earliest Drake we have had so far in the series.
And because Bard has such high move speed across the map, even early on, they actually sent Busio all the way up to cover Bwipo just in case, which leaves Masu on the Ezreal down there facing Thanatos. And the Ezreal very comfortable, still pushing all the way in on that top laner, and the Ezreal getting solo experience. So you can already see the Ezreal here ahead, not quite a full level, but a decent amount over Sven. And we'll see if Masu on this recall is able to make the swap over.
I mean, it just feels really, really nice, obviously, for C9 to have the Renekton, have a good early, like, first laning phase, whatever you want to call it, the first kind of couple levels that they're laning against each other goes in Thanatos' favor. Then he's able to have this swap where he is now not laning 1v1, and he's just laning 1v1 against an Ezreal instead of against that Nidalee. So he's going to be farming, he's going to be pushing, might even get a plate down here on this bot side on this wave. And the Renekton is going to be in a very comfortable spot here to be able to not get bullied by this Nidalee. And I just think the top lane matchup has been really interesting throughout this entire series and through the last time that these two teams did actually meet up.
I mean, Bwipo just being unafraid to slam counter picks when he needs to slam them, to use those unique picks as Sven and Vulcan now in a 2v2. Bwipo and Busio trying to put some aggro on him up here in this top lane battle, but they don't really force out a whole lot of anything.
And it's kind of been the theme of both times they actually matched up against each other. Last time, Bwipo talked about his job was neutralizing Thanatos. I feel very similarly this time. So this was the draft from when they actually played against each other last time. They did this early Rumble pick to basically be like, oh, we're blinding top. And then they swapped on on the second rotation after the Ambessa answer is through, the Rumble to support. They brought up this Volibear who's able to neutralize. We have Cho'Gath into Yorick for the first game. We have Set into Gwen for the second game. Now we have this Nidalee into Renekton. And I think Bwipo has been playing his job really, really well. I do feel like he has been a difference maker in all 3 games. And I do think, some of the All-Pro discussion was kind of underestimating how good he has been.
And even though Thanatos had swapped away from him, FlyQuest got further advantages in that 1v2 with Bwipo staying at the top side and bringing Busio over because they kept the wave in front of their tower for so long and kept the threat of this Poppy that's ahead of ganking the duo. So Sven and Vulcan had a little bit of a rough time there. Meanwhile, on the swap back now, Thanatos finally does meet back up with Bwipo, and Bwipo should have a much bigger amount of gold in inventory. Yes, Bwipo has 1,500 gold in inventory right now because he has taken 1 less recall.
Ooh, nice smite there from Inspired. He steals away the first grub before Blabber can guarantee it because his own smite isn't ready. Now Thanatos continuing to try to get in the face of Bwipo's Nidalee, but Bwipo is not really afraid to scrap back and forth in those quick trades. So single grub over to FlyQuest. Blabber now has his smite, so C9 is going to go right back into the pit. Remember that FlyQuest has been in control over the grubs so far in the first couple of games. C9 still trying to work on this grub. Inspired goes in and he steals it away again. 2 grubs started by C9, 2 grubs stolen by Inspired.
And the reason he goes is because he upgraded his smite already. So he came in with a 900 damage smite to the 600 of Blabber there, and he's able to get that advantage. That breakpoint is always so nice when he can just go in, yoink it, thank you very much, and then he goes back for his red buff afterwards. Meanwhile, they are going to swap again. Here's a new rotation. The Taliyah down to the bottom side of the map on the recall from Masu here to keep up that pressure.
And it does cost Inspired his flash. Obviously, they don't get the 3rd grub, so they don't actually have the Void Might spawn, but still going to be feeling pretty happy about that. And he is playing with Hex Flash, of course, so we'll see if he can make any plays with that. Trundle, you always think about Trundle as being so powerful into pure tanks. Obviously, the Poppy is going to be going more of a bruiser build, not going to be building full tank for now. We'll see where Inspired goes after that, if he is going to go into full tank second item, or if he is just going to continue building a little bit more aggressive here, utilize that phase rush, and just try to get a ton of damage out in one combo. Because sometimes with 1-2 damage items, Poppy's damage is shocking. Like, if you can get a wall stun in a fight, flash stun someone, you can nearly 100-0 some of these carries.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Sundered Sky because you get a little bit of both. You get some burst with the crit auto.
So that's like a tank item.
Exactly. So you're covering a lot of bases, especially for Poppy, who already just gets kind of naturally tanky when she gets low.
Press W.
There you go. Let's see, though.
Okay, Bwipo, yeah, he gets jumped on, but he's really just not concerned. He's got the plated steel caps already. He knows he can create extra distance with that additional move speed. Plus, the initial trades from Thanatos just aren't that scary with the extra armor.
The shoe is kind of on the other foot compared to last game, though, where Thanatos went for the Bramble. He was going to have the delayed first item. Now it is Bwipo going for the early tabbies, and it is going to be Thanatos much quicker to that 1-item spike here. So Thanatos does have to be respectful, though, because Nidalee can just ignore the minions with the self-healing and just keep autoing you. Like, that is all she wants to do. Thanatos has no TP, so it is now an awkward spot for him. Bwipo looking like he just wants to hard shove this wave, though. Not going to be holding for any sort of a freeze. So Thanatos is going to stay around. But then you have to be nervous about potential moves from Bard. Like, Bard could actually move up top from mid lane. It looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Busio and Masu at least cheating towards that top side to threaten a potential dive.
Yeah, the Bard ultimate is ready if they want to go for a tower dive.
Okay, Thanatos, he can see Busio there in the tri-brush thanks to the ward. Bwipo going to keep shoving up like this right now as Busio could be in some danger. Thanatos hits him with the stun from the Ruthless Predator. Blabber still in control over the Drake on the other side of the map, though. Busio goes on a magical journey straight back to safety, but it's Hex Drake secured by C9 at the same time, while Thanatos continues trying to absorb the pressure from Busio's roam up here in the top lane. Now, the damage over time from the Void Grubs is doing a little bit of additional work here, as Bwipo and Busio not quite enough to force down the third plate.
And good job by Thanatos. I mean, they had the ward there. He goes, he fights off the Bard, makes sure there's not going to be any further losses up there while the rest of the team secures the Dragon.
And this is just really good macro play because basically Thanatos just holds on until Loki can TP top to cover. Now they're looking for a play of their own.
Loki goes in, finds the shuffle onto Busio, who goes on a magical journey trying to get away. Bwipo wants to try to escape the wrath of Vulcan and Loki, but it ain't going to work, and Blabber shows up to guarantee there's no way out for Busio either. FlyQuest lose their top laner and support, and Cloud9 take the lead.
It's just such a well-played sequence from Cloud9. Thanatos holds on in the 1v2 as long as he can while they're taking the Dragon on the bot side. Then Loki TPs up top to cover the next wave when he has to go base, and he just goes bot to cover. Then Cloud9 use their tempo on the map to rotate up towards top side to get those punishes, to get those kills in. That is huge for Cloud9. Getting 2 early kills, 600 gold lead there for Loki, and a couple hundred up now for Sven. They get the early item completions. Shojin's done for Thanatos as well. Things are looking good for Cloud9.
Yeah, meanwhile, like you said, they had Sven just in mid lane with his static Shiv, taking care of those minions, no problem. Now with the, actually, let's get
those 1v1s too.
There you go, let's see. Okay, so here's the roam up from the bottom side. This is after Loki, obviously, had already teleported up there, but he sections them off. And there's nowhere left for Busio to go. You can magical journey back, but it's back into Cloud9 territory. So guaranteeing both of those kills for the early game of Cloud9 is huge for their hopes. And a lot of the fans' hopes that are looking for more games in the series.
Yeah, neutral as well. I want more games.
There you go.
So we'll see if they can actually do something with that. I mean, we saw Cloud9 in game 2, had the scaling advantage, got a lead, got the Baron, but then still FlyQuest was able to make some magic happen, so you can never count them out. And this game is only a couple hundred gold in the advantage of Cloud9, so not really a big deal. But the big question mark to me is how effective will Bwipo be in this game without being able to create, a big lane lead or anything like that? Can he still find a way to draw people to him constantly in the side lane and negate them from joining the team fight? Or is he going to be forced to join the team fight himself, where he'll likely be less effective?
And currently, Thanatos drawing a lot of FlyQuest to him again as they go for the bottom tower simultaneously, though. Bwipo had pushed in there on the top side. Loki was trying to get there, and it is going to be the tower here for FlyQuest. First one, and that top side, like we said, that thing is almost dead due to the Nidalee pressure.
And they got the 2 grubs that he got. That actually counts as one of those objectives. You just need 2 out of the 3. So that means they're only 1 objective away from that final feat. So the double steal there actually impactful because Cloud9 is only 1 kill away from the feat of warfare. FlyQuest doesn't even need the kills. They just need an objective.
C9 invading the enemy jungle to steal away that red buff for Blabber, who is still slightly behind personally in the jungle, but he does have his Trinity Force completed now. First items are online for practically everybody here, notably not Bwipo, though, like we already talked about. Stopping off for the Tier 2 shoes first of all does mean he's going to have a delayed big item power spike as the Herald is begun by C9. FlyQuest around the area, but you can see nobody's moving up to try to contest this. They know that C9 just have better control over the river, and they earn themselves the objective.
I mean, it's going to be so close around these next fights now, because now Cloud9 is 1 objective away. FlyQuest is 1 objective away. Cloud9's only 1 kill away, so if we have a fight at a dragon or something, that is going to decide not only that dragon, but also the feats very likely thereafter. Loki with the Giant's Belt looks like he's going to be going in towards the Rylai's, which has gotten quite popular these days as that second item.
Blabber just taking the Gromp. Loki on this Azir, seeing if he can be the carry that C9 needs this game. Already has his Nashor's Tooth completed. We'll see if he can find any of the big Shurima shuffles. Obviously, the first one that he used, critical in securing those first couple of kills for C9 in top lane.
And I think that the setup for this dragon that is going to arrive in just over 30 seconds looks very good for FlyQuest because of the bot side control, but Loki...
There it is again. That's what I'm talking about with these shuffles. The C9 mid mid laner has so much power to make these plays happen, force out these summoner spells, and now with Blabber right behind him, you've got Azir and Trundle. You will tear through a turret that's not protected by plates, and C9 grabs themselves an almost 1,000 gold lead.
Absolutely, and honestly, if you can just have Loki not only matching, but winning the 1v1 against Bwipo, that is fantastic, because you're going to trade farm as an AD Nidalee against an Azir. The Azir is getting way more out of that.
Hey, AD Nidalee's really good at auto-attacking, except
true.
so is Azir. So
Azir has more range and more damage and engage.
And AoE.
Yeah, and AoE.
A little problematic, but FlyQuest are going to go ahead and start up this dragon for themselves. There is nobody from Cloud9 nearby, so for as much as we were hoping to see some big battle, some big scrap over the feats, we're not going to get it after all. It's just inspired with the smite, feats, and boots of FlyQuest.
And that's the whole point of the topside plays, it's the calculation of they're like, okay, so this dragon is about to spawn, we don't need to go for that, so let's get more money, like you're saying, into the Giga Champ that is Azir at the moment in the current state of the game, and then Loki pushes right back out on bottom side afterwards. So Cloud9 have made some very good choices for the early stages of this game. We'll see if it does end up paying off. Bwipo has been working on that top tower for quite a long time, but Sven actually putting a fairly large dent in mid lane as well.
Okay, we've got Blabber summoning up the Herald down here in the bottom lane, but a nice use of Tempered Fate. Bard's so good at stopping the Herald from doing its job effectively.
Yeah, I think what Blabber was actually trying to do was see if he could actually wrap around, but he got too close to the wall and did end up banging into it. Because sometimes when you are driving it against a Bard, you can actually just kind of dodge the tower and turn and delay. If you
Mind game him.
The driving, exactly. And try to delay that hit. Of course, was not able to do so. And so they negate that.
Okay, Thanatos versus Bwipo up here in the top lane is not going Bwipo's way as Thanatos with the Dominus just slices and dices him down. Thanatos with a solo kill while the rest of C9 is taking the tier 2 turret over in mid lane. It's kills, it's objectives, it's everything right now going C9's way.
Yeah, they look so much better in this game. Let's see if they can keep this up. I mean, Thanatos made that one look easy. Just runs him down with the Sojin. You just stack up the Sojin, Conqueror as well, and they finished him off. So outer towers going down in quick succession in Cloud9's favor. They've got gold leads across the board.
Yep, they have 5 gold leads here, so that is looking really good. There's the Rylai's done. There's the Rageblade done. So 2 Empire specs for both Sven and Loki. And going to be feeling really confident about their chances. Only thing they have to really worry about at this point is going to be that next dragon, because it was 2 early dragons for FlyQuest. Of course, they don't want to allow them to get to a quick 3 and be able to have that potential to threaten the soul.
So the one thing that's on my mind right now is we've got Otacon spawning in less than 1 minute, and in both games so far, FlyQuest has started it within 30 seconds of it spawning. No matter really what's going on, they're going after Otacon, but this is the worst game state for them thus far at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, we actually just saw a barrier used for the tempo to keep up the recall right there for Masu since he wanted to complete his Mana Mune, so I mean, we'll see if he ends up getting bursted down and doesn't have barrier available, but really wanted to get that recall off.
It's also, I would say, not only the worst game state for them to actually do Otacon, I also think just like compositionally, they probably do it the slowest out of the comps that they have actually run thus far.
Yeah, there's no Cassio or anything to really help with the DPS. As C9, once again, remember, last time the red buff spawned for FlyQuest, Blabber was in there. Now he's in there yet again. He's going to be juggled back, though. A seismic shove knocks him down. Blabber got the red, but now he's dead. Vulcan tries to escape, but Bwipo locks him up. Vulcan falls next, and FlyQuest have already found 2 kills. Sven has to flash the Tempered Fate just to get away, and now you've got the Kaisa and the Azir both trying to escape, but Bwipo's ready to cut him off. Now, Sundisk might give C9 an opportunity for an outplay here, but again, it's inspired with the tackle into the wall. Loki tries to get something back, but he dashes over the unraveled earth. Everybody on C9 is just dropping like flies. Now, Thanatos at least is towards the FlyQuest base. He's working on trying to knock down this tier 3 turret in the mid lane, but man, C9 just tossed away the entire lead.
Yeah, that is crazy. They invade for this red buff, and they just 100 to 0 CC Blabber. He can't even get the ultimate off for the healing. He can't get a flash off. They lose all of those kills, 4 kills plus the Otacon out of nowhere. And FlyQuest has been so good at punishing any overstep from Cloud9. it wasn't really an invade they needed to go for whatsoever, but they wanted to do it, and FlyQuest are there to punish.
Exactly, and fighting in the jungle is so bad versus Taliyah, versus Poppy, versus Bard. It is all the advantages in the FlyQuest favor, and it all comes crashing down for Cloud9 just like that. The gold lead has evaporated and turned in the favor of FlyQuest.
And we'll see, you know, if they can kind of rebound from that, because that does feel like a bit of a backbreaker as far as the momentum goes. I mean, you're in a position where you have to reverse sweep. You're in a good spot in this game. Then a play like that costs you so much. And now here, 20 seconds until this third potential dragon for FlyQuest. Cloud9 do have one to their name, and they know they can't just continue to give these up.
All right, C9, let's see if they can regain their footing. That dragon spawning 5 seconds now. As FlyQuest pushes forward down mid lane, it is C9 with control over the bot side river for now. Masu with a little bit of poke there, onto Loki. Bwipo marking Thanatos, keeping the Renekton zoned away. Again, Renekton naturally going to be better suited for the team fights compared to the Nidalee.
And Renekton has no TP, so if Bwipo gets chunk on him, it's going to stick, and Thanatos is going to be taking some damage here. He's down to about half.
Quad's already riding in on the Weaver's wall. Thanatos down to 1/3 HP. C9 scattering, trying to escape. Loki teleports back in to join up with the rest of the team. C9's top laner is injured, but everybody else is fine. Nice catch from Vulcan onto Bwipo, but it's not nice enough. Now Vulcan's in some danger, flashing away from the seismic shove to keep himself alive. FlyQuest with some damage on the health bars of their frontliners, though. Bwipo and Inspired both taking some damage as Thanatos tries to disengage further. The solo laners for C9 also hurting as FlyQuest have managed to take control over the bot side river. They will earn themselves this Drake. That is sole point for FlyQuest.
Yeah, C9 did a good job of actually controlling that tri-brush. They landed that initial hook. They went in, looked like they were going to be able to put on a lot of pressure. Loki was getting some good damage down on the frontliners from FlyQuest, but then Masu just hits a couple spells in a row onto Loki, chunks him out to half health. He has no TP. Thanatos is already low. Cloud9 realized, you know what? If we lose this fight here, it's probably the game, so we're just going to have to back off. We're going to have to allow them to get that third dragon. But now there's nowhere else to run. There's nowhere else to hide. You can't be giving up any more objectives here from here on out. So Cloud9 have got to play a pretty bulletproof game.
And it's so hard for them to do that because FlyQuest have so many ways of getting big chunks on health bars before these fights happen. That was what they did to basically win that objective without any kills, just getting multiple big chunks on health bars there on the both solo laners. To get such an advantage that Cloud9 didn't even want to take the fight at that point.
I mean, Bwipo has the heavy auto attack 2-item combo with the Trinity Force plus the Sundered Sky. Yep. You get both of those procs at the same time. All of a sudden, that one little auto attack spear is hitting you for 500 damage.
And I mean, it's so annoying for Thanatos because when you're being marked by the AD Nidalee, like you can't win the fight without all-inning and popping your ultimate and going in on him, but you can't really do that and then contribute to the fight. So Nidalee's just going to sit there and just keep auto attacking you and force you to do something, right? Either you have to back off or you have to lose health, and it is definitely a tough spot. That being said, gold-wise, item-wise, Cloud9 still absolutely fine here. It is just the individual lead there for Masu. Cloud9 do have opportunities here, but given the way the series has been going, it's been FlyQuest who's been better at setting up these team fights, better at executing these team fights, and Cloud9 has got to be perfect from here on out.
Yeah, FlyQuest is looking hungry to secure themselves a spot in the finals next week. If you want to watch those finals with a crowd live, but you're not in LA, we got some good news. LTA North is partnering up with Regal Cinemas to bring the finals to the big screen. You can scan the QR code on your screen to get some tickets today. It could be a rematch of these two teams. It could be somebody else from the lower bracket fighting their way up. But right now, it's looking like it's most likely FlyQuest involved in some way, shape, or form as they continue pushing down mid lane. Tier 1 turret under pressure now as Baron has at least spawned. FlyQuest now moving into the C9 jungle.
And all that pressure was Masu. Like, this kid is just wrecking Cloud9. He chunks Sven out so hard, Sven had to leave. Sven had to go back to base. So yet another objective here with a bunch of damage from the Ezreal. This champion, the quote is, it's all skill and hitting these skill shots. And it's because the reward is so big when you do that. So another big chunk of gold, and the defense that Cloud9 had in mid lane completely taken away. Now you have to really worry about these quad ultimates on the Taliyah cutting you off, and they've already been so good in this game.
I mean, one thing that we talked about earlier before FlyQuest won the fight that got them the Otacon was how they don't have the greatest objective damage this game, but on the other side of the aisle, C9 does. Kai'Sa and Azir can both do a lot of damage to neutrals, and if C9 can find themselves a pick or a fight that just goes slightly enough their way, there could be a chance to go for a Baron, go for something big, and swing the game solidly back into their favor.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Vulcan, hit that hook, before that last dragon over on Blippo. If they could have actually turned that into a kill, it could have been huge. And both these duos are very important for their teams. These are some of the regular season stats here from Masu and Busio up against Sven and Vulcan. Sven and Vulcan, I feel like their stocks have been going up since they have reunited here back on Cloud9. Both really performing so well, have been very consistent for the team. But Masu and Busio, you cannot say enough good things about these guys. Masu has been able to perform even internationally at a very, very high level when it has been asked of him. And Busio is such a flexible player who I think has really grown well into his role. And it is a difficult role often for rookies to pick up because you're having to understand so much about the game, where to be, where to play for vision, what to be doing with your time, kind of similar to Jungle in that way. And so I do think it's one of the toughest roles to pick up for newer players when they come to pro, and he's done a great job.
Okay, we've got the dragon spawning in 1 minute. This is Soul if FlyQuest claim it, and that is an Infernal Soul on a team with a Nidalee, with a Talia, with an Ezreal. That extra poke threat is such a pain to deal with. If you are C9, they do not want to allow FlyQuest to secure another massive resource for free. Yes, C9 has had this very, very modest gold lead of a couple hundred for the past 5 minutes or so. It doesn't really mean a whole lot, but remember that Souls and their effects are valued at about 4,000, 5,000 gold as a team-wide effect. If FlyQuest can secure this, it'll be massive.
And that was a good vision toggle from the observers because it shows how dangerous the approach is for Cloud9. With Flowers, they have to approach because, like you're saying, this Soul on the table in only 19 seconds here. Cloud9 are going to have to choose their moment wisely.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. You can see Void Staff now completed there. Third items coming through. Really for both of those big carries for C9, they have to have a good moment here. Quad is on the side, looking for a good angle for the ulti.
He goes in with Weaver's Wall. Loki tries to shovel it back, but now he's behind enemy lines. Busio here in the very front, gonna buy a little bit of extra time with the Tempered Fates. Blabber's caught up in it as well, but Busio is first to die. FlyQuest are about to lose their mid laner too. Inspired barely gets away off to the side, and C9 find a massive engage angle.
Loki steps up huge. He just goes in as soon as the Talia wall cuts them off, and he escapes with his life. He can get back out there. They're going to start the dragon. They want to deny this, but FlyQuest keeping some pressure with Busio and Masu.
It's Busio and Masu, but Inspired had to go all the way back to the base because the Poppy was so hurt. Now Blippo flashing back over the wall, trying to stay safe here. Blabber and the rest of C9 are very low on HP. Masu is low on mana. Blippo is almost completely Inspired still making his way down towards the fight as Sven flies over the killer instinct, and Masu is down. Sven stays alive. A double kill for the Kai'Sa as Vulcan locks up Inspired and C9 locks up the dragon. Baron is on the board, but C9 health bars are intact. They're going to take the recall instead.
Yeah, they're going to take the recall, but they still could potentially go to Baron right after that because there's 35 seconds on both of those late kills that they did get. Let's watch this one more time as Cloud9 are able to find a massive fight. Quid goes in here, but it's actually Loki that tries to turn it around. He scoops in Busio, forces the flash out on Quad, and he's winning the fight on Inspired on the side. So much space created here for Sven. And because Nidalee can't stop Thanatos from TPing, Thanatos arrives earlier, has more of an impact. Even with Blippo and Masu trying to stay around and trying to get poke and trying to create an opportunity, buy time for Inspired to come back from base and potentially contest, they couldn't make it happen.
The Azir we've been looking at for so long here shows up big for Cloud9. And then stage 2 is, let's use this dragon as bait to keep the Ezreal around that they're looking for. And by the time the Azir gets back, once you see Loki approaching on the mini-map, that's when they go. Thanatos gets his stun onto Masu, which allows Sven's ulti to proc. He jumps in with the killer instinct. They get the Dragon Soul denial, they get the kills onto Masu, and they put some pause into the FlyQuest steamroll.
Yeah, and I mean, Inspired had lived, so I think really Blippo and Masu are just saying, okay, if we can just keep them interested, keep them off the dragon, maybe Inspired gets back and we get Soul, maybe he can steal it, but they get caught, they lose tempo, they clearly did not lose Baron during that replay, but they have taken control of that area. And now it's FlyQuest with pressure in mid. They're trying to draw C9 back towards them.
Ooh, Vulcan goes in for the flash engage on the dredge line, but it's not going to find a whole lot just yet. Inspired finally does drop the attempted counterattack there from Quad with the Unraveled Earth. Doesn't get anything for FlyQuest. Now Bwipo's got to be careful. Loki wanted another big shuffle, but he barely misses Bwipo. Thanatos jumps in and sets up another kill for Sven, who goes on a rampage with this Kai'Sa. C9 with a nearly 5,000 gold lead with a 5v3 on the map. Enemy jungler dead for the next 25 seconds. C9 starts the Baron.
That has to be a C9 Baron. There's no way this gets stolen.
Oh, that's the craziest jinx. That is the craziest jinx, Club.
There is no way. And they get the Baron as well. Huge props. It's Vulcan. He goes for the flash play. He has the enemy jungler in his sights. He knows if we kill Inspired, we're going to be able to grab this Baron. He goes for the flash hook. He hits the flash hook. And they even get more because Thanatos on the Renekton feels like he could chew off another kill and does.
Absolutely can. I mean, again, it's just a good play here from Vulcan. Gets aggressive, flash, max range hook. Doesn't matter, the steadfast presence is there because the follow-up passive auto, the ulti, he can commit everything because he knows if we kill the jungler right here, we are going to be able to go to the Baron. And then Thanatos, as you said, Kobe, found an angle to go for more, but we are back to live because they are pushing. They want to extend this gold lead. They want to try to get to a position where they can close out this game.
They certainly do. They need to wrap this one up. They need to start building some momentum in this series. Look at the split push continues there. Nidalee, Bwipo's trying to get some sort of, compensation for FlyQuest, but Cloud9 push ahead very heavily, and they almost push their gold lead up to 7K.
And I want to see how decisive Cloud9 will be, because sometimes after a game like last one, where you get a Baron, you get wiped in a base, you get a little bit gun shy, right? Will they still have that killer instinct to go for it when they see the opportunity, or will they be nervous about a potential comeback play here from FlyQuest and try to play it more slowly?
I mean, that's kind of what we heard Licorice talking to Anero about in the interview at the beginning of the game. Anero said he wanted to see them play with confidence. He wanted to see them be ready to play aggressively and really show what they've got, despite the fact that the last game had such a frustrating ending.
Absolutely, and I mean, that is just objectively the right way to do it, right? If play is good, you go for it, regardless of what happened last game. Because if you play slow here, you're going to give chances for FlyQuest to potentially steal away a soul, and then that really does eliminate much of the advantage that they do have. So you want to still see them playing aggressive, not overly so, but if that opportunity is there, you have to have that killer instinct, just like Vulcan showed in the last play.
If the play is good, you should. Get in there and start winning yourselves a team fight. Take us to a game number 4. I would love to see this series go further than a clean sweep. And right now, C9 is positioning themselves really well to make that happen. 6,500 gold lead. They're also going to have the Baron for another 45 seconds. And critically, the Dragon spawns in 30. So C9 has all the tools to control the Rift in the lead up to this next Infernal Drake. Thanatos just smacking Bwipo around in this 1v1. Made him look like a minion. Plus 300 for Thanatos on the solo kill.
Yeah, it's now looking like more of a mosquito over there than an actual cat, and they go for the engage.
Vulcan again with a nice engage on Inspired. If the enemy jungler dies, that Drake is completely free. Now you've got Thanatos teleporting in. He's going to go ahead and start pushing the bottom lane wave out as well. This is what I was mentioning earlier. You've got this Baron for a little bit longer than the Dragon timer, so you get to use that Baron upgrade to get those last couple of waves shoved out. Make it so FlyQuest can't answer. It is now 3 Drakes to 3.
If your AD Nidalee gets stomped in the side lane, what is it good for?
Nothing. Minions. Still do that.
Hopefully he can get to some minions.
You can win a close 1v1 against the Grump.
Grump's a pretty tough guy. That's a big boy.
Grump's got hands.
But we've got C9 with just total control over the Rift right now. I want to see them continue to establish this vision. I want to see them continue to make the map dark and scary for FlyQuest to walk out and check brushes even in their own jungle.
And I mean, the itemization is becoming pretty effective here from Cloud9. You've got 4 pairs of Merc Treads. You have double Spirit Visage as well, as they realize a lot of the damage here is going to be magic. Even from the Ezreal, there's going to be magic damage in there as well. So it's going to be really difficult to punch through Thanatos here, who has Death Dance, Sterix, and Spirit Visage. Like, he is going to be ridiculously tanky at this point. He's dominating the side lane. Bwipo, really, your job doesn't change, though, because you're less useful in the 5v5, so all you want to do is just keep running down side lanes and force someone to answer you. If you can have Thanatos in the side lane with you, that is way better than both of you being in the team fight, even if you lose.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes, a little bit under, until the Baron spawns. Still about 4 minutes away from that Drake that is guaranteed to be the soul. The pressure is on FlyQuest right now. The gold lead is severe enough that they are in some truly troubled waters, trying to find an answer, not just to Thanatos. The biggest gold lead in the game based on individual roles is Blabber's Trundle. It's not like he had an immaculate start in this game. He was actually behind Inspired just in terms of his early game tempo and whatnot. But this Trundle, 2, 1, and 4, has the Trinity, has the Spirit Visage you already mentioned, Deadman's Plate to get that little bit of extra distance to set up for one of these E's to find the engage on somebody. Now again, it's Vulcan leading the way. The Tempered Fate locks up everybody on FlyQuest. They got to be a little bit more careful than this. Masu's about to die at the very start of the fight. Thanatos into the back line yet again as Quad will fall. Masu will go with them, and Bwipo's about to be number 4. Only Busio left alive. C9 rises to the occasion in game number 3. It's a 5v Bard in the base, and Bard doesn't win nose. C9 will take out the first Nexus turret. They'll move right on to the second. They'll try to pad the stats a little bit further as Vulcan goes fishing and lands another one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 4.
Put those brooms away. No sweep will be had here today. Cloud9 are going to force a 4th game, build some confidence off of that. And I'm so glad it's not going to be a sweep because they were very competitive in game 2. They had the ability to try to close that one out. Here they actually do so. And now I think we have the potential for some very competitive final games.
And Nero said he was chilling. Are you guys chilling?
Chilling.
Because Cloud9 were.
I am chilling. Lounge! LTA Lounge! Are you guys chilling? Break it down.
Get up. Raz,
Speak for yourself.
Get up.
I'm chilling.
I'm not chilling.
But yeah, Raz is chilling. Raz is always chilling.
How about that Renekton, though, from Thanatos?
That was the aura I was talking about, you know, in the Thanatos list. Wait. You had thrown this so callously on the ground. The death percentage, I think, after game 1 was like 30% or something like that. But the aura factor.
Yeah. And he didn't die that game, so that's good.
True.
It's going back down.
Let's hear from C9 with their winning comps.
Look, tipping. Yeah. Slowly. They part of the He slash no E. I pillar. Pop me no flash. I'm going. I heal for you, Zen. Look, I'm flash now. I'm looking Italy too. I'm on top here, no place. Pop me no flash.
Win.
We can end. Go. Alright, nice guys. Yeah, two more.
Yeah, I mean, this game was interesting because I feel like it was almost a repeat of the last 2, where it was like C9 got into a good spot, and then there was like the one team fight, and then it looked like FlyQuest had control, but they ended up coming out with the win. So, I mean, I was just happy to see that it wasn't like a 3rd game in a row of like winning spot into just losing.
Yeah, and Thanatos was just huge this game. Double solo kill. There was actually just so much that was happening here. But man, that was crazy.
Yeah, let's look at the series so far since we're going into game 4. And let's recap kind of how we got here. Because game 1, Nukeduck actually said he thought this was a bit of a takeaway draft by C9, with them taking the Yorick and the Ryze and maybe even the Pantheon. But this was the most one-sided game of the series in favor of FlyQuest.
And I love the Cho'Gath look here. It was something that of course, not a matchup that I've seen very frequently. So just seeing the fact that he could just chomp down on Yorick's Maiden. And then this fight, this sequence, was hilarious. This was C9 trying to find any trade while something was happening on the top side of the map, and they just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, and Quad, again, on the Casio, they picked this pretty early on in draft to have the confidence to be able to design multiple compositions around this pocket pick that he excels so well at. And then, yeah, the confidence to just go in, oh, Bwipo's dying, like I'm gonna come in. They end up getting away with it. Bwipo even lives off the backside of it, so great game 1 for FlyQuest.
And right into game 2, right when it seemed like C9 was going to be able to take him down, Bwipo just... He hits them very hard with set, using his fists.
Yes, he did.
One could say that.
And Licorice, you mentioned this is one of the good states that C9 was finding themselves in, but still losing games. So it has to feel frustrating. Like if you were in this same position, you're like, hey, winning a game, because technically you were in the same position going up against C9. Like, how do you go back and like plan for the next game immediately?
I mean, after game 2?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a rough one. I think like, because everyone's going to be really frustrated when you feel like you had the game and then you came out of it and you just like threw and then you just immediately lost right after. So it was really good to see them come back in game 3, and they had that one scary moment at the red buff. But after that, it felt like they had a really solid game.
Yeah, the Nautilus being able to find the engages down the stretch, I got to give a big shout out to Vulcan in this game. And then Sven also really good timing on his Kai'Sa ultimate, sending it exactly when he needed to, even in the potential soul fight that happened earlier in the game, just like flying in and finishing off Masu. And then this was that final fight.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's a lot of pressure on Vulcan because like FlyQuest has this really annoying kind of like kite comp, and Vulcan on the Nautilus is kind of the only real engage on C9. So it was up to him to make the engages happen, and he found some good ones over the game. So.
And that was a tough bar LT. Just thinking about it at the very tail end, it kind of looked like Sven that like put himself in a position to immediately get hit by Poppy E, and there was, members of FlyQuest that could be there to back him up, but tough one, right?
Yeah.
Finally, C9 has a win on the board, so they can claim that they have improved since the last series.
But they have a lot to go up against.
Okay.
Emily is holding
I'm
the
holding
pile of champions
all of
that
these
have been removed. So far.
I can just pull Jet and just
Yeah, you
start
can just
throwing
throw them on the
champions.
ground.
everywhere,
Let's not
right?
do that, guys.
Right? That's what we do here.
You're not the ones cleaning the floor.
I did clean up the other ones.
Okay,
by the
well, you
way.
better clean up this one.
I will. I always clean up my messes.
This is what's left from FlyQuest. In terms of champions they've already played on stage this split. So even though we're deep into Fearless, they have a lot left. So there's really no, I think it's just an example of there's no really attacking FlyQuest in this Fearless format because they'd probably be ready for a best of 6 or 7. Licorice, what are the scariest champions left on this board for you?
Scariest champions? I think Ivern is, for me, the scariest. Because I feel like there's, sometimes when you play games against Ivern, you just get to this point where the game feels unwinnable. Because like the Ivern comp is scaled, you can't break the shields, and it's just like so hard to do anything. So
they could still put something like that together. I think it's interesting how like Vi has been so heavily banned early on in the series. Yone's been heavily banned, so there's still really strong meta champions this late into
Rumble's
Fearless.
still available.
Yeah, Rumble, that's a surprising one in 2 different roles. But also, you got to remember, don't miss any LTA action with Uber Eats when you get your favorite foods delivered in Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on wildlysports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Thank goodness we get Game 4. Before we head to break, Shopify Rebellion takes on Team Liquid tomorrow, meaning Contracts. He's going to once again come face to face with his worst nightmare. Take a look.
I was like, I'm sorry, but we have to play for Jungle in this series, because he messaged me talking about the UG being subbed in.
I joked with him, I said, you better ward all your entrances to the jungle because I'm invading this guy. And then they said they have to do it. they reversed it.
And I was like, we're playing for Jungle? I don't think you knew we were playing this much for Jungle.
In the shadows, she was waiting. She doesn't gank, she roams. Nowhere to run, nowhere to farm. Fear has a new name. And it's Core JJ. This summer, lock your jungle. Ward your entrances. The nightmare returns in Invasion Part 2, the rematch.
I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck.
Pop me. I'm going. I
can pillar him for you, Phil.
Yeah, it's good. If I can kill him, it's good.
Yeah. I can give him 2 guys. Nice, guys.
Good job, guys.
Stun. Yeah, he has ult, but we'll kill him.
Oh, just pink. Oh, nice.
Try to survive.
Isurus, flash too. Poppy. Take something, but slowly. He says flash, no E.
I pillar.
Poppy no flash. I'm going. Heal for you, Zen. Look, I'm flash now. I'm looking Italy too. I'm on Poppy. No place. Poppy no flash.
Win.
We can end. Go. Alright, nice guys. Yeah, two more.
coming next. I'm always right cause I never left. So you should bow down and show respect. Stacking the weight, mounting the pressure enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way. Leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today. Learning today. So you wanna try me? Nah. You know I get grimy. You're not gonna tie me down. So how do you like me now? Now is the time. The iron is hot and I'm ready to strike.
What fuels me? What fuels me is mainly my competitive spirit. No matter who I'm playing against, I want to win, and no matter the stakes. And at least for my ambitions, I always want to do well internationally. And in order to do well internationally, I have to make it. So that's always been my goal every year. First time I noticed I was very competitive was probably when I was like 6. I was playing badminton, some badminton tournament. I just started crying after I lost. I would definitely say like being competitive has helped me succeed. Like, when you want to win more, you work harder towards it, compared to like if I didn't care as much. What fuels you?
Welcome back to C9 versus FlyQuest. Game 4, C9 trying to pull off the reverse sweep. We've got Licorice here on the lounge looking into the Game 4 draft. What are you looking for from C9 here?
Yeah, I think I'm just curious about what C9's going to draft here. I feel like last game they got like a really standard kind of like team fight composition that they're kind of known for with like the Azir, the Renekton, the Nautilus. So like with the Champions banned, I'm just curious to see like what picks are going to come out this game. Like the Rumble is still open, but might get banned out right here. And then I think like if Rumble's gone, then like Thanatos is probably looking to early pick Gnar, and then we'll see where they go from there.
Yeah, and I'm just glad that the life for C9 has extended a little bit here, because it would have been extremely disappointing for them to get 2-0'd before,
big exhale,
and then 3-0, and the games don't feel lopsided at all. Like C9 are in great positions, and so finally they're able to like stamp out a win here. That being said, like the most notable pick, I think we already mentioned it, the Rumble pick. Feel like that has to be contested between both teams. Maybe even a ban here for C9. C9 should just ban it out.
Yeah, I am curious if C9 are going to continue to ban it out even on red side, just because they have proven, FlyQuest that it is a flex pick for them. I would still kind of be making the assumption that it'd be going towards Bwipo, and then it would be up to C9 to see what they'd want Thanatos to bring out. Thanatos, by the way, who had definitely his best game of the series on the Renekton in the last game.
Yeah. Scion ban. For some reason, it felt like they had extra long for that last ban.
Yeah, no, that lasted a long time.
Thinking over the Rumble.
I guess that's interesting. The Scion ban, I guess, allows them to play like picks like Jhin, I suppose. Like things that they're just afraid of this, like the walloping tank. And then if the Rumble gets picked, then they don't have to deal with Scion coming later. But yeah, it's going to be a Nefiri locked in so far.
Yeah, and that was actually like a big nerf to Bwipo right there, because the Fearless client, you can't pick the champions that have already been picked. So with the Kai'Sa pick last game, he can't hover Kai'Sa at the start of the draft anymore. So he was forced into an Elise hover, which I think like might mentally really like mess with him.
Man, absolutely love that. Here we go with, and Bess is another one that he's been able to blind pick to a decent amount of success early on. I feel like Bwipo is just going to have counter pick this entire time, and they're just blinding it right away, which will mean that Gnar will be available in a game 5 if they end up winning this next one.
Yeah, I do want to bring up, I definitely think it's going to Thanatos,
but
it could be a flex pick theoretically.
Yeah.
I still think like C9 as a whole for their drafts, I think they really, really heavily prioritize comfort for their players, and as you already mentioned, Thanatos has had some really, really good outings on that Mbessa.
Yeah, and the two picks that I see a lot going up against Mbessa that does quite well is like the Renekton and the Jace. Jace was banned, and of course Renekton was just played last game, so it feels like it's a lot more freer to pick. Licorice, what would you want to see, like if you were in this position going up against Mbessa?
Yeah, Shen is something that lots of people have been playing. It's like really strong in the early parts of the game where it's really hard for Mbessa to do anything, and you do eventually get outscaled in the side lane, but especially when you combo it with something like the Nefiri, you're gonna have really strong dive onto the back line. So I think it's an interesting pick for them. There isn't a ton left You could have picked something like the Rumble, which is still up, but that really is just like a skill matchup.
Yeah.
Whereas the Shen is something with more like defined windows where you're going to win early, you're going to be a pressure point, and then the Invest is going to be a pressure point later.
And then they also lock in the Victor early with the other 6 mid laners already being gone. They're saying Loki doesn't have a hard punish pick. I find it so interesting in this specific Fearless series, like Bwipo is just letting Thanatos play what he's comfortable on, and then Bwipo's pulling out the weird fringe counter picks for everything.
Yeah.
Right? With the Cho'Gath in game 1, he's played Set, he's played Nidalee, now he's playing Shen. Rather than if you were to run this series back again, just picking the meta early, and now Thanatos would be out of champion, so to speak. But very interesting strategy here from FlyQuest and Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bwipo himself has talked about it, and it's something that FlyQuest obviously play around, where his thought process is essentially that he's going in assuming that he knows the matchup better than you, right? So like that in and of itself is going to be an advantage if he comes into a game with a pick that not only he knows how to pilot, but he knows that his opponent might not know the matchup nearly as well.
We're going to get into pretty crazy territory here. I liked what C9 did. They picked their 80 carry, and now they're just going to start nuking the 80 carry pool, because now you have 6 80 carry bans going through. Now, of course, with the 7th one. Jinx, I thought, was beautiful with this composition. If you have Shen and Victor, that's giving you a lot of space. Xayah is another one that I think is really cool here, just because you can go Xayah Rakan, and you have a pretty good kiteback comp against an Mbessa, so Mbessa will feel really useless. So all of these things, I mean, including the Shen ulti. So I really wonder what Masu is going to pick here, because I do think he has a lot of space to work with.
I mean, MF, Jen, Xayah, Aphelios technically available, even though he hasn't played at this split.
Yeah, I was thinking, I guess maybe Masu has games on Draven's played, because like Draven would be beautiful here going up against Sivir. Like I'm sure she just can't play the matchup, but wonder what the response is going to be now.
Yeah, I'm also curious about the mid lane pick, because I feel like the early Sivir pick to me means that like they want like wave clear in their comp, which means they might not necessarily be getting it from the mid lane. So I'm not sure if Loki's going to pull out something more exciting. Like I don't even know.
I mean, I'm staring at the board, and Orianna's looking pretty good. I know that's not exciting, but it's a standard old school mid laner that would work very well with their front line as well as their speed comp from Sivir if they're going for scaling.
That is true.
I haven't seen much Orianna from Loki though. I know Orianna's out of meta.
Yeah.
Oh. No shot.
No.
Emax Mel?
I can see Mel.
Like, I like the idea.
Silas.
Oh, that's
is more
interesting.
likely.
That's pretty aggressive. That's but now it's a bunch of beef with Sivir running behind them.
Yeah. For me, this makes the Sivir pick make more sense, because now like they needed the wave cleared in order to pick Silas. They probably didn't expect the Silas to get banned away, so they have a comp that like has a lot of side lane pressure, and then like has the Sivir just killing all the waves mid lane the whole game.
Kog'Maw would be interesting.
Ooh, Kog.
You could just go. I mean, Lulu's banned, but I was thinking Xayah Rakan. I mean, if you're Masu Lucio, you have a lot of room to work with, but
Braum into triple melee is pretty nice.
That is
too.
nice.
Yeah.
But what combos with Braum that's left? MF probably?
Yeah, not Jhin.
You could go MF. Yeah, not Jhin.
We're not picking it.
Like anything besides Jhin. I don't know.
Just the fact that C9 has kind of, it is.
I love Kog. Yes, let's go.
The only Kog'Maw Braum I've seen has been from G2, actually. So Hansama has been kind of playing that once in a while, but this is a good Kog'Maw Braum game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it has a good matchup into Sivir, because Sivir just like can't really do much about, like Kog'Maw just presses W and walks at her, and then Sivir like can use her spells back, but I think Kog'Maw's gonna win those trades.
Quick, give us your favorite based on these drafts. I know it's a little strange going into Game 4 Fearless.
I'm gonna have to give the edge to FlyQuest in this draft. I feel like they have like a strong early game, and then they've got like the nice scaling in mid lane. I always prefer the control mage over Silas. Like whenever I'm just like looking at the draft, I'm always more comfortable with the control mage side, because I feel like Silas has to do well and like can't fall behind, or else he's just gonna like fall out of the game.
Yeah, and when I saw the Silas locked in alongside Mbessa, and you already have the jungler there, I was just really concerned that now you're going into a kiteback comp with Shen, Victor, Kog'Maw, as like it's going to be difficult, I think, for C9 to chase you down.
Yeah, I like the Victor and the Kog'Maw from FlyQuest. Cashers, what do you think?
All right, thank you very much. Lounge, non-subscribers, we will see you guys in 30 seconds. For everybody else, a little bit of fun information for you. It's been a couple of years since we've had a Kog'Maw here on the pro stage in North America. The last one was actually picked by Cloud9 in the summer of 2023. It was Berserker piloting that. Now it's FlyQuest locking it in for Masu next to that Braum in, if they win it, what'll be the final game of this series?
Berserker wins.
I didn't ask the producers that. I just know that Berserker played it. Because, you know, if you lose on Kog'Maw, maybe you were just maximizing the potential of your character, using all of your skills as frequently as possible.
It's true. Passive use on Kog'Maw is very important.
I do really like the draft from FlyQuest. We'll see. Again, I think there's pressure on Cloud9, kind of similarly to last game, to be able to make things happen. Silas is always really good in Shen games because you can steal the Stand United and you can be able to side lane and kind of respond very easily with that. That being said, there's not really a lot of great ults for him to steal besides that. Like Victor is fine. You know, Furia is nothing. Kog'Maw is essentially nothing. It's like, you know, so not the most variety that he can really take from. Mbessa versus Shen, I do really like Shen in this matchup. I do think it is very Shen favored, you know, in the early levels, like Rich was talking about it. You get good position on your blade, and you're able to really kind of always have the push early.
All right, nothing level 1 yet again. So let's go ahead and toss things down to Emily, who's standing by for an interview with Coach Mithy.
Thank you very much, Cast. I am here with Mithy. The first thing I did want to ask is I really, really loved a lot of your response picks, in particular the 4-5 Cog Braum. As it goes later on in these drafts, how do you prepare?
It's hard to prepare. We just have to get creative and trust that we're going to be able to pull off champs that we don't have the best practice on at times. You know, it's just the nature of Fearless and what makes it also very fun. So.
One thing that's really impressed me about FlyQuest as a whole is where a lot of teams kind of fall into a trap, especially on the 4-5, where they might not end up with a cohesive composition despite getting picks that they're comfortable with. You guys seem to put together a really cohesive comp, so where does that come from?
Just conversation. We just talk every day about, you know, creating cohesion and making sure that our picks work together as good as possible. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to watching your team, and I'll let the casters get back to it.
All right, thank you very much, Emily and Mithy. While that interview was happening, of course, we had some pretty big trades happening in both of our side lanes. Bwipo took a turret shot up here in top lane. It's why he was worse for wear than he could have been in that 1v1 against Thanatos. Meanwhile, bottom lane, both non-flash summoners used by the duo of C9.
That is getting spicy. I mean, that gets really risky. He hits that taunt there. Now both of them are going to be pushing for level 3 really heavily. Bwipo is able to get it. Inspired, you know, when talking about potential MVPs, he said if he doesn't think about his teammates, Thanatos. He's the hardest player to play against overall. Also, when I talked to Inspired before, you know, he has said that he is one of those big carry threats. Inspired is right down to bot lane, though, early gank.
Yep, Busio flashes forward to immediately get the auto attack on Sven, starts stacking up that stun. Inspired just jumps forward. There's no way for Sven to get away. Inspired wanted to make it a clean 2-0, but not quite enough damage to force the kill on Vulcan. Now Blabber moving into the top side, seeing if he can find something in retaliation back against Bwipo, who once again takes the tower shot, and that means there's no chance for an outplay. 1-for-1 across the map.
It's actually really bad, though, for Bwipo, you know, to die in that situation, because it is an early game advantage that you have as Shen. So if you give over kills, if you get into a bad spot, you can get outscaled very quickly, and it can get to this point where there's not really any coming back in that 1v1. So Thanatos can be really happy about his position. He's going to TP straight back, match Bwipo.
It's very exciting because this is the matchup that everyone talks about leading into this series. It's top lane, top lane, top lane. Thanatos versus Bwipo. Number 1 all-team pro versus number 2 all-team pro going against each other. And on a signature pick, on Mbessa, you can make so many picks and have such a high impact. But on the other side of the map, I thought Inspired had a really good route where he actually started on his own wolves and then went to the bottom side, jumped over the back of the Dragon Pit and wraps around to get the early kill onto Kog'Maw as well. And Kog'Maw is going to be critical to their game plan as well.
So one thing that I do want to point out, even though it does seem a little bit silly, yes, Bwipo took the turret shot there. Yes, the kill goes over to Thanatos. Blabber didn't even get an assist. So at least you've got that little bit of a silver lining there. Skarner went up. He didn't get anything.
No, I mean, unironically, it's like you're kind of forced into dying because Blabber is there, even though Blabber didn't, get actually involved in the kill. The fact that he is there means there's no way to run, so you're going to try to go for a 1-for-1. You're going to try to trade. You couldn't get it onto Thanatos, so that is something working for him. Going to be really interesting to see how Bwipo builds. People do really love Titanic. It is very strong, but the problem is when you go Titanic from behind, it takes so long to get there, and a lot of the components are pretty useless. Like, you don't get a lot out of longswords. There's not like AD scalings in the kit for Shen. So a lot of the Shen 1 tricks actually do something where they just go bombies into Deadmans, especially in a position like this where they're already a little bit behind. So they just use that bombies for wave clear. They go into Deadmans, and then later the bombie gets turned into an MR item, and they kind of just go that more supportive role, because the thought process is generally, if you get behind early, you're never going to win as Shen because it is such an early game focused champ.
Thanatos down to 200 HP up here in the top lane as C9 working to secure themselves the first Drake of the game. Now Busio and Masu stepping up trying to challenge him here for it. Slam into the wall. Busio in danger. The Drake is already secured by C9 and they get a kill on top of it. Inspired wanted to jump in there and try to get something back, but the damage is not there. Masu still firing. Vulcan wants to try to get away, but it ain't going to work. He dies. Loki dies. Everybody's dying as Blabber wanted to make a flash play, but it ain't going to work. A double kill. A triple kill for Masu on the dog maw.
So we mentioned the other side of the map in the first play. Masu got the first kill. He just got 3 more. This is going to be a huge Kog'Maw. Greatly accelerated. That makes life very hard for Skarner, a health stacking champion. Blabber is going to have to be very, very careful with this game. So Busio goes in super early to try and get his Braum passive onto Blabber, but ends up getting pinned against the wall and bursted down super quickly. But the fight continues and they extend it.
Exactly. Inspire just goes in, creates so much space, quad arrives. Lethal Tempo gets stacked here for Masu, and he's just shredding them. Gets the Q to finish off Vulcan as he's hitting Loki with the autos, gets a second kill there, and then Blabber even spends the flash. His E came back up, he tried to flash in and stun him.
Nice, nice.
That's just one of those things where he looks really silly doing it, but he was waiting for his spell cooldowns, and he thought he could flash stun him into the wall and maybe set up for a kill in that way. Of course, couldn't get it off, does die, does lose the flash. You said it's bad news for health stackers. I would also say it's kind of bad news for everyone. Kog'Maw does a lot of damage when he gets ahead. Health stacking or not, it is really oppressive. I do think Kog'Maw always has clear counterplay, though, until you get to like a lot of items where he starts building tanky, and then all of a sudden you can't one-shot him and you can't out-DPS him.
And it's really, really scary when he rolls double mobility summoners just like this. He's got a Braum protecting him, and he has the Ghost plus the Flash. So it's usually when you're playing against Kog, you want to try and play around that W timer and the cooldown, but like when he has all this extra mobility, it becomes insanely difficult. So Masu here, who has been such a big story for FlyQuest ever since he has joined this roster, we'll see if he can carry them to victory here in this series, because they only need one more game. Cloud9, though, still focused, and they're going for a topside play.
They want Bwipo again, but Bwipo with a nice sidestep there to avoid the public execution. C9 continuing to move forward. Bwipo just danced circles around them. First, he sidesteps the Ambessa ult, then he backsteps the Skarner Impale. Bwipo survives.
That was really well played. So people are going to criticize Blabber for that. The reason he positions his ult like that is because he's going to say, Bwipo is going to have to flash as soon as I press this, and he's going to put it in a place where he'll have to flash into it, otherwise he'll die. Of course, in this case, he just held the flash, then flashed afterwards, does get out. That has got to feel really good for Bwipo. And he is still going Titanic. He goes back for that Tiamat. This is a pretty weak part of the game, though, when you're on this this one item, which is the Tiamat.
And the reward for Bwipo absorbing all that pressure, absorbing both of those ultimates, still staying alive, is that now Inspired is up here in this topside river. Not even a minute after the grubs have spawned. He's already secured the first. He's going to secure the second. Cloud9 won't even be around to try to fight for the third, and they don't have the resources to do so anyway. So Bwipo, wasting that time and those resources, buys Inspired the opportunity to lock up these 3 grubs for FlyQuest.
Good jungle brain, Flowers, because I was right there with you. I was like, as soon as I see that, I'm mashing Honor for my top laner. He absorbs that gank, both ultimates. I get the grubs. That is so good for Nefiri, for Inspired here. So back down to the Kog'Maw problem, though. That is still going to be the biggest issue.
Yeah, that is going to be problematic. And the funny thing is, it's actually more of a gold lead for Quad. Well, it was, excuse me. It's just about the exact same right now. So Quad doing really well in that 1v1. Grasp Victor, very difficult matchup for a lot of these melee champions. You can't really just go all in because you throw your chains, you dash in with the Abscond Abduct. Well, he just puts Gravity Well on his feet, and now you're getting hit and you're stunned up. It's really, really difficult. So he's constantly just going to be autoing you, putting pressure on you, and that means that Loki is going to have to give up some farm. Early Merc Treads as well, going to make things even more difficult. And Quad is going to be going towards a row of his own. So he's going to be a very tanky build here. Tough to actually 100-0. And I think it's going to be a difficult matchup for a long time here for Loki.
And when you pair that up with what we were talking about earlier, okay, so now we have a mid laner who's going to have some powerful scaling while also being very hard to kill. Kog'Maw has very powerful scaling, and then he'll start building tank eventually and be very hard to kill. Who ends up even becoming the target? Because it's a tanky support. It's a Shen in the top lane. It's Nefiri with her very, very balanced W. Who's going to actually die?
I mean, the answer is you still have to go for Masu. Because if you don't kill Masu, you're always going to get out DPS. You're going to die. And that is going to be the challenge. You're going to have to go through a Braum, through a Stand United, through, a Spirit's Refuge, that parry zone here from Bwipo. You're going to have to try to kill him through all that, which is so tough. And they're looking for Bwipo again.
All right, Bwipo wanting to try to sidestep away from the Skarner tackle, but it's not good enough. Meanwhile, 2v2 down the bottom lane. Vulcan's got to try to disengage on that one as Bwipo does at least drop this time. C9's going to get what they came for in the top lane.
I mean, this is really good from Blabber. He's just going to keep going at Bwipo. He got away last time, played really well, but this time no flash. So now you go down, another kill goes to Thanatos, and you lose the play. Again, you get outscaled in this matchup, so it's going to be hard for him to maintain, presence in that side lane. And one of the things I think people sometimes don't think about with Shen is, yeah, sure, you can ult away. Great. Help the other side of the map. But the problem is, if you never have push, there is such a cost to ulting away. You ult the other side of the map with the wave under your tower, you're giving up a full wave, you're giving up multiple plates. So the play on the other side then has so much pressure on it to succeed. It's way easier for Shen to make plays elsewhere if he also has a push.
Exactly. That's why that play was a double win, because they got the kill and they got the teleport afterwards too. Usually you're going to use your teleport to get back so you don't give as much up, but now Bwipo doesn't have that either. And the swaps come out, so top side for Sven and Vulcan to go catch that wave first.
All right, Minions doing a little bit of plate damage here. 12 minutes on the clock, 1 Drake to 1. All 3 Grubs, of course, going the way of FlyQuest means they are 1 neutral objective away from being able to secure that feat of strength. However, there's no neutral objectives available to play for quite a while now. Dragon, 4 minutes away since that first one was taken so late. The Herald still 3 minutes away from here. Do you guys expect to see just some PvP for the love of the game, or is it probably going to have to wait until we get to one of these objectives spawning?
I mean, honestly, if I'm FlyQuest, I just want to farm. I just feel like you just want to farm, you just want to chill. You do not want to fight anywhere where Thanatos is right now. Just being on components here for Bwipo. Great taunt.
Nice taunt on Sven there. Forces him to take 2 turret shots and the full damage from the Shen combo with the Q. That means Sven is down to 1/4 HP.
That's some PvP right there, Flowers.
Okay.
There you go. That counts.
Love of the game.
Just for the love of the game, as immediately the public execution from Thanatos jumping in after Quad, but he's already used the Chaos Storm to try to protect himself, and Bwipo's joining up here with the rest of the team. A nice double impale from Blabber to guarantee that Loki's able to escape, and now it's Bwipo in trouble. C9 brought reinforcements, and Loki brings the chains down on Bwipo. A 5v4 game now for C9 as they get a 1-0 in the scrap.
Yeah, that is massive for them, because not only did they kill off Bwipo, this is what I was talking about. When you don't have push and you ult away, you lose so much. They lost plates there, they lost a full wave, and now they're about to lose a second full wave to that top tower. Each of those waves is 100 gold. That's a couple hundred gold. That's all the experience. That's all of this gold going away on that ult where you got nothing.
Meanwhile, Loki does have his teleport, so he's going to at least get under there for some experience, but Inspired comes over to push him out too, or maybe go for the dive. Rakan is on the way.
Okay, C9's going to have some backup. Loki jumping in, trying to put a little bit of hurt here onto Busio, make the tankiest member of this trio a bit more hesitant to want to try to start up some turret aggro. So C9 not going to be in any real pressure, any real danger over here right now. Now the clock has moved forward enough with this little bit of fighting back and forth. We are getting close to those neutral objectives spawning. Rift Herald up in just over a minute.
Yeah, it's going to be really close now, and we'll see if both teams do want to really pressure for it. Sven here off to a good start, has quite a lot of gold, has kept up very close to Masu. Even though Masu got 4 early kills, he has more farm, he got those plates. So Sven is scaling really well here also, and he does have this big front line to create space for him. Masu, though, at 14, had that 200 gold lead. has put out some good damage. Has those 4 kills.
That's all I ever think with this kid. That's what's going.
Can you repeat that?
It's going on in the Kog'Maw players' brains. I feel like every time you press W, there you go. That's your whole team fight.
Gonna need a soundboard of that one.
The soundboard is W.
LTA where Kobe will literally bark for you.
W and right click. That's the soundboard.
Oh,
meanwhile, Thanatos is actually the biggest marker on the Rift. He is the one that's going to be looking for the most PvP with his 1,000 gold lead on Mbessa. And now he's just hitting his level 11. So you got your rank 2 ultimate. Love seeing some snowball with that champ. Meanwhile, though, Blabber gets locked up here in mid lane.
Blabber's getting shredded. He flashes over the wall to try to stay alive. Masu needs a little bit more damage, but they don't have enough firepower. Critically, Blabber escapes.
Yeah, and I'm actually really surprised. Loki stole the Stand United, never used it there. So, didn't think that it was worth coming through or had the confidence that they could get out without him. But that does mean he gets pushed there, and he's going to actually TP down to bot lane. They're going to actually look for a dive with Stand United.
Yeah, Quad is in some trouble here as the 3v1 is going to put him in a real tough spot. Chaos Storm will not protect him. C9 get killed, number 6.
I love the offensive use there of the Stand United from Loki. It's one of the reasons it's so good to have Silas when there's a Shen on the other side. They make this aggressive move. They kill off Quad. They get first tower. That's feats as well. And a 3rd kill into Thanatos' pockets. They've been playing so heavily for him this game. Non-stop ganks towards Bwipo. Now Loki coming down. 3-man dive. He has gotten paid, and now it's Thanatos' turn to try to pay that back. He's got to be a big factor in this game.
So FlyQuest will manage to claim the Herald as the trade for that play in bottom, but I do believe this is the first time in the series that C9 has claimed the feats and the boots, considering they were first to 3 kills, even though it was a really close contest with those big fights. They got the first turret as well. C9 are feeling good about this current state of the game as Bwipo tries to flash away, but Thanatos has Eclipse. He's 3-0 on the Mbessa. He does so much damage. Bwipo is 0-4-0. Thanatos is absolutely the better top laner in game number 4.
We did warn you. He is looking for more PvP, and he just runs him down the lane, makes it look super easy. The response is going to be the Rift Herald playing mid lane, but Loki's wrapped around too.
Yeah, Quad's in danger now. That gravity well to try to protect himself from Loki, who was stolen away the Chaos Storm. Busio and Masu making their way down into the fight to try to protect their mid laner, but they've got to be careful because Blabber and Vulcan are also ready to contribute. Loki's still alone right now, but Thanatos has joined the party. This guy's the problem, as immediately FlyQuest have to scatter. Masu tries to flash back over the wall and barely stays alive, but C9 dog piles in and guarantees the Kog'Maw's gone. Thanatos backs back away, nearly survives with a shield, while Busio hops back over the wall to reinforce Quad. Thanatos and Loki both dead. Inspired and Masu the same. Everybody from both teams piles into the red side jungle of FlyQuest, and it's 2 for 2 when the dust settles as C9 moves to take the Drake.
Bwipo got an 850 gold shutdown there, it looked like, off of Thanatos, so a big injection of gold for him, but Thanatos still massively ahead. And we can see this one more time. Loki just getting very aggressive with it, and then this super early TP from Thanatos is going to put so much pressure on Masu. Masu just has to run for the hills immediately. This is a great prediction from Busio, though, over the wall. Predicts where the dash is going to come. But even with that, it just doesn't matter because look at this stolen ult from Loki over the wall, drops the Victor ulti on multiple members. FlyQuest were so low on health that they couldn't stay around and fight.
And then the follow-through on this scrap was so incredibly close. Quad, I feel like, had very good movement this entire time. It started with him dodging the Silas chain, and ends with him surviving there on the backside of the fight. Bwipo, of course, at the end, with his Titanic Hydra, was able to finish off that kill and get that cash in. We'll see if that moves the needle at all.
I mean, the thing is, it's not in the 1v1. Definitely help him in this stage of the game, but you just do not win. From Eclipse, basically until forever, you're pretty much losing this 1v1 unless you're way ahead. And you can see he was not ahead. He was way behind because Thanatos has a big advantage with all the help they got for him. He already has tier 2 boots. He's got the Shojin completed on top of that Eclipse. It is completely impossible in the 1v1. He's down 2 levels as well. So Bwipo is just got to try to push waves and hope that his team can do things elsewhere.
And Bwipo right now doesn't have his own ultimate, but he's facing Loki 1v1, so Loki could take his ultimate and actually cover that timer instead and kind of flip the script on that cooldown. Doesn't look like there's going to be any extra pressure or anyone stepping out from towers, though, on the side of FlyQuest. They don't want anyone else to be in danger.
Really interested to see where Masu goes with his build. Of course, you know, Blade of Rune King, Rage Blade, like that is always going to be in there.
Yeah.
But then does he just go straight up tank after that? Does he continue to build more damage? 3 into tank. Sometimes people go, you know, 2 items and then they still build, you know, a little bit of tank right there. And to just try to survive the dive with the thought process of if you can't 100 to 0 me, lethal tempo plus double items here is going to be enough to keep me going. And then there's also kind of like the middle of the road options where you can go like Wit's End or pseudo tanky, you know, with a 3rd item. So we'll be interested to see how he goes.
Okay, what do we got here? What do our timers look like? 15 seconds on the Otacon. I feel like last game I cursed it a little bit by saying that it looked like FlyQuest shouldn't be able to force the Otacon. 20 minutes into the game, then they get a huge fight against C9 to bring the game back into their own favor, take the Otacon there. It's 3 games out of 3 that FlyQuest have got a very early Otacon in this series. We'll see if they can manage to pull off something similar here again, because right now it's C9 with control over the top side river where the Otacon has spawned. Thanatos has buried Bwipo so many times, there is no way that Otacon is going to the other side of the rift.
Yeah, and Bwipo, it does have his ultimate up and available at the moment, so he's split pushing on bottom side. They want him to be able to take the bot tower first, but C9 force.
Okay, FlyQuest trying to step up here, but C9 still have total control over the Otacon pit with the objective down to about 5,000 HP. Vulcan going to be jumped on by Inspired, but that dog's got to be careful. He tries to get back away while Blabber gets a massive 3-man impale as FlyQuest tries to make their way into the pit here for the fight. Blabber's going to be taken low, but he ain't taken down just yet. C9 running over FlyQuest in the Otacon fight. Thanatos is just way too far ahead. It's a 5-for-1. C9 gets it done.
They ace him and they get the Otacon. Blabber nails the smite. They get the secure. They're going to take a tier 2 and a tier 1 likely off the back of this. This is going to be a 5K gold lead. And when everything is said and done here, as Busio, you know, he was going after the top side of this fight. You know, you can see they're moving up there. They're trying to put pressure onto Vulcan, but Sven is just free firing on them. And then Blabber flashes back in right as the stand behind me comes through. 3-man ulti, then no hesitation from Thanatos gets in. Masu gets incredibly low and then is just flashed on by Loki to finish him off. Cloud9 know this is their fight to lose. They commit fully to it and they dominate it.
Nice,
Nice.
Top tier 2. Mid range, I'm going mid. Yeah.
You can get together.
Oh, they are fired up. The Cloud9 comeback, the hopes of the Cloud9 reverse sweep in this series are very much alive.
And you can see the damage in the last team fight right there. Isaac, you already complimented Sven earlier for despite the fact that he had to be laning against this 4-0 Kog'Maw, who's the beneficiary of all of the early action. He's done a good job staying relevant, staying caught up, staying powerful, and he topped the charts in the Otacon fight.
And him and Vulcan are the ones that forced Inspire to use the W really early on Neferi, which then made him vulnerable when they went back in for the actual smite on the Otacon. See what they could do in the aftermath, though. They are all on bottom side here, so looks like as soon as they call Blabber down.
Okay, Busio not going to hit anything there with a winner's bite. Blabber set up for position over the wall. Ishtal's impact, ready to lead the charge. Blabber goes in, only going to find the opportunity here onto Busio, ready to lock him up as Vulcan zones Masu further away from the fight. Bwipo here on the front line. C9 undeterred, Masu under pressure, and Loki's already found the kill. FlyQuest can't do a thing about it. A double kill for Loki, a triple kill for Sven, a clean ace for Cloud9.
How much can they do? There's 40 seconds on quad here. Can they just end the game? They're marching for it. Cloud9 want to deliver us a game 5.
They've got the minion wave, and they've got enough health bars that they're going to use themselves to absorb the turret shots, at least from this tier 3. The next minion wave is making its way up, but they don't believe they have the time. Masu and Busio are both going to respawn here in about 10 seconds with their limited health bars, with the slightly delayed wave. They choose instead to retreat, regroup, spend their gold. They're 9,000 ahead, and C9 is poised for victory.
If you ever see a Thanatos Ambessa, you play for the Ambessa, for sure. Here's a look at the engage, and it was as really nicely timed between them as Blabber came through, and then Loki had the stolen Braum ultimate. Vulcan goes super deep there.
Yeah, Masu was forced to flash and use Ghost. And look at Thanatos sneaks through the public execution between everyone, tags Masu. That's the end of the fight, because Masu is your only chance to get anything done from this point. Thanatos nails him, takes him down. It's a 5-for-0. It's a triple for Sven. It is Cloud9 on the precipice of claiming this game.
I want to go back to the top of the day when we were listening to the lounge talk about the potential win conditions for both teams and why they were split, 2 for Cloud9, 2 for FlyQuest. And Licorice was talking about if Cloud9's going to win this, you can have Thanatos like popping off, right? Like this guy, Thanatos and Whippo being that top lane matchup. Even when I was talking to you guys earlier, Kobe, you mentioned how this is what everybody was talking about with these two teams going head to head. And it has been a Thanatos gap in games 3 and 4.
And when I say everybody, Flowers, I mean everybody, including the players in this game. We actually had Inspired on the dive, and we asked him, all right, what are like the other people that come to mind when you think of MVPs? And his answer was only Thanatos. He was like, this guy, of all the other players in the league, is a guy that will win a game against us. We'll see if they can actually do that, though.
Okay, FlyQuest looking for a chance here, but C9 are immediately going to stop that engage. Blabber wanted to find a flash and pale angle, but he ain't going to get it. Meanwhile, Thanatos again marks his target for public execution. The fight's over before it ever really begins. Only Quad still alive. A triple kill for the Ambessa, for Thanatos. Loki going on a rampage, picking up the 4th, and now C9 will take their chance to go claim a free Baron. 21 out of 23 kills Thanatos has been there for. If top lane is an island, FlyQuest is not booking a vacation there anytime soon.
Not at all, man. Cloud9 played so heavily towards Thanatos this game. You know, they get him in this matchup where they know, okay, you're going to lose early, but then he's constantly getting those ganks from Blabber. He's constantly getting that help, putting him in this winning position, and he has paid that back tenfold. Thanatos looking like an absolute monster in these fights, always able to find Masu. This time was set up well by Vulcan, who was able to knock up Masu, set it up for that public execution. FlyQuest are going to keep on fighting, but I think we all know how this one ends. 12,000 gold lead, Soul Point, Baron, they've taken everything, and they are really close to closing this one out.
Yeah, with all of the team gold, even the support matchup is a 2,500 individual gold lead there for Vulcan's Recon.
That's like a fully completed item or 35 wards. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff.
A lot of wards
that you could buy with all of that extra cash in hand.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about FlyQuest obviously being, you know, #1, having the first team All-Pro votes, but look at these votes. They were very close in a lot of these roles. It was very competitive, you know, inspired with Blabber, Thanatos with Whippo, notably, but even the bot lane relatively close. You know, these were clearly the two best teams in the league, rightfully so. They got the most votes here. And C9 looking to prove people wrong, show that they are the better team, that they are the best players in the league here. And I feel like people had been overlooking them a little bit, especially after that best of 3. But even from scrims, everyone was telling me that FlyQuest was really a cut above where C9 is right now. And C9 looking like they are up to the challenge today.
Yeah, FlyQuest are about to be cut down here in this 4th game. The inhibitor destroyed in the mid lane now as everybody else on C9 going to gather up here at the top lane, tier 3. Thanatos absorbing the damage from the turret immediately as now they continue their push forward. Loki looking to take out the first Nexus turret before anything else can even happen. FlyQuest just scrambling, trying to defend the last remnants of their base. C9 with the full push in full swing as Vulcan leads the charge into the back there with a quickness, stuck on the front line. There's no way for Whippo to get out of it. At least one's going to get traded back as Masu kills Sven, but it does not matter. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Silver Scrapes.
The first Game 5 in LTA history between the top 2 teams in the league.
Doesn't get any better than this. I'm so excited for the final draft as well, going this deep and fearless. I mean, the Shen, you know, did not work out, got attacked so heavily. This game was really all about Thanatos. It looked like it was going to be a tale of 2 lanes. Top lane got the best of them.
FlyQuest was looking good in those first couple of games, but C9 have rebounded beautifully as we head to our first Game 5 here in North America this year. Cue up the Silver Scrapes.
No, wait, stand it on turret, Yeah, I'm gonna flash soon, okay?
Okay. I'm looking you.
Yeah, they can come.
Don't get lushed.
Yeah, they can come. Okay. Look here.
Yeah.
Come on, flash.
I'm looking in.
I'm showing everyone.
We kill.
I'm trolling, guys. Come on, flash.
Nice, okay. Look, Kokomo.
And then.
I'm in again.
Come on.
I'm Junior.
In. Nice.
Don't worry, I got it.
That's it. One more.
We've made our way to the stage for Game 5 of Cloud9 versus FlyQuest Upper Bracket Finals. What a performance in these last 2 games by C9, but more importantly, Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos has really been showing up. I feel really vindicated in my support for him at the start of today.
You don't say! This is the only person here who put him first team All-Pro.
When an arrow in your interview with him said that he was confident always in the reverse sweep, I thought that brother was coping. There was no shot. I was like, maybe you guys take a win, but no, this team has looked completely different ever since.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, I think it's not just Thanatos. Obviously, he did just have an absolutely insane Ambessa performance, but it was the approach that C9 took, right? Like, they recognized that they really wanted to be able to get him ahead in that lane because of the matchup. Despite the early kills that Kog'Maw got, this Ambessa was absolutely all over Masu all game.
And I think for me, it's the fact that Cloud9 stayed aggressive. We saw Kog'Maw get 4 kills early in that game. We saw they had scaling with Kog'Maw Victor. But just looking at the progression of Thanatos this series, look at this. From having a sleeper game 1 with Yorick 0-3-2, all the way to now 4-0-6 and 12-1-11 with 1,100 damage per minute in that last game. You don't get 1,100 damage per minute unless you are fighting constantly, which C9 was able to do.
He has been a beast, and even just adding a different stat, the solo kills that he's had on Whippo in both Game 3 and 4 have been ridiculous. Game 4, the first time around when, like, Blabber was looking for a gank, didn't even need it because the solo kill happened because, of course, the extra tower shot, but no, Thanatos has been a real difference maker, and the fact that C9 has completely supported him in doing so, not taking unnecessary fights, as you said, and really just supporting the strongest member in the team, they have been clear mind, and I think a credit to, A, the veterans in the squad, coaching staff, to be able to come into the next game and really make the trek to Game 5.
And they've proven once again why they are the top 2 teams in the league and they're in the winner bracket final. There's been so much discussion about FlyQuest being all of the first team, and then no one from Cloud9 made it to the second team, but they went through the votes in that last game. The votes were relatively close, but I have to imagine in the back of their minds, they would love to almost shut FlyQuest up a little bit in that sense to be able to put them down to the lower bracket after not getting basically any accolades for the regular season that Cloud9 had. There's that feeling, that underdog element that you get, where you're pissed off at a lot of people. Like, I feel like in your career, especially when you're in that Golden Guardians roster, and any time like power ranking came out, like
there has to be a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, surely.
I always like the underdog position. I feel like it's way more fun than being on top because it's like you have nothing to lose and you just get to go out there and have fun. So, I mean, I hope C9 shows up and gives us a good game 5.
Let's talk about where we are in terms of the Fearless draft so far this series, because there's been a lot of exploration in Fearless and not that much exploration here in LTA North for Fearless. Thanatos has been the MVP of the last 2 games of this series, and his pool hasn't been attacked whatsoever this series because anytime Thanatos has picked one of his main picks that are crossed out here, it's been countered by some weird thing from Whippo. So he still has Rumble and Gnar left, Licorice.
Yeah, no, I think Thanatos is in a really good spot going into this last game because he still has a lot of things. Like, I mean, he has his most played champion left, so it's not. I don't think he's feeling pinched in his champion pool at all. And I'm just excited to see what kind of top lane matchup we're gonna get because Whippo still has a lot left too.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, I was
just gonna say by contrast, Whippo has a ton left just because his MO is essentially let them have what they want to have. I have something for it. I have a counter pick for it, and FlyQuest sets up for that so well.
Meanwhile, Vulcan is picking a different pick, guys. It's going to be a new pick, a pick that he hasn't played so far. That's always the most interesting element when, for sure, the tip of the iceberg, the games that we see on stage, but when you pick something different, surely he's put in a lot of games into practice and scrims that we just haven't seen, but it's really just like a real challenge to show something, especially in under the most pressure. Like, you win this game, you go into the finals instantly. Otherwise, you're fighting for your life. It's pretty crazy to see.
I think maybe some enchanters are left for Vulcan. He already played the Melio. Lulu was banned in that last game. But I'm just wondering what the feeling in the series is right now. I know, Licorice, you had C9 3-2. Emily and Raz, you had FlyQuest 3-2.
Yep.
How is it feeling now?
I mean, I would say C9 definitely has the momentum. I feel like winning that game 3 and then also taking the game 4 so that like there's that threat of the reverse sweep. I feel like it's definitely an edge to C9 going into game 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stick with my prediction, but I actually do agree, right? Like, I feel like especially after the last game where, like, things still looked a little dicey in game 3 at times, but this last game was such a statement victory from C9 that I actually do think they have the momentum going into game 5.
And usually in these moments when the momentum is shifting, I start flip-flopping, but I need some help. A little bit of help from the fans out there. Which one of you guys think that FlyQuest is going to clinch the series? Anyone? Do we have C9 believers? I feel like the C9 fans are just a little bit louder.
Something
about momentum. Does that mean you're flopping?
I am flopping, all right? I have no morals at all. I'm switching it on a dime.
I'm glad you can admit it. Admitting is the first step.
I'm looking forward to this series. I thought maybe that FlyQuest hadn't been challenged because they've been so dominant, and they were so dominant against C9 the last time they played them in a series. But now they've definitely been challenged. That last game was the most lopsided in the favor of C9 that we've seen in quite a long time against FlyQuest. I love being up on stage because I can read some of the body language of the players. Thanatos just really trying to chill out. Busio felt very calm coming into the stage as well. So I feel like both teams are actually ready for this moment, and I'm hoping we see a very competitive game 5.
And if I didn't flip-flop, I would have gone a FlyQuest. So now I'm hedging bets.
Okay. I'm glad you wouldn't have just pulled a random team in.
That's true.
You know?
But the reason why I would have gone FlyQuest is because I feel like in a longer series with the deeper champion pool, the ability to flex certain options, like that they would be in a better position in the draft. But I'm going to stick with C9.
So shockingly, before the series, all pros that were surveyed, Licorice was the only one of 15 to pick C9. However, right now before this game, 3 of us are now picking C9. Casters, who do you think can take it?
I think that Raz has got to get that flip-flopping under control. This man is like a fish out of water. He literally picked both teams.
Yeah, he literally picked both teams.
What are you doing? You can't pick
he's
both.
like, I'm flipping to C9, but if I didn't pick C9, I'd be picking FlyQuest. Yes, there's 2 teams in the series.
You are trolling, man. You are trolling.
Raz is like, no, I wasn't predicting Cloud9. I'd be predicting TSM for this. Excuse me?
Serious, sir? Well, either way, I am so happy we have gone the distance in this one. It looked like it was FlyQuest just running the show early on. C9 bouncing back incredibly in these last 2 games, and I said it a bit toward the end of Game 4, so much of this has been about Thanatos being a raid boss in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last game for sure, I think, was really heavily about him. And honestly, it's not just the last 2 games. Cloud9 was in a very heavily winning position in Game 2, right? Like, this could have been a potential 3-1, and we'll have to see now, what is the draft strategy? Do they just stick with standard bans? I am very much a believer in Game 4, Game 5, you should target one player and really try to put them down, because so many champions are already missing from the champ pools here. So many people only have 2 or 3 champions left that they've played. If you triple ban someone and then pick one away, it's like, what are you going to do? Do you have something prepared for that? But it does look like we are just going towards standard bans.
Well, the Jace remains banned against Thanatos, and so the Gnar definitely sticks out as being a very prominent pick, but Cloud9 have the luxury of being red side this time, so they could save for red side 5th pick, counter pick. I personally always feel like the momentum and mentality should be in the favor of the team attempting the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
But even so, reverse sweeps are incredibly rare to actually complete. So the stats actually don't work out that much in their favor. Do we have a missed ban here?
Yeah, it looks like the missed ban is actually Rumble,
yeah.
So that's not showing up on the UI right now.
But Rumble is banned.
Yes, FlyQuest did ban Rumble as their 3rd one here in the first half. They will first pick Leona.
Yep, so Leona does obviously go to a lot higher priority because so many of those big engaged supports have already been picked away. We already have seen the Rel, the Nautilus, the Alistar, the Rakan. Those with Leona are kind of the big 5 as far as hard engaged champs, so they are really prioritizing that, and will be going for it. Gnar will get picked, and this is kind of like the trend in the series. They talked about it on the desk, obviously on the lounge, how it is just FlyQuest saying, all right, yeah, you blind what you want, you play that meta champ, and then Bwipo's going to counterpick you, and we're going to see how it goes.
And Cloud9 saying, yes, we will do that. Both sides accepting the deal here.
I just really question, should you not have just banned out like Gnar, Jace, Rumble, whatever, something like that, and then said, okay, now what do you play Thanatos? Because we know he plays all the meta stuff so well, and we know that Bwipo is kind of that guy who has that deep bag of random champs. So it is really surprising to me that they just decide to stick with tried and true meta bans.
Well, I mean, I would hope that they have something specific ready for the Gnar, because of those 3 champions you named, 2 of them are banned, right? The Jace and the Rumble, both banned away by FlyQuest. They have to know that by leaving the Gnar open, you are saying, we are picking Thanatos' champ for him.
Okay, we get the Ziggs lock in. Okay, are we expecting some solo lane AD picks now to go with this
Looks
Ziggs?
like we might.
Well, this could actually be, mid or bot for both, right? So they could actually flex it based on the matchup, because Ziggs and Trist both play well in both lanes, especially when you're this deep into Fearless. It's not like you're playing against Varus and Nico or something like that. You're not going to be playing against some super dominant 2v2. So Akali being the answer here. Now, this is going to be interesting. What matchup would Quad be more comfortable playing against Loki here? They do have this Sejuani plus Akali, so they have that melee pairing.
Yeah.
That is going to be really tough to deal with. And I wonder, do Cloud9 now focus some bans on the jungle to try to really put Inspired down and try to make sure that they have an advantageous 2v2 no matter where he goes?
I want to see some fun jungle picks here. That's also a role that really does need to get all the way down to Game 5 Fearless to start seeing like Fiddlesticks and stuff actually come up. And
I like the Ivern ban.
Fiddlesticks does reveal Akali in this round. Just saying, Inspired does like that champ. Probably very low likelihood of it. But
I do really like the Ivern ban, though.
Those types of pocket picks, yeah. I mean, Ivern is definitely something that's way more prominent. They have used way more.
Exactly.
It's super good for their team fights that they like to build. And since they're showing the Tristana, which I think is going to be mid, is definitely a prio.
So Jhin going to get banned out. If they want to really limit bot lane, MF still hasn't been played. That's also quite meta. So I do think an MF ban could make a lot of sense. But it's all, really down to like adaptation. I think draft becomes so interesting, and it really makes the coach's job a lot harder, because you can't just like parrot drafts that other people have done. You can't even look at like, oh, what are other teams drafting Game 5, because the picks are going to be different throughout the series. So you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to find picks that really work well for your players. But beyond that, you have to still make sure that your composition is cohesive and actually can function against what your opponents are drafting. So Lilia as that ban, I do think double AD ban could make sense. MF to me is the one that's kind of like screaming out to me as something that has not yet been played and should be taken off the table.
Yep, that is the one that was on the list when the analysts were looking over things in terms of the champions that Sven has played so far this split.
And
that's the one that he has the most
sometimes.
games on. Yeah, exactly. So banning that one away, I totally agree with that.
Caitlyn or something like that. Maybe you're looking towards some sort of bot lane, like, you know, a Caitlyn plus range poke. We haven't seen Karma, so you could go like Caitlyn Karma or something along those lines. Zeri as a hyper carry is still up and available. Those are the two that I'm thinking of.
Zeri got buffed. All right, let's see it. Definitely has been a Sven champion in the past. Has some good pairings available for it too, so.
Yeah, Lulu hasn't even been played, and Lulu's not banned. So you could even do Zeri Lulu or like Zeri Yumi or whatever in a game 5. Like there are so many bot lane champs that you can always go to.
I mean, that was a rough win rate, though, when the numbers popped up there on screen. Zeri having been played 7 times so far this split with a record of 1-6.
But who played it? We have to investigate. Because sometimes, you know, if it's a bottom team versus like FlyQuest and C9, we're probably going to lose anyway.
Scheduled loss.
Exactly,
Yeah.
scheduled loss. So,
ooh, we get Lee.
Inspired. Lee Gragas as the top side here. This is spicy. Some really good engage from the FlyQuest side. Leona, Gragas, and Lee Sin all there. And it is the expected Lulu with that Zeri pairing. This is exciting. This matchup really feels like, can you get in onto Sven and take him down? Because Sven is such an obvious target, and there's so many forms of engage. And if you can lock Sven down, then you have the Ziggs ult coming over the top. You have all of these tools to try to burst them out. But if you can't, that is going to be very tough. And you're trying to fight through the Akali with the Shroud, the Gnar, and the Sejuani with the Lulu backing up this Zeri.
FlyQuest has so many yeet buttons. Gragas will knock you out of where you want to be. Lee will knock you out of where you want to be. Tristana will knock you out of where you want to be. Ziggs will slightly adjust your position to the side a little bit. 4 out of 5 of these champions are knocking your champs around, and that can be very effective at breaking up these protect the president type of comps that you normally play with something like a Zeri.
And when you've got a Ziggs bottom lane there, you can get a lot of roam time out of Busio. And Busio first pick Leona for a reason. Having that playmaker to go around with a Lee Sin is a really potent support and jungle duo roam there.
Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, I am so excited that for the first time this year, we are going to a Game 5 here on the LTA stage. Gentlemen, which draft are you going to give the advantage to in this one? Who do you like a little bit better?
I feel like what C9 has is easier to play out, but there's so much agency over on the FlyQuest side, and I do think when you're playing at this level, having the ability to be the ones to start the fights out more consistently is going to get you that edge, so I feel like I give the slight advantage to FlyQuest, but it's down to execution.
Kobe, how we feeling?
I'm feeling FlyQuest, but I want to see if Blabber with this Sejuani can make some explosive plays. I mean, you have a lot of CC. You have an Akali mid lane and Thanatos on one of his main champions. We have seen what Thanatos does on these champs. The last couple of games for Cloud9, he's been a beast.
So we have 61 times had a 5-game best of 5, only 13 reverse sweeps. The last one back in 2022 summer. With TL reverse sweeping CLG. So it has been a long time. They are not very common. You know, it's interesting to talk about. You know, when I've talked to players and when I've talked to people about this, largely the conclusion people come to is that, you know, when you're down 0-2, it is incredibly stressful and it's like so much mental energy being put in. And then you're going to this long series where you're always at the precipice of losing. And that sometimes you can kind of just run out of gas. You can get a little bit too exhausted by the time it goes to Game 5.
All right, once more, nothing crazy at level 1. Both teams happy to just do things standard as we toss things down to Jat, who's standing by for a dual interview with Reaper and Nuke Duck.
Both head coaches, Game 5 of Fearless. I have to ask, do you think you won this Game 5 draft because they can get crazy, and why?
I think it's a pretty fair draft. They have a stronger early game, and so they need to, like, you know, get objectives and stuff. And we have the scaling one, so I think it's a pretty fair draft overall. Yeah.
Same question to you, Reaper. Did you win draft, and why?
Pretty hard to say because obviously, like, both of sides have strengths on the draft. Like, they have 4 knockouts to team fight, and then we have flankers. Like, there's lots of things are going on, so probably it's gonna be like just team fight draft, like 5v5, yeah, 50-50.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have to ask about the Gnar. How surprised are you that you got Gnar in Game 5 of a Fearless for Thanatos, his most played champion in the regular season?
Well, I mean, kind of expected to having an R on the game 5, because FlyQuest banned Jace at the game 4, and then we still have a pocket pick on the Jace and like those kind of aggressive top laners. So Nar is somewhat like middle gray area. So I thought we were gonna get Nar, yeah, at the game 5.
Appreciate it. The Nuke Duck, it's fine if you don't have anything, but any final thoughts before we head back to casters?
Not really, yeah. Just should be a fun game.
Thank you, Nuke Duck. Thank you, Reaper. Let's get back to the game.
It's going to be a fun game, absolutely. Both coaches feeling pretty good about their draft, but also pretty good about their opponent's draft. So
yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how it goes. But we got to check back in at this predictions mega graphic that we have. Almost everyone predicting FlyQuest here. Only the 3 Cloud9 members and then Licorice, who's on the desk, out of all the pros.
An ex-Cloud9 member.
Exactly, an ex-Cloud9 member. Out of all the pros that we did poll, predicted Cloud9. And this has gotten very close. And you said this earlier, Flowers. It's almost 0 even game 5 predictions. Everyone was like 3-1, 3-0 in a FlyQuest. So very heavily favoring towards them. But this has been a very even series. Cloud9 take the last 2 games, almost took game 2 as well. And I think we really are in for a very exciting final one.
Inspired on this Lee Sin, going to step up into the face of Blabber here. A lot of times we like to see junglers fight over second spawns of chicken camps, or at least the vision around that area to try to contest it when it does spawn. Instead, going to go ahead, toss the ward over the wall into the Krug pit just to keep an eye on when that one will be attempted again by Blabber. Top side Scuttle Crab was secured by Blabber. Bot side the same. Blabber's Crabbers off to a good double seafood start.
Yeah, and a lot of junglers do like Lee Sin into Sejuani. He has so much mobility. He can go over the Conqueror build. And actually, at the beginning of this match, fun fact, Vulcan was spam pinging the Lee Sin pick. So they definitely have their eyes on Inspired here. Meanwhile, Busio, we talked early about, hey, he's paired with a Ziggs. He's going to get a lot of roam time. The Leona roam time up to the top side does match Vulcan, who's kind of hovering behind his mini Gnar. The 2 Yordles here. Still, if you combine them, it's not as big as one Gragas still.
No, probably not even as big as Gragas' belly. But Vulcan does have to try to shadow these plays and be around, anticipating where Busio's going to go. Lulu kind of can't flex her muscles the same way that Leona can, trying to force things to happen. But she can tell Leona to sit down, go back to bottom lane, go back to farming, have a nice peaceful
Turn into a friendly critter.
Yeah. Just turn into a frog or a cupcake or whatever she turns people into. I feel like they change the critters sometimes depending on the skin. But now Busio's making his way back down towards that bottom lane. Masu's got control over the push, as you would expect, with the additional AoE and range of the Ziggs compared to the Zeri, especially early on. FlyQuest controlling this bottom side river, just clearing out some vision. Inspired goes back to farming.
And you can tell Sven is just kind of showing us what type of lane he thinks it's going to be. He grabbed the early cull here. He's just going to be looking to scale up. Boobo on that top side has picked up a lot of mana. And generally, once you get through those early couple levels on Gragas in these kind of matchups, it's very easy to neutralize. You get back to base. If things haven't gone bad, you buy some mana, and then you just have infinite Qs to be able to spam out. You have your passive to be able to sustain up. And I know Bwipo is also a really big fan of Roa on Gragas, so it'll be interesting to see, if he is just going to go for tier Roa, double scaling, because he is really a big believer in Catalyst and feels like if you can get to Catalyst on Gragas without actually getting into a really bad spot, he believes you win almost every matchup on this champ from that point.
And sustain is also a big thing on the mind of Ziggs players. That's why he went for the Lost Chapter, get to that break point, get his refillable potion, and use his teleport to get back to lane as well. One of the few bottom laners that does bring teleport to competitive matches to immediately get back out. So,
Zenith Blade on the Blabber over the wall. FlyQuest is going in for the first play, but they're taking a lot of damage in the process. First blood over to Blabber as it's a 1-for-1. Now they've locked up Loki. Masu flashing forward away from the C9 reinforcements as Busio just keeps him tied up for the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Sven's not getting anything else. FlyQuest completely dominate the early skirmish.
It is a banger, a bloodbath to start out game 5. Flowers through the jungle, and FlyQuest get the feats with the first 3 kills.
I really love how they played this. They don't show Busio, and Inspired is saying, no, I'm just doing the crap here. I don't know that you're around. Quad jumps over the wall. They all go in. They do get the initial kill onto Inspired. They're able to finish him off, but Blabber not able to flash over the wall. Then when Sven and Vulcan arrives, you think, hey, could they actually make this happen? Sven's in a pretty good spot, but Busio goes back in. They get stunned up. They're all stacked in. They get slowed by the quad jump and AoE'd by the Ziggs. That was massive.
Yeah, it's actually, people always joke about the Malphite Tristana Ws, but when you have the Ziggs bomb with you, it's actually better than a Malphite ultimate right on top. And the 2 of those kills went into that Tristana, into Quad, who now has rotated down to the bottom side with his lead.
And when you take into consideration, Reaper talking about, oh, we're the more early game draft, Nuketalk touching on that Cloud9 needs to be the one stacking objectives. Cloud9 needs to be the one, out to that early advantage. It is really concerning to give over 3 early kills like that to get Quad to this point where he already is kind of off to the races. And you can see it on Sven's face when that fight went bad. You see the player replay, and he looks frustrated. He looks a little bit worried because you know what that can mean for the game.
Yeah, very, very tough stuff to have to start off that way, and especially tough when FlyQuest is now able to follow it up with yet another Grub play. That is, I believe, 4 out of 5 of the games now that FlyQuest has controlled a majority of Grubs in. It'll be all 3 for Inspired and FlyQuest here in game number 5 as they continue controlling neutrals. However, the Drake has been started up by Blabber. We'll see if C9 can try to take this or if FlyQuest is ready to fight for it.
Yeah. They got to remain focused here. Cloud9 trying to get their trade on the other side of the map, and they should do so pretty easily as you got the resets from the side of FlyQuest. So at the very least, they'll be able to end up with that. But it's already the Ludens completed super early off the early skirmish there. Masu went back to base. This Ziggs is going to do so much burst damage here. First to the first item.
Yeah, he's got that, and Yuntal now completed as well for Quad on his first base, so definitely feeling really good about their position in this game. They're able to grab the Grubs. They should have push, and when you have Grubs plus Tristana and Ziggs, 2 of the best tower killers in the entire game already, it just makes it that much easier to extend that gold lead, and you can see Masu and Busio heading straight up towards bot. They're going to be looking to put some pressure on Thanatos and his tower.
I mean, we talk about gold leads all the time, but really what gold leads are is item leads, as Bwipo now finds himself on the wrong side of a Gnar, but it's Thanatos having a flashback away as Quad and Busio are ready to join the fight. Quad with that Yuntal. Thanatos has boots and a Doran's. He knows he doesn't want anything to do with this fight.
This is going to turn into some tower damage here. It looks like Thanatos will stick around with Vulcan, though. He's got that safety, and you can see on the minimap, Sejuani is coming over to Krugs anyway, so Blabber can shadow.
I just love this, right? Quad becomes the bot laner, Masu becomes the mid laner. He's just going to be parked mid, wave clearing on the Ziggs, and Quad move top with Busio, just kind of acting as that duo to put pressure on the turret here. Is going to be the more effective 2v2 at this point in the game. So this is just great from FlyQuest. Great lane assignments. They send Bwipo down towards bot. He pushes that. You can see Thanatos TPs to match. So Bwipo's just going to base and move again, and they're going to keep resetting the lane assignments to get the ones that they want. It's going to be Bwipo going out to top to match the Akali, and they're going to send Quad again down to keep pressure on Thanatos. So this is just really smart stuff, and because they have the tempo, they're the first ones to make the swap, so they're always going to be able to choose what the lane assignments are.
Okay, Sven just continuing to try to scale on the Zeri here. 20 stacks left on the Cull, so has that one mostly paid for, but still, this is just another example of the early advantage manifesting itself for FlyQuest. We already touched on Luden's Companion, first fully completed item done for anyone in the game there for Masu. Because Sven stopped off to get level 1 boots. Hold on, we don't even have time to finish talking about it. Goodbye, Masu! The last shot in the air, and Sven picks him up. Nicely done.
Those are the snap plays that we're talking about for Sejuani, for Blabber there. He gets in, they nail the ultimate, and they are rewarded for their kill here, taking out that Ziggs pressure. See what they can chain it into, because Bwipo, again, after that reset you're talking about, works away on the turret plate. Bottom side is the same thing. The Grub value is just through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. You get a good kill there on mid lane onto Masu, but you don't get his flash or anything like that. He clears out most of the wave, and you're taking plates in both top and bot. So honestly, not bad for FlyQuest still at the end of the day. But there are no cleanses over on the team. There's no natural Mikhail's builder or anything like that. So Blabber is going to have the opportunity to really be able to put things on. And now they're just going to try to pressure Thanatos. They know he has no flash, he has no TP. They just want to zone him off and farm these plates.
Oh, man, this one's going to hurt for the turret. Quad just going to go ahead, start rapidly auto-attacking that thing, as Bwipo can use his AoE to soften up the minion wave. Quad strapping an explosive charge to the tier 1 turret now. Should be able to detonate that 4th plate relatively easily. And there it is. More plate money for FlyQuest.
So much pressure.
Yeah, it's a small thing, but notice how he saved the explosive charge until the minion wave arrived, so he can actually detonate that on the wave, clear out the wave at the same time he's hitting the tower. Just these small little things to keep that push going, to keep that pressure going. Masu's pushing down there. Inspired covered the wave on bot side. They're just moving around the map very effectively, but that being said, still an incredibly close game.
The other thing I want to highlight is during these times where they have the push waves, you're getting Busio use those timers to go in through the jungle to place the wards between these lanes that are going to be rotated to. And so they're setting up the vision for the next plays while they're getting all this extra pressure onto the towers as well.
500 gold lead is all that's there for FlyQuest, but again, it's still more about items than anything. Roa, now completed for Bwipo, has the tier about halfway charged as well. Eclipse done for Inspired on the Lee Sin, so looking to be very scrappy with that item early on here as well. 2 minutes until the Herald spawns, less than 1 on the second Drake of the game. Remember that C9 did secure the first one for themselves.
And while obviously there's a very good scaling with the Gragas, the Tristana, the Ziggs, I will say it's a really hard game to actually play Lee Sin when you're there against the Lulu. I always feel like Lulu is such a good neutralizer. When you're going in for these kick flash plays, you Q forward, you just get polymorphed, and all of a sudden you can't move, you can't do anything, something falls up, and you just die.
Oh, speaking of not being able to move or do anything, Bwipo thought he was going to get a quick trade onto Loki. C9 knows that he's going to go for those types of plays and immediately punish him.
A crafty trap was laid right there. Loki looking juicy, and Blabber already lying in wait inside the Dragon Pit. And these types of plays right before the objective spawns are what you need, because otherwise your map is just collapsing in on you. As you can see, the top tower is gone. Quad finishes his work.
I mean, C9, another good kill, but every time they go for one of these plays, they're losing stuff elsewhere. They lost a plate mid, and they lost the tower top at the same time. And now Masu is going to be pretty close. A couple autos and a satchel, and this thing could be gone because plates just fell, so that tower now is very vulnerable. Sven is low, too.
Okay, Inspired looking to steal away the Dragon. Not going to find it. Blabber with the smite secures that one. So 2 Drakes to none, favoring C9. However, the feat of Warfare, the feat of Towers, both already claimed by FlyQuest, so they've got the enchanted boots. Except nobody, okay, never mind. At least Masu and Busio do have the tier 2 shoes. I was about to say, everybody's just got brown bag shoes, so nobody actually has any enchantments yet. But there's another turret going the way of FlyQuest.
The upgrade.
Yeah,
it just hasn't come in the mail yet.
Exactly.
They're on the way. Yeah, it was another example of another Dragon going their way. And Blabber, this is another time in this series where he was the one with the upgraded smite. He has 1,200 smite right now. So even though you're used to seeing Lee Sin use QQ smite steals, so the 1,200 here for Blabber just trumps it. And so he's able to get it before the Lee Sin comes in for the steal. So nice job again from him. Again, paying off these little breakpoints of farming your camp so you can get that upgraded smite prior to the objective does have a meaningful effect. That being said, again, all your outer towers are gone for Cloud9, and that's what resulted in this gold lead for FlyQuest.
And if you lose all your outers before you get the Herald, it's always scary, because then it's such an easy way to go to the side lane, drop that, and especially with Ziggs, you drop it, it nearly gets it in satchel range, and we know those outer tier 2s, you know, top lane, bot lane, are worth so much gold that it's this huge injection of gold that's just waiting to be claimed here from FlyQuest.
It's just a 1-2 punch that pays almost 4 digits immediately, and it's very difficult to respond to, as Thanatos going to get this wave crashing, colliding into the bot lane tier 1 turret down here. Mega Inferno Bomb from all the way away. Helps back Bwipo up so that he's able to clear the wave out and guarantee this turret stays standing for a FlyQuest squad that is 1,500 gold ahead of C9.
It's also interesting, Bwipo, you're not going to go for Archangels. He is going to go for the more conservative build. You know, feels, hey, maybe I'm a little bit behind, or maybe I just need to be a little bit more tanky. But we haven't been seeing people, you know, go this build as much lately. Obviously, you know, was really popular at the start of the season, got nerfed a number of times, and people kind of always started going more towards the Archangels when they were playing it.
We're also getting closer and closer to second items coming online now. You can see the BF sword in the inventory for Quad. Double Fiendish Codex there for Masu Ziggs. So everybody just continuing to move forward towards these next power spikes. 3 minutes until Otacon spawns. Still got a couple of minutes until the next Dragon is live as well. The Otacon pit, of course, being just such a focus for FlyQuest throughout this entire series. A lot of times you see teams be a little bit hesitant around it because of the amount of damage it can put out. But FlyQuest just seems to be very confident in how they play around that objective specifically.
Yeah, and the setup should be in the favor of FlyQuest since they're the ones that constantly are getting the push, and there's no defensive towers outside there for Cloud9. So they get to use the extra teleport that, wait a second, they got to play?
Yeah, Busio could be in some trouble here. Nice catch from Blabber and Thanatos, but a flash over the wall keeps the FlyQuest support alive.
Blabber has been on it with this Sejuani, constantly finding these plays with his ultimate. Busio does have Hex Flash, so it's not like the biggest flash to actually get, since it is the Leona and has that kind of backup, but the cooldown for Blabber's ultimate is low enough, it'll be back for Dragon anyway, which is always the point why you're going for these plays.
Exactly, yeah. The timing on it was really good, and like you said, he's been on point with it, but he has to be. He is their only real engage, right? Sure, you can look for a Gnar flank or something like that, but like he is the go button. There's no cleanse, there's no Mikhails. He has got to find good Sejuani ultimates onto Quad and Masu to set up Loki, because Loki's already quite behind. You really are looking for that kind of dynamic duo, get in there in the back line, have Thanatos come in, be able to finish people off really, really quick.
Okay, Busio diving in here, trying to help Inspired as they invade for the red buff. Vulcan takes a little bit of damage, already used the Wild Growth to keep himself nice and healthy. Masu trying to fire into the mix, but now Thanatos has forced his way into the fight to zone the FlyQuest AD carry out. FlyQuest having some dents in the health bars now, forced to back away.
Yeah, they do get double TP down, but Bwipo had to flash out immediately after arriving there. So, it is kind of minus that flash. You do get the heal on the other side, but I do think at the end of the day, Cloud9 are going to be happy about how things turned out.
Okay, 45 seconds, though, until the next Drake spawns. Now, if Cloud9 gets this, now you're in a 3-0 Dragon condition, right? Now you're at Soul Point. You're feeling really good moving forward. And I think if you're FlyQuest, you have to be painfully aware of that, really wanting to make sure that you're not kind of put in that spot where you have to respond to every Drake for the rest of the game, especially when you're already 1,500 gold ahead, when you're already at a couple of really strong power spikes. The Fimbulwinter not fully evolved yet. Still Winter's Approach for another 40 mana here for Bwipo. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Horizon Focus completed from Masu's Sven, or not from Masu's Sven, from Masu's Ziggs, as that means he's got a distinct advantage over Sven right now.
Yeah, and it's that newly buffed Horizon Focus as well.
Yeah, okay, so there is a lot of steal potential, though, with a Lee Sin and a Ziggs. So FlyQuest are going to come over. They could look for the steal. They could look for the fight. Herald actually gets popped down for mid first.
Okay, Thanatos has just transformed back into Mini Gnar. The Mega Gnar not ready to be used again for a little bit longer as Blabber goes for the flash potential play here on Amasu, but he's not going to find the chance to do a whole lot more with it. Quad is free firing onto Blabber, who goes over the wall, but he's going to be killed by Busio's Ignite. Busio's low, but it's a second kill back over to FlyQuest. The Drake over to FlyQuest. C9 still trying to fight back, but Thanatos has to disengage. He's nearly ready to transform, but is it going to do anything at all? The Narvar sitting at 95% as the remaining 3 players on C9 hobble away. FlyQuest will stop the stack for Soul. They will win 2 kills, and now they're going to follow it up with another 20-minute Otacon start.
It's Otacon on spawn every single time, it feels like. As Blabber got very aggressive there, he tries to look for this kind of cute flash ulti onto Masu, tries to get around his opponents, drift to the side, flash in with the Q, nail the ulti, but no one was there to follow it up. Like, look at where Loki is. Loki is the one who's supposed to follow up and be able to kill that off, but you can't be going for that play that far ahead of where the Akali is ready.
There has to be some miscommunication on that one. Looking at the map positions when you snap engage, because like you're saying, Akali is the burst damage. That's the assassin for the back line that needs to follow up there. Also, Thanatos was Mini Gnar. So many of these C9 conditions that they need to be met to have the advantage in the team fight were not met.
Yeah. I mean, it's game 5. It's a lot of pressure, and he was trying to look for that engage, and now it's Bwipo coming in.
Oh, Busio, nice stun there on Sven. Forces out the cleanse from the Zeri. Not going to have that defensive tool moving forward here, but honestly, of all the times that you could end up losing the Summoner Spell, right now is fine. Bwipo hitting 1,000 in a career all-time assists this game with the Gragas.
That was a big bomba. That he got some good assists off that one. You saw Blabber go down from it. You saw the Akali also going down from it immediately, kind of spreading there. And now FlyQuest, after getting just control of the single dragon, relieving any sort of pressure of Cloud9 early dragon stacking, have a lot of control now, a lot easier choices as they move towards the mid game.
Absolutely, and Quad basically has IE gold whenever he wants to go back for it, so should have that finished. Yep, there it is. So now you're looking, there's 2 items kind of across the board. And this is that point where you absolutely will not want to fight for C9 because you look at mid, you look at jungle, you look at top. They're all one item in pieces. Their counterparts have all finished their itemization, right? So Cloud9 needs to look for a window to fight, but it has to be once they complete their second items before FlyQuest gets their third. And we'll see if they can find that. You know, I also have to point out, Ziggs going to be working towards that death cap. When you get that third item death cap in, your ultimate is so dangerous. You know, one CC, one lockdown on someone like Sven could mean they just go down.
Especially when you've also got just the bonus extra damage from the upgraded boots here as well. Very scary stuff here from Masu with the Ziggs. Top lane tier 2 turret under half HP. FlyQuest don't quite get it low enough to blow up the remainder of it with the Ziggs satchel, but one or two more auto attacks here should be able to put it in range. Masu gets the empowered one there, and sure enough, there it is. Satchel takes it down.
Yeah, one or two normal person auto attacks or one Ziggs passive bomb. Those short fuses are crazy. Meanwhile, they have the luxury of still having those triple teleports for later on into the game. And so with the destructive power of Ziggs and Tristana and the triple teleport here, does feel like the ability for FlyQuest to constantly keep the pressure on Cloud9 is going to necessitate a huge surprise C9 vision play. You've got to clear out the vision. You have to clear out the vision, and Blabber has to full send. Thanatos has to get his Mega Gnar before, has to be Mega ready when the play goes off, and you have to get multiple members.
And we know how Bwipo loves to create space, you know, based on his itemization, based on his power spikes. He now has, you know, both his items fully stacked, and he has the Seekers, right? So this, to me, is screaming out next fight. He's looking for an E-Flash. He's going to try to, you know, full combo in Sven, almost guaranteed. And he's going to force you to respect that. And then when you all turn on him, in goes the Stasis. That is just buying time for Quad. That's buying time for Masu. That is how he loves to play. You know, he doesn't care if he dies in the fight, as long as the team is going to win. He's going to try to really draw as many possible resources towards him.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Loki to get past him. That big body, the ulti coming through, knocking him around. You know, Loki's burst damage is a big part of, hey, we got to kill Quad. We got to kill Masu. If Bwipo is the bouncer, I mean, gonna make it hard.
Akali might have 4 dashes, but Gragas' big old belly has priority over pretty much every dash in the game of League of Legends. It is very strong stuff. FlyQuest, let's check in on some summoner spells here. Considering we've got less than 30 seconds until both the Dragon and the Baron are alive, FlyQuest has everything except for Masu's teleport specifically. C9 has everything.
Yeah, and Masu needs 500 gold for Death Cap, so he will not have it for this fight. But it looks like C9 want nothing to do with it. They are just going to give up this Dragon. Will only be the second here for FlyQuest, so not really concerned yet about any sort of stack towards Soul. They've got a lot of time, and they're going to wait here very likely for an IE, for Sven. They want that third item for Zeri. Of course, they have Zeri Lulu. Yes, there's great skilling on the other side, but one great fight from Zeri Lulu, we have seen it 1,000 times before. You can have a Zeri moment, you can get a pentakill. Any game is winnable with that duo if you're able to create space for Sven to constantly attack.
Yep, Sven has Cleanse, and his support has the Shirelias, plus is Lulu, so tons of extra speed on it. Definitely want to set up to see if they can grab it, but Infinity Edge really is the key. Definitely need those big crits.
And the other thing is, it's Loki and Thanatos have got to get in there and create chaos, right? Because otherwise, you can't win a fight as Sven where every single thing is just thrown towards you. Like, you have to put pressure on the back line. You have to be pushing Quad and Masu out. You have to be making the job difficult for those carries on the FlyQuest side, and that's where, you know, that top side for C9 really comes into play. If they're creating chaos, if they're making the FlyQuest team scatter and run, then Sven is just going to chase you down. He's going to get hit with the Whimsy, he's going to get hit with the Shirelias, he's going to have the ulti move speed, and he's going to be able to chase down and get those kills, but it's tough because it's only Blabber that really has that opportunity to engage, and FlyQuest are just starting this. Blabber saw it, but they're just hitting it.
Yeah, Blabber has had a couple of really solid Glacial Prisons so far this game, but he's going to need another one here soon as FlyQuest not doing a ton of damage here to the Baron, just kind of trying to draw C9 in.
FlyQuest, again, they have a lot of displacement abilities that you highlighted in Champ Select. So there's some worlds where you're like, okay, we're going to use Tristana ult and Gragas ult and a bunch of stuff, but they actually can run straight through mid now. Mid is wide open.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. They get the TP out, and they were just on really good item timings right now. So they're saying, okay, if we can force you into a fight, that's great. If we can't, we don't have to commit. At the very least, we can try to force out a TP. C9 didn't maintain good vision in the pit, so Thanatos TP's over, gets a little bit nervous, and now you are down that one teleport when FlyQuest is playing 3. So now it's only Loki who can really answer side lanes for now. So he has got to go bot and be able to be the one covering there, which makes things a little bit more dicey for Cloud9.
All right, Thanatos. Let's see if he can manage to get some money from this top lane tier 1 turret. You know he'd like to, but Quad does not want to allow that to happen. He'll be able to step up and clear this wave with plenty of time to spare. Blabber, meanwhile, secures the super-powered post-20-minute Scuttle Crab here in the topside river for the burst of vision. Keep an eye on things. Make sure FlyQuest doesn't try this again. Yeah, Loki is behind enemy lines here. Inspired just walks right past him and heads straight over to the red buff. Loki is not interested in the Lee Sin. He's hoping to find one of these carries in the jungle instead.
Yeah, that's not the kill I'm looking for.
Nope. No.
Let that one pass by. Doesn't look like he will find anything, though. So it is going to be all about setting up for the next objective. Constantly, though, FlyQuest are just happy to keep this pace, keep their income flowing.
Yeah, critically, IE now done here for Sven. You can see Seekers ready for Loki. But on the other side, third items are obviously coming through. We already had that third item Death Cap done for Masu before they even started the Baron. Yeah. Now the Zonias is done in the top lane there for Bwipo. And we can see Last Whisper coming in for Quad. So the carry's still ahead of the pace, but not so much that I think a fight is unwinnable by any means here for Cloud9, because you have 3 item on both the bot laners. And, you're 2.5 on both those mid laners right now. So Cloud9 definitely do have a chance, but they're going to have to really be careful about what window they choose. Because if you lose a fight and the respawn timers are even kind of long, like, your base is just getting one-shot by this team.
Yeah, the Tristana-Ziggs combination is just so dirty when it comes to taking structures. Everything collapses like paper mache. 3.5 thousand gold lead for FlyQuest. 2-2 on the Drakes, and that next one is spawning in under a minute and a half now. It's been a very quiet previous few minutes. You can tell it's game 5. You can tell that both teams are saying not yet. It's not the moment. If this was game 1 or 2, we'd probably have some more random PvP in between these objectives just to push the limits, see what you can get away with. Not in game 5. Not when it's all on the line. As you can see, Blabber, again, just having to step back. The zone control from Masu here with the Ziggs. Pretty extreme with the damage that he's putting down range.
Because there's so much anticipation for the next fight, I feel like Guardian Angel for Inspired is just going to be so crazy if they can get it. Having that revive, having that extra life. Bwipo going for a little bit of a playtime.
Yeah. Trying to put a little bit of damage into Blabber. Now, you don't want to overcommit onto the Sejuani. Meanwhile, Loki versus Inspired off to the side. And the Akali's losing the 1v1. Inspired smacks Loki down below half HP. Blabber also taking a significant chunk of damage at around half now himself.
Yeah, he gets him chunked down, and it doesn't feel like Thanatos has been able to find those proper timings. He shows up to this fight, but Meganar is expiring as they go for it, so it's not even like Cloud9 can try to commit to the fight. They basically already know they have to back it up. Inspired going to be able to grab the crab here, and he's going to go back in.
Yeah, oh, Quad jumps in. Blabber tries to throw out the Glacial Prison, but he misses. Now Thanatos has lost half HP. Blabber and Vulcan both at half HP. FlyQuest moving into the C9 jungle, looking to continue to take over this space. Loki has gone back and healed. He's now back out at full, but C9 don't ever have everybody with a full tank at the same time.
And no Sejuani ult is actually quite big. I mean, I think it's just going to be Inspired soloing Dragon, while the rest of the team clears out the vision around Baron. That cooldown is a bit too long, so Cloud9 got to focus on, all right, it's okay. It's just Dragon number 3. This is not Soul yet. The game is broken on Soul or Baron here, and they're going to continue looking for the picks around the bigger objective.
The tough part is, when you don't challenge here, you're again getting back into that window where FlyQuest is going to have the additional item completions, right? That gold lead is really going to start manifesting itself. Now the GA gets completed. Now we're going to have that LDR coming through. Now we're going to have all of these extra things getting spent up. Mikhail's now grabbed there for Busio, which I love. Even though he's playing Leona, who cares? Sejuani is their win condition in that she has to nail those carries, and they don't have cleanse, so you are the summoner spell for them. Like, you can die, that's fine. Drop lock it. Mikhail's your carry. Keep them safe. And it is going to be so tough now for Cloud9 with that item completion coming through to be able to get a clean pick on Masu or Quad.
Plus, if it comes down to the objective, it is generally easier for Lee Sin to steal these endgame objectives. So even if you are able to get the setup, it can get super duper risky with only one more having to go over. So C9, they really want to actually pick someone off beforehand.
And I really want to give praises to Inspired's Lee Sin. Blabber having to Arctic Assault back over the wall there. Lee Sin, not a super meta jungler right now. I believe when he locked it in the Champ Select, I said we'd only had, what, 2 games of it so far, or something similar, something very rare along those lines. But just in that last standoff where they secured their ability to take that third Drake uncontested, Inspired won a 1v1 skirmish against Loki, then he won another one against Thanatos. He knocked both enemy solo laners down below half HP. Now he's in their face, stealing away their blue buff.
Yep, it's going to be feeling good, and Quad's going to get aggressive here. Look at the damage onto Thanatos before the explosive charge even goes off. Down to a third HP.
LDR.
This tower is just going to be gone as well. And you see Thanatos was kind of debating, what do I want to build? Do I want to build random wins here? Do I want to build towards the wit's end? You know, started a bit of both, but that means he's going to be very far from his next item completion. He's going to be stuck on 2 in pieces for quite a while.
Man, oh man, C9. It's honestly a pretty low kill game compared to the rest of the series. 5-3, only 8 kills between the two teams. But the gold lead does keep slowly but steadily climbing for FlyQuest.
I mean, basically, you get 3 more minutes here as C9. And in 3 more minutes, you can't say we'll fight the next one anymore. It's got to be you going and making something happen. You cannot allow FlyQuest to just take an uncontested soul here when they're up 4K in this final game.
You don't want to play against Infernal Soul Ziggs with a
no,
death cap?
The rewards are a little bit too big if they go next. Here we go, pick.
No, that was a massive catch. Sven is already down. That's the Zeri. That's the hyper carry. That's a teleport now bringing Thanatos straight into the waiting maw of death. C9 lose their most important player right as FlyQuest are ready to start the Baron up.
That might be the game. That might be the series for FlyQuest. Blabber, I mean, he's on red buff. He could like full send a miracle thing here, but it's just, it would be a one-way ticket, and then you would just lose your base afterwards anyway.
Yeah, and both Masu and Busio were waiting there to satchel him back, to stun him up, to never let him in. They would never 50-50 that. FlyQuest finding a massive pick onto Sven. C9 has been pushing it back, saying, you know, we're going to fight later, we're going to fight later, we're going to fight later. But now there may be no later because C9 gets picked, they preempt the fight, they get the kill, they're marching on the base. Loki and Vulcan aren't even there. Sven is still dead. These towers are going to be dead instantly. Double inhib is sure to fall.
Loki is not even recalling yet. Yes, he's got his teleport if he needs to try to use it, but the mid lane inhibitor is already down. Bwipo putting in the work on the top lane tier 3 turret, nearly has that one killed off as well. Now Thanatos in some danger as Bwipo continues the charge forward. Wild growth on Thanatos trying to keep him alive. Sven is back and ready to fight, but now Thanatos has already lost Hysterics. He's transforming into Mega Gnar, but he's already got less than half HP. 2 inhibitors down in the C9 base.
And I don't think it's going to get any better for Cloud9 Flowers. It's going to be a quick recall for FlyQuest, and they can return to finish the job. Bottom lane is all that stands left in C9's base, left in this series. Cloud9 really need to pray now.
And you can see at the very least, Cloud9 did get these 3 wards over the Dragon Wall, so they have some potential opportunities here for, you know, maybe a TP flank from Loki or something like that, because they know it's all going to be down to this Dragon. This really is their last hope, but it's so tough when there's still a minute 30 left on this Baron. The Baron is going to be active. You're going to be getting pushed in on all these waves. Quad is already down bot lane. They're going to be threatening triple inhib before Dragon even spawns.
Exactly. I don't think they get a chance to. FlyQuest are coming back to finish the job. Tristana annihilating the minion wave. Here we go. C9, it has to be now.
FlyQuest ready to turn this into a double super minion march in every single lane, or maybe just in the game if the opportunity presents itself. Blabber goes in for an engage, but he only finds Busio. Now Bwipo's leading the charge, and Sven nearly dies yet again. Loki tries to dive into the middle of everybody under the protection of the smoke, but it's not going to matter. There's no firepower to try to back him up. C9 nearly dead everywhere. Quad going on a killing spree. He's ready to reset, and C9 can't get away. Thanatos will die next. Yes, he gets one in retaliation, but what does it matter? FlyQuest go the distance against C9. They take the series 3-2, and they earn themselves a spot in the finals.
Great games 3 and 4 from Cloud9, but FlyQuest control game number 5, and it is all them.
What an exciting series, man. FlyQuest have their ticket to the finals. They will be waiting in that grand finals. But Cloud9, of course, not out of it just yet. They'll be in the lower bracket. And if they play like they played today, they have a very good shot at claiming a rematch next weekend.
That's right. I think a lot of people were probably looking at this upper bracket final as the most likely preview of what the final would be.
Final's looking good.
Final. If it's that again, I would love to see it. Of course, we still have Team Liquid and Shopify waiting to play tomorrow. Winner of that will then play C9 to see who gets the right to face FlyQuest in the finals next weekend. I love the fact that we got to go to Game 5. I'm loving the fact that we got to see stuff like the inspired Lee Sin showing up so big in the last game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a pleasure to watch. 5-game Fearless, man. There's so much opportunity to play the games different ways, to show different styles. You know, Thanatos really showcasing his strength in some of these games, playing the meta, playing it incredibly well, and Bwipo saying, you know what, I'm not going to play the meta. I'm going to play my style. I'm just going to go for answering picks. I really do think this final game felt very difficult for C9, though. So much pressure on Blabber to find these angles, and if he couldn't find them, there's no real shot. Just look at this dive on the backline. Masu had Gathering Storm, over 900 AP at this point in the game, by the way. That was through the Lulu shield, and not even like the sweet spot of the ult or anything. Almost under zeros him.
Yeah, they pushed the Zeri out of the team fight. Sven doesn't get very much damage at all, if any, in the fight, and then the Akali's in there by himself. I mean, at this point, though, FlyQuest, their lead was so good. Quad gets to jump forward. Cosplaying Mario here. Goomba stomping all of them. Really, though, the pick that they set up around Baron as well, where Bwipo is waiting in the brush, was quite good. They controlled vision for a good, 10 minutes even around the back of that objective.
And that's the scary thing when you give a team like FlyQuest all the agency to start these fights, so much engaged. They found the windows to do it. But we are going to be joining Raz at the fan zone for an interview.
That's right, I got the victorious Masu right next to me. First of all, Masu, congratulations on taking that. That was a crazy series. They almost reverse swept you. Your thoughts being on that side of it?
It was definitely nerve-wracking after we lost the second game, so when it was 2-2. But at the same time, you don't have much time to think about it. Like, we're already moved on to the next game, and we're thinking about draft and everything. So it was scary, but you don't have much time to feel nervous because you got to move on already.
How do you get or keep and remain focused? Because especially after they're able to get 2 games on you and pull it to in Game 5, what's something that your coaching staff is telling you guys?
Well, usually we're leaving the review till after the series. Like, the game already happened, we already lost. We made mistakes. So, like, big mistakes we will talk about quickly so we don't make them in the next game. But the other stuff we leave for review and we try to refresh and already talk about draft.
And I guess congratulations on being able to lock in finals. That's a pretty big thing for you guys. And on top of that, you are now one step away of going back to your home country in Canada and representing you guys, FlyQuest North America and MSI. What's something you are currently looking out for now with time to spare?
Not much different, honestly. We just need to practice really hard for finals. And I really want to make MSI, so I don't got much time to spare. It's just going to be practice. So, yeah.
You made it clear in content pieces that your drive, your focus, your motivation is international play. What does it mean to you that that international play is going to be in Canada?
It's really nice, especially because a lot of my family and friends are there. So if we make it, a lot of them will be able to come, and it would just be a really nice experience.
And my question to you, this series looked night and day different from the last time you guys faced Cloud9. It was the fastest series in the LTA this year. It looked a lot closer. Do you think that they're going to be making it back to finals?
I think they've played way better than they did in the 2-0 series. If they're going to make it, I'm not sure. Like, Shopify and TL, they're both still in playoffs. So, and I think they're honestly ramping up decently, all teams. So I could see any of those 3 making it to finals. But if I had to pick a highest probability, probably C9.
Okay. And I guess my last question to you, that was a pretty crazy series. Who do you think should get player of the series?
I'll go with the Inspired or Quad.
Okay, but you have to choose. You have to choose. Gun to your head. You have to choose one.
Inspired.
All right, there we go. You've heard from him. I want to hear game-winning sounds from that last game, and then we're going to send it straight to the lounge afterwards.
I can solo kill Denar.
Watch me, watch me.
She's one shot, she's one.
She's one.
TP.
It's Mickey, I body slam him, okay?
I can CC him too.
I CC him first.
He can't move,
Okay, careful. He has
flash.
his stairs.
Go Nash.
Go Nash.
I want to tap on him.
That's more like it.
Oh, that's more like it, says Bwipo. I mean, that is more like it as well for the 5 games that we got of League of Legends today with Trios. Finally, we got the best of 5, the 2 best teams in the league so far, and maybe we'll get a rematch in the finals. What are some thoughts from the series, Lakers?
Yeah, I thought it was a close series. I mean, came down to the wire. That last game was like rough, I think. Like it was really like after the early game, it felt really hard for C9 to get a foothold. They like messed up the one dragon fight and felt like that was their one chance to play the game. And after that, it was just kind of a slog till they lost.
I thought Blabber had a really off series. Off last game. Like his Sejuani flash in the first dragon fight, and then not being able to find any engages. Emily, I do have to congratulate you though.
Oh, yeah.
I predicted C9 3-1, Licorice 3-2. Raz did predict FlyQuest 3-2, but then changed. So
True.
you win the top predictor of the day.
Oh, yay!
Speech.
Wow,
Speech.
thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, FlyQuest. I did absolutely nothing except watch all of their games this way. No, but I think to Licorice's point, the thing that was most difficult about this game, and like we were even saying this behind the scenes off camera, like this game 5 draft could have been a game 1 draft, right?
Yeah.
It's double 80 carry. Like sure, the Lee Sin is like a little funky. We don't really see it getting played, but the Ziggs, or not double 80 carry, the Ziggs Trist combination, once they got that set up, it was so suffocating.
Yeah, even the Gragas pick for Bwipo, that was the champion I thought he would play in my fantasy team. So he finally got it in game 5.
He got it in for you.
Although FlyQuest didn't really perform in fantasy.
Are you still at the top? I was gonna say, are you still at the top of
I'm ranked
like, fantasy?
40th in the LTA North league in general.
Congrats.
I think it's going to drop. I had all 5 FlyQuest and they did okay. Player of the series is Quad. They won, but it took them 5 games. So for fantasy, it's not great. But Quad himself, I think, well deserving. That was my vote. Pretty just solid in every game. Cassiopeia, even though it's far in our distant memory, was only 3.5 hours ago. It was the first game of the series. It still counts towards this player of the series.
Yeah, I feel like the interesting thing about FlyQuest, at least in this series, is that like it didn't feel like it was any one person who was like really out there in front leading the team, and it just felt like though like a lot of them just had really solid performances across the 5 games, and I think Quad was just like really solid. Didn't really have any bad moments, and he was always like doing the right things, hitting the right people, and just like helped lead them to their victory today.
Yeah, as we see, I don't know, this was just such a fun play from him. This is like, Bwipo's in trouble, I'm here, and then, you know, Bwipo ends up surviving. I actually also thought we're not gonna see the play in this reel, it doesn't look like, but his Annie stun in that fight as C9 were sieging, like the front line of it was Bwipo going in on the set. But low key, I thought his Annie stun onto Sven did a lot of work in that as well, so Sven can join up that fight. And you know, just kind of like this is just the cherry on top, as people say. Really, really great Trist game to close it out.
Yeah, ultimately it doesn't change what our expectations were coming in. We thought FlyQuest was the best team. They ended up winning, but there was a razor-thin margin because you really do think about that base defense with Bwipo's set, one-shotting 2 people, and then Cloud9 won the next 2 games.
I'm sure they're still thinking of that base, the base push, I guess.
That could have been the 3-1, which would have been my correct prediction. I could have had the tiny little trophy, but I didn't. This is the bracket. FlyQuest is now in finals against TBD. Why is it to be determined? Because TL plays Shopify tomorrow, and the winner of that will play C9 in the lower bracket finals next week on finals weekend. While we have you here, Licorice.
Yes.
What's happening tomorrow?
TL,
Shopify.
I think Shopify will win. I think
Really?
I'm going to predict a Shopify 3-2.
Why?
I feel like Shopify has been ramping up, and that TL is just like kind of a little like murky right now. Like I don't really know how to say it, but they seem a little lost in the sauce. Like they don't have like a super clear identity of how they want to play, apart from like APA on Ziggs. You know, like that one's like always.
You gotta
a solid.
pay that tax.
Yeah. But like after that, I just feel like Shopify seems like a more cohesive team right now. So I think it'll be close no matter what. But I'm predicting Shopify for the win.
You'll find out my prediction tomorrow.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be here.
Yeah, thanks, Licorice. It's been nice having you. We finally got you for all 5 games
I know.
as well.
Yeah.
He's our lucky charm. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you then. Where did Raz go? Where's Raz? He's over there.
He's over there.
I'm looking ulti.
I'm okay. Oh. Quad makes his way down to the fight with his own TP to try to keep Whippo alive. Now he's got the miasma out. Thanatos trying to catch up. Sven looking for the damage, but Whippo stays alive. Saving Private Whippo is the name of the movie, and Quad is the star actor.
GG.
It's all good, don't worry. GG. Nice job, Quad.
Thank you.
Keep fighting. Lucian, no flash.
Yeah,
Go in.
I double quad, I have no double.
Flash forward. Nice.
Double 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Bot in 18, okay?
Yeah.
I need no stun.
Yeah.
She gets
He's
it.
good.
Any day. Baron.
Losing a ton of health. Quad wanted to grab the burst, but there's not a damage. Whippo with a huge haymaker to kill 2. FlyQuest hold the line.
Can we go?
No. Copy. It's fine. We killed them both. Can we end mid? I think so. We have the wave. It's just Milio.
No place Emilio. Only no place Emilio.
The minions can end, right?
Yeah, we can end.
The minions can end, right?
Can't end. No.
Bomba.
Nice. Well played, guys. Nice. Oh, my bad.
Inspired still making his way down towards the fight as Sven flies over the killer instinct, and Masu is down. Sven stays alive. A double kill for the Kaisa as Vulcan locks up Inspired.
Look, I'm looking flash now. I'm looking Italy too. I'm on popping. No place. Popping no flash.
Win.
We can end. Go.
He tries to get back away while Blabber gets a massive 3-man impale as FlyQuest tries to make their way into the pit here for the fight. Blabber's going to be taken low, but he ain't taken down just yet. C9 running over FlyQuest.
I'm looking Kokomo. Okay, we're on top.
No flash, Santos. Go. Victor, reach. I'm cranking. It's a crank.
Nice.
Don't worry, I got it.
That's it.
Nice,
One more.
Yeah, we're going Sejuani together, guys. She's inting. I'm ulting them away.
I'll call it from behind. Akali's
Okay.
mark. Oh.
Akali's in the middle of us.
I will kick her.
No works.
She's dead. Go next. Kite. I have Zonia's.
Kite.
1 HP, no
There is one. They're all one.
They're all one.
Bomba!
Hey, where's Sweden? Go!
Oh my god.
No. Vivian, guy. Nice, guys. Well played. Hey.
Sexy lady. Ooh.